McCall and Dugan, Dugan and Coolidge are late. Everyone else is okay, let's go. Okay, hello, good morning. I am Steve Kaplan, the Neubauer Family Professor at Chicago Booth and the Kesenick Faculty Director of the Polsky Center. And I want to thank you for joining us at the 29th Edward L. Kaplan New Venture Challenge. Yay! So we want to give a warm welcome to everyone, the finalist teams, our distinguished judges who have come from all over, although I think the hardest might have been the commute in from the suburbs. Our generous sponsors, our coaches, our students, our alumni, and live stream guests. So welcome to everyone. We'll give an applause and thanks, and really thank the judges. The judges, it's like an amazing group, and we are really grateful you're here. We're celebrating the culmination of months of hard work by our students, and we are really excited to feature 10 finalists today. They have a very, very wide range of plans, and I don't know if we say this every year, but they are really a spectacular group, and I think the depth this year is the best that we've had. So I think you're going to enjoy all 10 teams. And before we begin, I'm going to say a few words about the program you're about to see. Over the last 29 years, the New Venture Challenge has been enormously successful. We've launched hundreds of businesses. Is that next slide, please? You can see how we've done. They have raised over $1.5 billion from investors. Those investments have helped create national brands. We had Grubhub, Braintree Venmo, Simple Mills, and Tovala, among others. Open Water, right here, that was the New Venture Challenge team. And you can see the New Venture Challenge teams have created at least $10 billion in exit value. Earlier this year, Simple Mills, our 2014 winner, was sold to Flowers Industries for almost $800 million. Yes, and congratulations to Caitlin, who cannot be here. That was an 80x return on the investment that people made in the finals. And that success has led to national recognition. It's led us to take the NVC model to several other tracks. We have a college New Venture Challenge for the college students, a social New Venture Challenge for social enterprises, and the global New Venture Challenge for executive MBA students. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit about the process. In January, we received 72 applications to the NVC. Based on feedback from our judges, we took 24, so only 1 out of 3 made it into the class. And then those 24 teams enrolled on our course. They were split into 2 sections. Mark took one, I took the other. And then we ran them through, Mark and me, through our incredible coaches. They're all here. Kevin Willer, Scott Metcalf, Larry Berlin, Ellen Rudnick, Michael Alter, Jennifer Chadwick, and then our presentation coaches, Megan Benjamin and Phyllis Deely. And the students will tell you, added a ton of value. And then the students got mentoring from the coaches, the faculty, people we introduced them to, and I want to thank all of you who helped. So thank you very much. Then the students presented twice in person, once in April, once in May, and they got very strong feedback. And what you'll see today is the progress that they made. And if you saw what they were like in February versus what they're like today, you would just be amazed. And we're amazed every year. So we've got 24 teams. We took it down to 10. And we used feedback from the finals judges, the coaches, the classroom judges, And it wasn't so easy. Out of those 24 teams, I think we could have put 14 in the finals, but that would have been too long a day. So the teams you're seeing are our 10 best. And last thing to say is when we started, the NBC prize pool was $20,000. In the last 3 years, the winning teams have received over $5 million total. Last year, it was $2 million in investment. Most of the prize money is in the form of equity that'll be priced in the future, and hopefully the money that comes from the school will get returned to this program. And I think I told people last night, if you would put $1 into each of the winners from 2001 to 2020, so that's $20, you would already have returned over 200, and there are 2 or 3 teams that have not exited yet. So putting an investment in these teams is greater than a 10x return, which is a top decile venture capital fund. So let's hope that happens today. And to go over the ground rules and tell you some more, my colleague and friend, Mark Tebbe.
Thanks, Steve. Let me get the clicker here. Okay, first and foremost, I want to point out the importance to everybody here, as Steve pointed out, of the entire team. But today, the most critical part of our team is our judges, who've come from all over the place and who are going to see all the different teams present. And so we thank them all for taking the time to coming in, and more importantly, for your giving us the day today. It will be well worth your time. All right, so let's jump ahead here. It's all the different. So going through all of this, the sponsors are super important in the overall process because we wouldn't have a program without it. And the first and most important one is Ed Kaplan, who unfortunately couldn't be here today because he entitled the entire thing. No relation to Steve, by the way, just FYI. But created the program in 1997 and has endowed it the whole entire time. But the program took a step up a few years ago when Ratan Khosla decided, let's bump up the prize for the first place team, and donated it to the university enough so that the first place team could get at least $150,000, which was the entire size of the pool the year before. And that began the step up of what we've been able to see. And so now Ratan has stepped it up even more, and this, having seen the teams this year, has said the investment had increased from 150 to 185 last year. So 185 doesn't have a very good ring to it. I think 225 has a better ring. And so he raised and donated more money. So the first place team will get at least $225,000 as a result of Ratan's gift. So thank you very much, Ratan. Then we had another judge, Bernicia, who came along and basically said, that's nice, I want to make sure that the second place team gets something. She gave a little bit of money for the first place team, another $50,000, but then came along and gave another $100,000 for the second place team. So the second place team, as a result of Venetia, is going to get at least $100,000. So thank you very much, Venetia. The sponsorships kept on coming. We had a private equity investor who's really an entrepreneur, but he runs a private equity fund, who basically said, that's really great, I'd love to give some money to the school. I'm not here to endow a classroom or anything else like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to invest in this program. Invested in the MVC winners and decided to basically give $2 million of investment for the school to basically invest in the teams over the next 5 years. We invested some last year, we're going to invest more this year. But that $2 million, based on Steve's calculation, will be a great return for the overall school. But the Purcell Venture Investment Prize is that pool, and we will see them later today. So thank you very much, Greg and Francine, for that. We also have a bunch of other sponsors who are super important. I won't read through them all, but just in the interest of time. But Caruso, Denton's, Jim Frank, Venetia again, Greg Purcell, and Robert Vishney are the core ones that are platinum. We also have what we call gold, silver, and bronze, which is the list there. And then we lastly have in-kind sponsors who really make a big difference here for the overall organization and making it happen. And with that, we can finally begin to produce the MVC and make it all possible, and giving the students access to a lot of resources to make sure that they do their business as well as possible. That's what led to today. If you think about the overall accomplishments, as Steve pointed out, if you saw them in February with the original feasibility studies and saw them today, you'd be in awe of how much these students have progressed. It's the overall process and progress that does it, but they're here to tell you their businesses today. So let me just walk through a few of the ground rules of it. First and foremost, we're going to ask that the room is contained. So if you want to get up and leave, we ask that anyone does that during the 3-minute break between teams, and do it quietly and everything else like that. But once you're in this room, we ask that you stay in the room for the entire 25-minute presentation. Now, when I say 25-minute presentation, it's a 2-part presentation. The first part is a 10-minute presentation where we ask the judges not to interrupt them and not ask questions. Let them present their 10 minutes. We have it timed to the second here, and I guarantee they're very aware of that 10-minute mark. And they will be done within the 10 minutes, I hope. But they most probably will be. And then the tables turn to the judges with Q&A. So all we ask is that first, put your hand up and let the students call on you, because we've got 26 judges here. We've got 15 minutes. We're obviously not going to get to every question, but let them pick and choose which judge they want to take a question from. And when you ask your question, we ask that it just be short and to the point and end in a question mark, ideally. We'll have lots of time for give feedback to them along the way, but we want to really tease out their plans with questions. And so we have a 15-minute Q&A session. And basically, as you're doing that, at the end of all of this, we'll do 3 teams, we'll take a break. We'll do 3 teams, we'll take a lunch. We'll take 2 teams and take a break. Take 2 more teams, take a lunch. And then we're going to ask the judges to basically reconvene here and basically decide the winners of today's event. And so that'll be a lot of exciting. At 5 o'clock, it's a long day. There's no question about that. But at 5 o'clock, we will announce the winners, both on the live stream as well as upstairs in the Winter Garden. In the course of that, I do have one logistical question, or one logistical comment. For the judges, we gave you what used to be called green sheep water when she was in class, but now it's called open water, and it's doing fabulously well. All I ask is, the one downside to this product is when you go to open it, it's very loud. So if you want to take a sip of water in the next 25 minutes, go ahead and open it up right now. And I'm going to do the same. Yeah, it's a loud can, but it's great water. It's selling well. You should buy it all over. They sell it upstairs in the cafeteria. Anyway, it's a phenomenal product. And so with that, people who are just here in the audience, I just ask that you keep quiet, keep the whispering and everything to none. And no comments from the peanut gallery on that one. The judges, it's your day. So thank you very much for everyone for being here. It's going to be a great MVC, as Steve pointed out. We've got some amazing teams, some of the best I've ever seen. I've been doing this almost as long as Steve, but not quite as long as Steve. But so I'll take his word to govern the whole thing. So we have here, again, as I pointed out, we're going to have our comments. We're going to have 3 teams. We're going to take a 20-minute break. We're going to have 3 more teams. We're going to take a lunch break. 2 teams take another break, and then 2 more teams, and then the closing remarks. Is there any questions from any of the judges on what we walked through? Okay. Well, we're running about a minute ahead of schedule, which is awesome, because we will do our best to keep this time schedule for everyone, because we have people from around the world who want to watch each of the different teams, and they know exactly to the minute and local time what it's going to be. So we want to make sure we're on time for that. And one other thing on the rules. The students will, during the Q&A period, during the presentation period, when it hits 10 minutes, they're done talking. But when it hits the Q&A period, if you're in the beginning of a question, you can go ahead and finish your question even though the buzzer went off, and they can finish their answer, if the buzzer goes off. So you'll see some of them get a little antsy right when it gets, 4 seconds left to try to get another question. But that's how we handle the time on that, so you'll be aware of that. So with that, let's get ready for our first team relos. Okay. I was told the people in the back will pull the right slide up for us. Now, I want the student slides. Want the student slides off this laptop up front. Thank you. All right, and Realist is going to come in, and they're already mic'd up. So with that, we'll take a sec here and a little logistics.
Okay.
That's forward, that's backward. If I need to worry about it.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Yep.
And then just be calm.
Okay.
Till I get to you.
Sounds good.
All right? So with that. Ladies and gentlemen, first team Relos.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos, where we help real estate agents get from offer to close simplified. I unknowingly started this journey over 10 years ago when I bought my first home with my VA home loan benefit on Oahu, Hawaii. By 2018, I transitioned into a career in mortgage lending, and by 2020, I was the #4 VA lender by volume in the country. I'd funded over $275 million in loan volume and was party to over 500 purchase transactions. During that time, I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Real estate transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions to close within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has their own understanding of the requirements of a purchase contract. They all work with a different sense of urgency, and they all like to communicate and share documents via different mediums. So with Relos, we use AI to convert complicated home purchase contracts into tailored workflows for real estate agents, their clients, and third-party stakeholders. In 2 months since launch, we're currently handling 8% of transaction volume in our pilot market, Oahu, Hawaii, which totals $30 million in real estate value, and real estate agents have trusted us with $750,000 of their commission. And now I'll hand it over to Armand to talk about how we do this.
Thanks, Zach. Hi, everyone. My name's Armand, and prior to Booth, I spent 7 years as a software engineer. After intense customer discovery, we found that the average high-producing agent does on average 25 deals per year, and with the Relos platform, they're saving 12 hours per deal. This affords them 300 additional hours per year, unlocking $360,000 in commissions, and it's part of why we've seen the amazing traction to date on the Relos platform. Here's how it all happens. It all starts when the agent uploads their purchase contract. Everything you see happening behind me is happening in real time. The agent confirms that the documents look correct, and then we automatically extract, split, and sort the documents. We present the data in the beautiful view you're about to see on the right, and this process today takes an agent 2 hours of manual work. We turn it into just seconds. The agents love this view because it helps not only them, but also their core stakeholders, the buyers and sellers, giving them unparalleled insight into their transaction. We generate an intelligent task list and timeline that helps keep the deal on track, and also is dynamic. So as stakeholders are added through the process, things can shift. This is something our customers love, and it's part of the magic of a Relos transaction. And with that, I'll pass it off to Saurav to talk about financials.
Hi, I'm Saurav. Prior to Booth, I worked in fintech and developed language models. Being a real estate agent, that isn't cheap. On average, real estate agents spend $275 a month on different tech stack, and that can rise up to $500. On top of that, they need to hire transaction coordinators, and that can cost them up to $1,000. So we are saving for them by pricing ourselves at annually $360 per license and $100 per transaction after benchmarking against our competitors and talking to our highest producing customers. Real estate agents in Hawaii need to hold on to transaction documents for 7 years by law. And with different state laws, our average retention becomes 5 years, which delivers over $1,800 in contribution margin and a 4.8x LTV to CAC ratio. Based on the number of transactions and agents in 2024, our TAM comes out to be $1 billion. Yes, this is a big market. However, the market was a historic standstill. So this TAM will keep on growing. And a slow market is the perfect time for Relos to launch, as agents aren't hustling for volume right now. They're scrambling to streamline operations and reduce transaction friction. They need something new. They want Relos. By 2029, the license count on our platform grows to 120,000 and transactions to 380,000. Which delivers a top-line revenue of $71 million. And this is not a story of growth at any cost. Our gross margins also rise to 90% by year 3. Now, let's look at how we are getting there. Yanni.
Thank you, Saurav. Hi, everyone. My name is Yanni, and prior to Booth, I worked at a hospitality software startup. Zach became a top mortgage lender by leveraging one key insight. 1% of real estate agents are responsible for 40% of transaction volume. these high-producing agents become power nodes in their local markets and connect 95% of the real estate sphere. This reflects exactly how Relos is going to market. We don't need to target every agent in the US, just the high-producing 1%, which gives us a path to efficiently scale our sales and marketing spend. Now, high producers love Relos because we allow them to avoid the broken transaction closings that they cannot afford. As high producers onboard their deal volume onto Relos, they bring with them more agents and other transaction parties, which serves to centralize the previously fragmented suite of process and communication tools. That leads to faster transaction closings and a seamless transaction experience, which drives referrals who onboard their transaction volume, and the flywheel grows from there. Now, Relos has only been around for about 2 months, but we've seen some incredible early traction. As you can see, our transaction and our weekly active user count are growing meaningfully. Those numbers are week over week. In addition, a third of the users on Relos have come organically through product-led growth, with 0 outreach from the Relos team. Furthermore, over half of the transactions on Relos are coming from recurring users, demonstrating that our platform is permeating agents' workflows, which gives us confidence that the platform is here to stay. Now, our strategy and our flywheel have yielded a $220,000 pilot, which covers a range of customer types. That diversity is important because it allows us to comprehensively cover every party in a transaction and expand via several avenues in the real estate ecosystem. Relos is also working on establishing a number of strategic partnerships that will get our platform in front of thousands of agents. The Scott Bly School of Real Estate, for example, trains 10% of agents on Oahu. They're marketing Relos to all of their agents at their next session in June. Citywide Home Mortgage, a 50-state lender, has also endorsed Relos, and we're working with them on a comprehensive state-by-state rollout. Now, Relos started in Hawaii, but our clients, our customers, and our partners are aggressively pulling us into new states already. Horoski Homes, for example, is opening an office in Colorado next week. We're going to be there at the launch party. Horoski Homes plans to use Relos as a differentiating factor in Colorado to drive more referral business for their platform. We expect this motion to happen over and over again and expand our revenue base. With that, I'll hand it off to Anji.
Thanks, Yanni. My name is Anji, and I spent years advising startups on their go-to-market strategies while at AWS. Now, let's take a look at our competitive landscape. We break this landscape into 2 buckets, agent-to-brokerage platforms and agent-to-client communication tools. We know that we're not going to replace 100% of these tools, but with thoughtful integration, we plan to partner with agent-to-client communication tools to replace agent-to-brokerage platforms and be where agents manage their transactions end-to-end. By 2035, Relos will be where agents work. Mass adoption of our platform unlocks lucrative data opportunities. You may be familiar with Zillow's Zestimate. Despite their $16 billion market cap, their Zestimate is incredibly simplistic, and this is because no one has access to the gold standard of industry data, which are home appraisals and inspections. But we do. Buyers upload their appraisals and inspections over the course of a transaction. As we acquire that data, we are able to extract insights and turn those insights into our own automated valuation models for home pricing and provide insurers with neighborhood and property level insights. With that, I'll hand it back to Zach.
Thanks, Anji. So I talked a little bit about my personal contributions in mortgage lending, but as the producing sales manager for the Veterans Mortgage Source, I helped grow our branch from 5 to 50 employees and $100 million a year in funded loan volume to over $500 million a year. As a leader in the US Army, I led tactical teams ranging in size from 12 to 140 soldiers, and I'm joined by Remarco, our CTO, a UChicago alum who has prior startup experience, and he's complemented by Co, a former senior software engineer at Compass, a tech-enabled real estate brokerage. I'd like to highlight Kazi. We just hired her. Every transaction that I lended on in Oahu, she was almost certainly the transaction coordinator. I did a demo trying to earn her business. She was really excited about what we're doing, so she decided to join Relos, and she also gets us a great foothold across the states. You've heard from our NVC team, and we also have a great advisory board. Alan has raised over $100 million during his entrepreneurial career, and he's here to help our engineering team, and Jerry and Aaron are poised to help us grow across the United States. We're raising a $2.5 million pre-seed round, and we're over $500,000 of the way there. Most of these funds have come from myself, Booth classmates, real estate professionals, and software engineers. We plan to use these funds to develop a mobile application with an AI voice transaction coordinator so real estate agents can interact with Relos where they work in their car. This will also enable us to vertically integrate to onboard brokerages and successfully expand to 3 new states. And finally, I'd like to highlight Evalani. Evalani is a transaction coordinator on Oahu, and 2 months ago, she was ready to quit her job. We onboarded her onto Relos, and now she's happy to go to work, and she's taking more business with one stipulation. Agents that work with her must use Relos. So thank you so much for your time and supporting the New Venture Challenge, and we'll open it up for questions. Robert?
You guys talked a little about the customer acquisition model. So how do you think about the top 1% of real estate agents versus going after brokerages? And so what's the difference between churn in those two categories?
Yeah, can you go to the vertical integration slide, Armand? So brokerages, if I'm a broker in charge at a real estate brokerage, like my job is to get the highest producing agents at my brokerage. So the reason why we're targeting high producing agents is because they actually have the most power at their brokerage. So if they're using a tool, that's actually the key to get inside that brokerage. So when I was a mortgage lender, that's exactly what I did. I would work with the high producers, and then a couple months from then, I'd be doing classes at the brokerage. So they're really yes, they have a boss, but they kind of run the brokerage and they run the culture within that brokerage. I can't see your name. Jake? Yeah.
Very nice presentation. Interested to understand a little bit more about the competitive environment. Who else is playing, how far along they are, and how you would seek to be able to hold an advantage.
Sure, yeah. Remarco?
Yeah, Armand, would you mind going to the competitive landscape appendix slide? So as Anji mentioned earlier, we broke up our competitive landscape into two categories, which is agent to brokerage and agent to client. So what agent to client sort of looks like is DocuSign as well as email and text messages, which is how they communicate directly with their client. And agent to brokerage is a system like Dotloop or Skyslope, which is how they communicate and hold on to documents with their brokerage. So if you can go to our differentiation slide now. What makes us different is 3 key points. Traditional firms, what they do is they essentially act as an after-the-fact compliance tool. They force users to manage the compliance of the entire transaction end-to-end, and then afterwards they allow agents to upload their documents for that 7-year compliance that Saurav talked about. What we do is we take in that contract and we use our tool, Paper Shredder, to convert that into actionable tasks. Because of this, we're proactive because we can inform agents and clients and escrow and title throughout the process what they have to do. We're prescriptive, we tell them exactly how they have to do it, and we're collaborative because we allow them to work together rather than all of them using their own platforms individually.
And this is unique right now?
Yeah, it is, yes, because as I mentioned, what almost everyone else does is after the fact compliance. If you go to our Why Now slide, Armand, the main reason that this wasn't possible before, which we think is now, is right now, I just want to focus on generative AI. It allows us to essentially take in that contract and automatically parse it and read it into our system. So it takes that 2-hour process, and by formatting it correctly, we cut it down to just seconds, like Armand mentioned earlier.
Sam?
Sorry, you'd think this is my first time here. Can you talk a little bit more about the maturity of the product? It seems very thin in that it simply reads a contract with AI and then has lists all the fields in a nice little image there. So I'm curious just about how deep you think the product has to go from here. And that ties into what you think your moat is over time, because I think all of these simple wrappers on Gen AI are just going to become eventually competed away. So I'd love to hear that. And then third, why do you think you guys are going to be the ultimate data source here? It seems like the appraisal companies themselves, the insurers themselves will all have much better data than you will.
Yeah, I'll start by answering your first question. So the last question first, and then I'll turn it over to Marco. So the appraisal and the home inspection, they're property of the buyer. So the appraisal management company and the home inspector, that is not their property. That goes to the buyer. Can you go to the data storage slide? So with Relos, we give the buyer specifically the option to pay for data storage on our platform, and if they opt out of that, we can actually capture that data. So I did this. I went and looked for my appraisal from a home for an appendix slide, and I couldn't find it. These documents get lost with every transaction. And if you go to your home purchase, it's in your inbox, it's your property, nobody else can touch that. And then to talk more about the product, Marco, would you like to take that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I have the clipper?
Yeah.
And can we go to the product snapshots, Armand? So we actually originally built the tool entirely without AI, and agents still loved it because our tool, Paper Shredder, isn't just what takes the AI, it's also what creates that task system from beginning to end. So even before AI, it took hours out of their workload by creating tasks like this, as well as a timeline, as well as a calendar. So these are all things that transaction coordinators or agents traditionally spend hours working on, and whenever a small, minute thing changes, they have to rebuild this from scratch, requiring even more hours. As for a competitive moat, can you just jump to that slide, Armand? Actually, product roadmap, sorry. We essentially want to focus on features that build out this competitive moat even further. We started off with what we believe is a moderate, already a fairly strong moat of something that cuts hours out of their timeline that no one else is building. But with our features that we know our agents want, such as email and MLS integration, as well as vertical integration and scheduling, and then moving into the things that we want to do in the future, such as contract generation, as well as the mobile app and virtual assistant that Zach mentioned, we think we can start with our current moat and make it even stronger over time.
Yeah, Vijay?
So great presentation, right? You're offering a lot of workflows eventually to automate a lot of human tasks for transaction coordinator, right? Do you have a different TAM if you look at this as a SaaS product versus AI as a service, where you're offering transaction coordination as a service? Is the market bigger, smaller? Is the go-to-market going to be different if you look at workflow automation?
If I'm asking, are you saying if we expanded to other industries?
No, so you're offering a SaaS tool per seat, right? But you're saving a lot of time for one person, in this case, transaction coordinator. And if you look at how much time saves times number of transaction coordinators times the cost, right? Are you going to come at a different TAM and different go-to-market strategy for AI as a service versus SaaS product?
Yeah, so can you go to the unit economics slide? So if I'm understanding your question correctly, so they pay the SaaS license is the $360 annually, and then we charge per transaction. As far as expanding our TAM, so our TAM is based solely off transaction management, the number of agents and the number of transactions in the United States. We do not include the data opportunity, which I really am most excited about. Did that answer your question? Oh.
It does. I think this AI as a service, where the TAMs can be much, much bigger than just software TAMs,
right?
Which is pretty limited in some of these industries, right? So one way to think about it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Mark?
Actually, I'll leave that slide up because that was what I wanted to ask you about. We find when investing in software, the LTV to CAC is really critical, and 4.8 is a strong number. My question is how you see both of those pieces moving going forward, because seems like the LTV is much higher if you get the top agents. Is there the same number of top agents that you'll penetrate, or ultimately do you end up with more average agents driving that down? And how does that drive on the CAC side as well?
Yeah, we thought a lot about that. Yanni?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. So yes, to answer your question, top-end agents would increase our LTV if our model was built purely off of those top high-producing agents. The LTV to CAC would be significantly higher. However, through the product-led growth, high-producing agents also onboard, just above average and average agents, and our model is based off of those numbers to get to the 4.8. So I think over time, a combination of onboarding more high-producing agents as well as expanding, within a critical mass within each state can actually raise our LTV to CAC over time.
Thank you.
Guy?
Hey, Zach. Nice job, everyone. I noticed that Qualia was not on your competitor slide. Can you talk a little bit more about Qualia and why you don't view them as a competitor?
Yeah, we'd love to. You want to take this one?
Yeah. Thank you for asking. So Qualia is one of the competitors that we looked at. However, they approach this from an escrow and title perspective rather than an agent perspective. And one of the key differences that we think this makes is if you look at even Qualia's website, one of the testimonials they mentioned is that the agent said they chose a title or escrow company because they had Qualia, which means that in the end, they're not advertising or built for the end client who's actually driving the transaction, which is the agents and transaction coordinators. Because we're focusing on the actual drivers of the transaction, we think that we can focus on what actually matters in a transaction, whereas quality just focuses, similar to the other companies that we talked about, on after the fact and sometimes right before the end of those closing documents.
Quick question, follow-up question. So if you think about the corpus of behind-the-scenes activity in a transaction, there's some that's done by the transaction coordinator, there's some that's done by the mortgage broker, there's some that's done by the title insurance company who does the closing as well. Where do you think the majority of that lies?
The majority of the work that gets done.
Of the effort, yeah.
The effort.
Like amongst those parties, where is the majority of it done?
Yeah, so the real estate agent manages that, and that's also why we're focused on the real estate agent, because they actually refer the title, to just touch on qualia briefly. And then, so the real estate agent manages the whole thing. Like if the client's upset, they're gonna yell at the real estate agent, and the real estate agent's gonna find the service provider to yell at. That's the flow. The actual transaction itself, most of the work is really done by the transaction coordinator for the, like hitting the administrative gates or the compliance, things like that. So, it's very important for us, and in our pilot, we have a ton of transaction coordination companies to work with them, and they're also onboarding their agents because they like our software so much.
And that's at the broker?
So there's independent transaction coordinators, some team leaders, like one of our big teams, Horoski Homes, they have their own independent transaction coordinator, that's Ivalani, and then some brokerages have an in-house TC. Chris?
Could you talk briefly about your strategy for expansion, scaling? So as you go out to other states, what resources do you guys have in place to do that? And then are there any regulatory burdens by state by state?
Yeah, I'm going to start with the last part first. Can you go to legal expansion? So what we've done in Hawaii and what we plan on replicating across the United States is we essentially hire two law firms. So we hire the law firm that represents the State Association of Realtors, and then we hire a transaction attorney. Now, in this case, the Scott Bly School of Real Estate, he's the transaction attorney that we hired. He loves the products. That's why he's marketing it at his schools. So we actually look at the transaction attorneys as a great partner to expand, because a lot of times they teach like licensing. So this will be our plan moving forward and who we target to partner with as attorneys. And then they also help write our descriptions in the platform that educate the realtors' clients on like what the requirements are, so agents can have more meaningful conversations with their clients. And then as far as state-by-state expansion, can you go to the main deck, the expansion slide? So, Hawaii is an interesting place. I get that question a lot, and I know that's not directly what you asked, but it's a great place for real estate because most high net worth clients need to get referred into Hawaii. So, and they refer them to high producing agents at their brokerage so they can collect a referral fee. So that's the relationship. So every top producing agent is gonna have referral partners in major markets, and they're actually that was my method of action as a lender. I would do a really good job with market leaders in Hawaii. They'd refer me out to their partners. Hey, Zach does a great job. So they pull us into states, like Horoski Homes is a great example. They tried to expand to California, didn't go too hot, and now they see Relos as a great way for the team leader to manage sort of her new agents in that market. So these market leaders have nationwide connections, and if you're in with them and they like you and they like your service, they're gonna refer you to their partners across the states. Alec?
Thank you. That was a very good job. Is the ultimate client here that makes the actual decision to use you guys the agent or the brokerage agency? One. Two, does it require then compatibility with the agent to brokerage software that's existing? And then three, the existing data that is kept or required to be kept from a regulatory perspective, if it's existing on a particular platform, what does that mean for one of the agencies to select you guys to replace it?
Yeah. Can you go back to the vertical integration slide? Yeah, so the highlighted in green is where we're spending our time, and then with the use of funds, we plan on hiring engineers to expand to the local brokerage level probably within the next year. The national brokerage level may not make a ton of sense, but there's a ton of local brokerages, think at properties or a regional brokerage. So for us to go for enterprise clients, we would go for regional brokerages first. At end state, at end state, absolutely, we want to be selling to national brokerages, and we want to replace Dotloop and SkySlope, what they use now, because again, those are reactive compliance tools, and this is proactive. So We read the contract, we tell everybody exactly what they need to do, we collect the documents in real time, and then we store them on the back end rather than like an upkeep and maintenance. So this would save a national brokerage a ton of time. However, due to the complexity of expanding on a state-by-state basis, we might be able to do pilots, and we're talking to some national brokerages for doing a pilot in Hawaii and some of our early markets. But at end state, like yes, we want to be selling to national brokerages.
Do you know what percent of the 1% of top agents belong to national brokerages?
Not off the top of my head. Jim?
So do you have any liability if you make a mistake in directing people to get the right documents or have the process go correctly?
Yeah, so when someone enters in their contract data, they have to, every single time, they have to click a box that basically removes liability from us. So if you remember when the video was playing, the information is displayed on the right, the purchase contract's on the left. It's the agent's responsibility to double check that our reading is accurate. I do a demo a day about, over the past 2 months, I haven't seen an inaccurate reading based off of our contract reading. However, we still tell agents in every demo, and we remind them every time they click confirm that they do have to double check their timelines. So once they click that they confirm that liability is passed off to them, and that's been vetted by our attorneys.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So judges, if you could take the next couple minutes and finalize your evaluation of Relos, that would be great. And remember to hit submit at the end. We'll get ready for the next team. Ready? Okay. Slightly different clicker this time. Green button goes forward. Give them a minute to finish that up. I guess we go.
Two of our team members are getting mic'd up. They ran out of mics.
Oh, there we go.
I think.
Lots of you guys.
Yeah.
How's how are you doing?
All right, judges, when we start wrapping it up, remember to hit submit. And then also one other thing for the judges and for everyone in the room, please. If you can make sure you mute your phones and your laptops. A lot of people should have laptops to those that are working, and obviously the judges. But just go ahead and hit the mute button so that we don't have any more dinging of it. That'd be great. And also, judges, one thing I forgot to mention when I was doing the opening comments is you will see some of the team members who do not present. One of the requirements of our MVC is that only students can present. So what you saw, like for example in Relos, one of the founders is not a student. He was available for Q&A, but he was not to be presenting during the actual presentation. You'll see that throughout today. And let's see, it looks like the judges are pretty ready. It looks like everything's ready. Okay, our next team is GovChime. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jose Gonzalez. I'm the co-founder and CEO of GovChime. At GovChime, we're the tech-enabled prime contractor. What does that mean? We find government opportunities, we dissect the thousands of pages required to understand them, we find a local business to do the work, and we submit the project, make a margin on top. During my time in the military, I had the opportunity to deploy to Kabul, Afghanistan. There, I managed over 40 federal contractors and realized how convoluted and complicated the federal procurement system really is. Today, I'm joined by my co-founder, Daniel Shagan, an ex-founder, construction entrepreneur, and a 10-year general contractor. GovChime operates in a very massive but difficult to navigate marketplace, and we've been able to build a nice business over the last 14 months that we've been operating. Let me show you one of our recent contract wins. This is a $1.4 million 5-year contract, and the process began by identifying the need. A nuclear missile triad, such as Warren Air Force Base, releases a solicitation for sanitation services. We go in, we identify the solicitation, identify the opportunity, and dissect the thousands of pages required to submit the proposal. We then go into the vendor selection process. So we analyze the competitive landscape, we find a local vendor that's trustworthy and reliable that could perform the work, and then we go ahead and partner with them in order to submit the project. Finally, we take our domain expertise and put together all these pieces into a comprehensive proposal and finalize it and submit it to the federal government. This journey highlights GovChime's end-to-end capability from opportunity identification to proposal submission to contract execution, and the ongoing management ensuring mission success for our high-profile federal clients. Not only have we been able to do this for one project, but we've been able to win 31, and actually, that's a typo. As of yesterday, after submitting our slides, we have signed 3 additional contracts, totaling 34 contract wins over the last 14 months. We've been able to book $9.7 million worth of contracts. We've realized $2.1 million in revenue and made $1 million in gross profit over the last 14 months. One of the reasons why we've been so successful is because of our expansive partner network. We have over 3,000 businesses that partner with us on low-risk, highly winnable projects. Now, putting our achievements and our future growth potential into perspective, let's take a closer look at what this market size truly is. So on the left-hand side, you can see the federal marketplace. That's the marketplace we're currently playing in, and we're succeeding. On the right-hand side, you're going to see state, local, and education contracts. We expect to break into this massive marketplace that's bigger than the federal contracting space within the next 6 months. Combined, we have a realistic sum of $15 billion. As we look ahead into capturing this $15 billion sum, the question becomes, how do we actually reach scale? That is where combining our domain expertise and technology becomes our differentiator and our growth engine to win faster and unlock scale faster. Being a tech-enabled prime means that we're automating and optimizing our critical workflows. We'll reduce the time it takes us to find a bid, understand the opportunity. Our system will intelligently match opportunities to business partners local to the area that the project is being performed. And our system will also discover crucial data insights that will shape our proprietary pricing model, what we call our agency target range. Now let's take a look at what this product looks like and what the growth engine and how the growth engine will drive more wins and faster scaling to life. One of the hardest things we solve for is giving access to businesses an easy to understand and navigate platform to view opportunities. Through a product-led growth strategy, we're going to be offering access to live solicitations. Businesses will be able to derive executive summaries and guide them through key components of the project. Our technology will condense the thousands of pages of contract documents to provide an easy to understand insights and analytics into the project. The real game changer here is our platform acts as a free inbound sales engine for our partners, empowering them to bid on more contracts directly to us as the prime contractor, while we leverage their activity to exponentially increase our submission volume. In essence, every business will have this platform and they will become a growth agent fueling our expansion for success. As you just saw in our demo, our technology dramatically streamlines every step of the RFP process. Now let's look at the impact. This product-led growth strategy, we're not just making incremental gains, we're positioning to scale at an entirely new level. This approach enables us to increase our submission volume 20-fold, moving from reviewing just 100 RFPs per month to thousands, while simultaneously cutting our submission hours by nearly 99%. Now I'll go ahead and pass it along to Paul, and he's going to be speaking about our partner network.
Awesome. Thank you, Jose. So a key ingredient to our success so far has been our partner network of 3,000 firms. On the right is our CRM tool, which we use to manage these relationships. They range from small mom-and-pop firms, such as Bravo Care, to $80 billion behemoths, such as Waste Management. In order for us to actualize our vision, we need to scale this partner network. We have a 3-pronged strategy to do so. The first is a content marketing engine. On the left is a screenshot of it. We provide small businesses key data such as agency spend trends and geographic analysis to help them run their businesses more effectively, all for free. Secondly, as Jose demoed, we have our organic growth engine. We align incentives. Small businesses want to make money, and we help them do so. And finally, for key projects, we're going to continue direct outreach in order to find the right partner for the right job. And all of this is going to be supported by social media contracts with key GovCon influencers. And I'll pass it over to Ali for unit margins.
So let's break down our unit economics. We look at the average contract, which on an annualized basis is $130,000. We pay roughly 65% to our subcontractors, leaving us with net revenue of $45,000. Our cost of sales, which includes things like insurance, bonding, and project management, are $12,000, leaving us with a contribution margin of $33,000, or 72% when you compare it to our net revenue. This is in line with players like Booz Allen. Let's see what this looks like longer term. So we're scaling from around 9 million in business today to 380 million by 2030, realizing a net revenue of around 140 million. How we do this? So we plan to scale our contract wins from this year around 50, and we've already achieved slightly more than half of that, as we saw before, to nearly 3,000 by 2030. We'll also scale our partners in network from 4,000 today to about 80,000 in 2030. You can see the improvement this has in our key metrics down below. In terms of profitability, we'll be reinvesting our cash flows in technology, in hires and vertical expansion, as well as external financing to eventually reach 80 million in profitability by 2030. With that being said, I'll pass it over to John to talk about our value proposition.
Why are we in a unique position to do this now? There's 6 major reasons on the screen in front of you. I'm going to take the time today to talk to you about 4 of them. First, contract stickiness. With over 60% of our contracts having a timeline of at least 5 years, we develop a relationship with our partners that will withstand the test of time. Second, project financing. Thanks to the unit economics that Ali just talked about, we're in a position that we can pay our partners faster than the government would. Third, our proprietary pricing model. This gives us the ability to consistently price in what we call the agency target range, or ATR, to ensure that our bid prices aren't too high and they're not too low. And then finally, our GovChime platform. This is the bow that ties all of our advantages together. It takes the lessons we've learned, the model we've built, and it makes our results repeatable at scale. And with that, I'll be followed by Derek to talk about our competitive positioning.
Why are we going to win? GovChime is the first to combine software scale with prime contracting execution, something that legacy brokers, those at the top left, and contract aggregators, those at the bottom right, simply can't do. They either stop at passively listing opportunities or making introductions while we go end to end, sourcing the opportunity, generating the bid, pricing it accurately, and actually doing the work. You might ask, why can't a prime contractor couple with a contract aggregator and do the exact same thing that you're doing? They're already doing this, and they will likely win more bids. However, we are the first to leverage AI to go after the 23 million small businesses that are hungry to break into government contracting. They're finding the opportunity. They're coming to us saying, I'm ready to work. All we need you guys to do is win the contract, and we are poised to do that. That's going to give us real sustained delivery power, and that's only going to deepen the moat to where these legacy contractors will be unable to catch us. That's how we win. Over to Jose to wrap us up.
We're already working in this business full-time. Me and my co-founder are working full-time post-NVC. We're bringing in 3 of our team members from Booth full-time this summer as well. So we're very much so in this business. Now looking into what we're asking for, it's a $2 million cash injection for product, sales and marketing, and new vertical expansion. And next, we're going to look at how we're going to get from 1 billion to 15 billion. That's from scaling our current verticals, the new vertical expansion I just mentioned, and breaking into SLED contracts. Finally, we get into why we're ready to transform government contracting. It's a big opportunity, bigger opportunity, one time away. Thank you.
We can clap too, right? Yeah, we can clap. I was like, do we clap?
Yeah.
You clap for Jose.
Brent?
Your ratio of contract wins to partners is pretty low as you scale up. How do you keep partners happy or engaged? And when you onboarded them, did they have to do a lot of work, or did you automate the whole thing so that you can scale that partner network?
So the beautiful thing about our system is these partners are already doing commercial work. Most of their revenue is coming from that side of the house, and they never realized that they could break into federal contracting. What we're offering them is being their end-to-end partner as a prime contractor and allowing them the opportunity to break into government contracting. Although it might not always be successful for them, they're going to have the opportunity to at least see, view, and understand these opportunities and eventually potentially do work.
And it comes at 0 cost to them.
Yeah. Carter?
Hi, how do you think about disintermediation risk? So at the end of the term, the subcontractor just bids directly and cuts you out.
We're adding a lot of value to them during the process specifically in terms of financing. They really love the fact that we pay quick and don't have to wait the 60 to 90-day terms. On top of that, monitoring all these contracts is usually very difficult for them. Even for big companies like Waste Management, they don't have good systems to monitor and do all that. Of course, there's that risk always, but we are banking on our value proposition to these companies, and so far it's been great. We've already had multiple renewals on shorter contracts. With whom they want to continue working with us.
Just to add on to that, the best thing about our system also is that 60% of our contracts are 5-year contracts. So once we win, we stay. Yep.
Yeah.
Can't see your name, sorry.
Nice work. You guys, you also look like the Expendables, like pretty tough stuff up there. Especially the guy in the back. If I can get through the first 5, he's going to stop me. So good presentation. I think the thing that I don't follow is what is your advantage in winning the contracts as the prime? Like, I don't think you're women owned. I don't think you're minority owned. I don't think you're veteran owned. And so like, in order to scale, you need some angle.
Yeah, so we are a minority-owned business, and we're a service-disabled, veteran-owned business as the co-founder. Now, our big advantage is a few things. One is our proprietary pricing model. We're able to unlock key data insights that allow us to specifically target contracts that are low risk, high winnability, and basically view incumbent data information as to how they were priced in the past. With that data, we're able to compete, and just to give you some insight, we're able to compete against 15 to 20 companies per contract win and beat out all of them while maintaining really healthy margins.
And also just to add to that, we're getting multiple prices from our vast network. So we're able to really source the best possible partner for the specific product or service that's being offered.
And a quick follow-up, how do you ensure, like as you scale, how do you ensure quality to maintain your reputation?
Yeah, so we have a really good project management system where we have a single project manager for every 30 or so projects. And we maintain KPIs for our subcontractors. And also we have a layered approach where we have backups in case there's a failure, which has happened on one of these projects. We were able to replace that vendor within a few days and get and onboard a new vendor. And the government was completely okay with it. It was a very smooth transition.
Mark?
You wrote in the plan about your data moat, but didn't get really deep into that. My understanding is under FOIA, all this information is going to be publicly available. So how do you really have a data moat in a world where all that is publicly available?
Even though it's publicly available, it's extremely difficult to find. It's a very convoluted process, specifically incumbent information. If you try to look up any ex-government contract, try to look up the past, what it was awarded for in the past, it's almost impossible. It took us a few months to figure it out, but now we have a really good system where we could pull this data quickly and effectively.
When the incumbent prime brokers have the same technology you do, what will be your enduring advantage?
So out of the 34 contracts we won, 30 of them we beat incumbents. So we're replacing incumbents as we speak. Big advantage that we have is our vast partner network of over 3,000 businesses, where we've talked to all of their owners, chief operating officers, or chief sales agents. These businesses trust us to provide a good service to them and provide them work to eventually scale their businesses. Chris?
If you go back to your competitive landscape, there are other players with AI contracting RFP platforms out there. So it goes back then to this disintermediation question. How do you prevent smaller guys going to these other platforms and just doing them themselves?
I can take that, Jose. So what's really novel about this is that these contract aggregators have just kind of popped up. It's very, very new for everybody. And these legacy brokers will likely use these contract aggregators and bid proposals to be able to see more opportunities. But something that even if they have these new opportunities, these primes still have to go and find a subcontractor to be able to do the work. And that's what makes us unique, is because We are going to attack the 23 million small businesses that want to break into government contracting, develop the relationships with them to where we'll be able to win. There's plenty of contracts that these prime brokers want to execute, but they can't find a sub to actually do the work. So that's what's really going to give us lasting impact is our vast growing network.
David?
Yeah, it was a great presentation, by the way. And thank you for your service as a vet. One of my partners, Matt Biggie, is a veteran he also took down the Haiti dictator, so there's a lot of good stories there. But prior to joining Crosslink, he had a company called Strategic Social. They bid on federal contracts. They were all vet-owned, and they would do things like, in Afghanistan, somebody needs to build a cell phone tower. Like AT&T is not super hot on being in a combat zone, putting that up. So they did a lot of other things, but that would be typical: water systems, cell phone towers, et cetera, et cetera. So would they be a partner, a customer, or what? And then second question would be, I know a bunch of vets who are doing similar things. Is that a better market than small businesses who are trying to break in? In other words, can you enable people who already have bona fides and therefore are going to be more effective at winning contracts?
Yeah, great question. So they would be either a partner of ours or potentially down the line use our SaaS if we ever go public with the SaaS in terms of using our AA product and helping them with their RFP process and submitting bids. We're not really playing in that space either. If you go to the vertical slide, you can see sort of the space that we're playing in. Where are we operating? I think that addresses most of your question.
I know. Yeah, thanks. I just think it's more competitive than may sound because there are a lot of people like
it's definitely competitive
who kind of already have the credentials to go win these contracts.
Yeah, it's definitely competitive. We're beating significant numbers of bidders on these projects. The 3 projects we just won, on one of them I think there was 20 bidders. It's just we're banking on our data and our systems processes and our network to beat everybody out, which we've been proven to do. Alec?
Sorry, 2 questions. The first is, in the deck I saw, there was a fair amount of variation on the margin by contract, and so I'm just wondering about your bidding algorithm. Are you weighting those sort of by quality, or so you would be willing to take a lower margin on something that's lower risk? And related to risk, second part, do you guys have, as the prime, a residual warranty or some residual liability? And how do you think about the risk of that or credit risk on the provider?
Yes, so we require all of our subcontractors to add us as additionally insured on their policies, sign hold harmless agreements, and make sure they're fully covered if it's a service-based job. And then we have our own liability coverage as well with an umbrella policy that fully covers us for whatever we do. So we're definitely carry a lot of insurance and a heavy insurance policy. In terms of our project margin, we definitely would be willing to take lower margins on larger scale projects or lower risk projects. For sure, we target a gross profit of 35%, and to date we've been able to juice that on most of our projects actually to exceed the estimated 35% projects. Of course, that's not going to happen every single time, but we sort of use that as a baseline, and if we see, hey, our pricing is a little bit higher and and the incumbent price is competitive, it's a competitive contract, we would for sure reduce our margins to win the contract, specifically if it's a longer duration, lower risk project.
Just as a follow-up to that, so you're getting a bid, like a GMP from a provider, and then you don't know the price you're going to win at, and so is it sort of who takes on the risk of either excess margin versus anticipated on the win bid, or the reduction in margin depending on
that's us. We're taking that risk.
I saw the very curious slide. Could you talk about the exit strategy?
The exit strategy? You just flip that slide. Yep.
So it's interesting. Right now in public markets, you see a high variation of how these companies are valued at, you'll see anywhere from 11 times until I think Palantir's 500 times price earnings right now. So you see a massive disparity in valuations, but there's also a really attractive private market. IBM just bought Octo, I think 2 weeks ago for $1.3 billion. So I think there's a huge market for private companies looking for advantages to get into the public sector. And because of our business model and sort of the moat greater than the sum of our parts, I think we're going to be really attractive, especially to larger conglomerates who can use our systems, processes, and data to sort of supercharge their own sales engine. Of course, going public is always a dream, but yeah.
Eric?
Thank you. So you work with a lot of subcontractors. Have you already had a nightmare scenario in which one of them failed and then you have to go with another? If so, can you go deeper into that? And if not, what is the plan if that happens?
Yeah, so we had one project out of our 34 that didn't go according to plan. Wasn't because of subcontractor failure, because at the end of the day, they were doing porta potties. Very simple, easy to understand service. But actually, the equipment was stolen from the site, and our subcontractor quit. Because of our layered approach and the vast partner network we have, we replaced that subcontractor within 2 days, and the government agency was more than happy with the outcome. The best part about it is that we did not take a loss on the project. So, yep. Ezra?
Hey, great job, super interesting. I have heard, I guess, some rumors that there are efforts to downsize the amount of government spending. Have you seen anything over the last 6 months that reflects either a headwind or a tailwind for the business?
Could you flip to our vertical slide, please?
Yeah, that's a super interesting question. So there's obviously been a lot of talk about Doge. Anecdotally, we've had none of our contracts get affected because we're sort of doing mostly essential services for the government. We've had on one of our projects, the entire contract office quit. There was no disparity in work, payment, nothing. And then from our side, we've seen sort of a disinterest from a lot of our players. So sort of the fragmentation and downsizing of the number of people who are participating in these contracts. And so we actually think it's an advantage for us because when there's confusion, volatility, and fragmentation, new players can come in and scoop up a lot of market share. So that's actually been a good experience for us.
And then I saw in your business plan that you wanted to work with some of the transparency projects potentially as a go-to-market, like Data.Republican and
yeah, absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit more about how that might actually facilitate growth?
Yeah, I've actually DM'd. I've been talking to Data.Republican, which I love her stuff. I follow her all the time. Yeah, we definitely plan on contacting a lot of these influencers to sort of get us out there, specifically our content marketing campaign, which is sort of Doge.gov is getting around 800,000 unique visitors per month. And so there's a large need. A lot of people want this data. It's just really tough to find. So we're sort of surfacing it in a really UI friendly way. If you've been to Data.Republican site, hers I think is more advanced and gets more into like the DEI stuff. That's not really stuff that we want to get involved with. We want to show agency statistics, how much work is being done. We want to show our partner network like what they can grab as their part of the pie, right? Because everybody wants the federal government part of the pie and they just don't know how to get it. So we want to surface it, use a really clean UI, and even if we get a small percentage of what Doge.gov is showing, I think we're going to expand our partner network vastly, which is a huge advantage for us.
Cool, super interesting, thank you.
Jake?
Great presentation. I'd like to understand a little bit more about scalability and your cost to serve. Understand the acquisition part of the contract, but over that duration, what responsibilities do you have to the contract? How much of that is automated? How much of that is human beings?
In terms of the management, we have a really good management style in terms of assigning a project accountant and a project manager to a specific set of industries and projects for every single industry served. So we'll have a single project management for an industry and assign sub-project managers and staff accountants on each of those. And in the contracts that we're working with, it's a lot of repeatable actions, and for those contracts that have less repeatable actions, we pay a little bit more attention, but we carry 0 assets on our balance sheet, nothing, and a lot of that is up to the subcontractors and vendors to manage. So we do a lot of our work during the vetting process to make sure they can perform it properly to decrease our risk.
Great job. Thank you very much. All right, judges, you go ahead and complete the feedback form and remember to hit submit. We're doing great. We'll get the next team ready up here. If anyone's sneaking out of the room, now's the time to sneak out, but you won't be coming back in. Do I? Yeah.
That side, right? Okay.
Wi-Fi is unstable. Oh, we'll have someone look at that. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, all right, why don't you grab your cords and set up your stuff up front here.
Let me do something. Leave that.
Set it up over there. Okay. All right.
I think probably they took it. I think one of them take the clicker. They took the clicker. They wanted, I think. No.
That's one way to make sure the next kid doesn't get it. They had it. All right. That's their motor ready to go back.
Okay.
All right. So now we have our next team, Ample.
Good. Hi everyone, I'm Suhan.
I'm Sarthak. And I'm Alex.
And we are really excited to talk about Ampable, the ultimate EV charging solution for multifamily properties. At Ampable, our mission is to empower multifamily communities with intelligent, resident-first EV charging that is seamless, accessible, and built for the future. To explain why we are doing this, let's zoom out a little bit and look at the big picture. More than 80% of EV charging happens at home, but a third of the US population lives in multifamily buildings. And more than 46% of renters expect their next car to be an EV or a plug-in hybrid. But the problem is, only 5% of such buildings have any kind of EV charging solution. And even if they do, most of the tenants are not really satisfied with them. The chargers are either broken or blocked by other cars, or the pricing is just not right. And that's exactly why we started Ampable. And since we began our NVC journey, we have had some tremendous traction as well. We just signed our first 10-year exclusivity contract with First Western Properties to install 3 chargers in their building. And we plan to expand across their 1,000-unit portfolio within the next few months. We also have a letter of intent from Nia Properties and Oak Park Apartments with a contract in progress with Oak Park. Last but not the least, we are really proud to announce that we have received a letter of intent from the CEO of Cardinal Group of Companies. With over 200 luxury properties spanning across 40 states, they're one of the top multifamily real estate firms in the country. We just performed our initial site assessment of their property in Champaign, Illinois, and expect to have a contract signed within the next month. We're also in talks with Related, which is another national multifamily real estate firm in the country. All this wouldn't be possible without our innovative solution. Ampable is a smart EV charging as a service that's specifically designed for multifamily properties with private parking spaces. For property owners, Ampable provides the hardware and end-to-end management at zero cost while revenue sharing with them. They also get to add EV charging as a value-add amenity that boosts their asset value while also giving them a competitive advantage. For EV-owning tenants, Ampable provides a dedicated EV charger right at their parking space, providing them a seamless, affordable, and a stress-free charging experience right at their home. So how does Ampable actually work? First, we perform a site assessment of the property to determine the number of chargers we can install in the building. And then we provide the chargers while the properties handle the cost of the installation and infrastructure upgrades. But Ampable does support them with local incentives and rebates. Once the chargers are installed, the tenants can now rent these parking spaces and start using the chargers for a monthly access fee and a charging fee based on their usage. Ampable tracks the usage of these chargers and bills the tenants accordingly while reimbursing the property for the electricity cost and giving 25% of the charging revenue to them. Ampable also monitors and maintains these chargers during the contract period, and we collect a significant amount of data from these chargers that helps us improve the charging experience. And this takes us to the trifecta of competitive advantage that makes Ampable the partner of choice for our customers. First, with our intelligent chargers, we can perform intelligent software, we can perform smart load balancing, maximizing the number of chargers we can install within a limited electrical capacity. We also take advantage of time of use pricing from utility companies that helps us maximize the revenue for the property owners while minimizing the cost for the tenants. With our predictive maintenance algorithm, we can also proactively fix issues in our chargers even before they happen. Secondly, we are also working on some innovative hardware that is compact and with cables that are detachable, and these smart charging cables can authenticate the users the instant they connect to the charger. We are also developing a much smarter load management where the chargers can communicate with the cars and load manage based on the charging level of the battery. And finally, with our intelligent network of chargers, we can perform some innovative use cases such as vehicle to grid and vehicle to vehicle, where the cars can charge between themselves as well as supply power back to the grid. Ampable is not just an EV charging company. We are building the connective tissue of a distributed energy future in multifamily living. Now let me invite Sarthak to talk about the market and how we are capturing it.
Thank you so much, Suhan. So what does this market actually look like? As of today, we have a TAM of $8.6 billion, a SAM of $2.2 billion, and a SOM of almost $900 million. And let me remind you, this is a growing market. And why is now the right time for you to make this investment? 3 reasons. First, surging EV adoption, which is backed by the fact that there has been a significant decline in gas car sales and an increase in EV car sales. Secondly, because of the unprecedented rebates that are available across the nation through government entities and utility companies. And thirdly, because of the increasing demand across the multifamily tenants for EV charging infrastructure in their buildings. And how exactly are we trying to approach this market? First, we have defined our customer segments into 3 different categories. First one, multifamily properties. Secondly, multifamily developers. And third, multifamily property management companies. Secondly, we are reaching out to these top decision makers, taking a top-down approach by reaching out to CEOs, regional portfolio managers, and we are dialed in on fostering a long-term relationship with them. We are also leveraging our personal networks as well as our booth contacts and real estate conferences to connect with these decision makers. We are also fostering long-term exclusivity contracts, as Suhan mentioned before, and we are dialed in on prioritizing customer experience in the long run through our innovative software technology. And to do such a thing, what you need is an amazing team, and that is exactly what we have here. We have Suhan, who is the CEO, a cloud engineer at DTE Energy, who's been an EV enthusiast and an EV owner for over 5 years. Myself, Sarthak, I'm a civil design engineer on O'Hare expansion, and I have over 7 years of experience in the real estate development industry. We have Alex with extensive strategy and operations experience at McMaster-Carr, and we have Ram with over 16 years of experience in the finance space. And to add to us, we also have an amazing set of advisors and relationships to back us, ranging from PPM to GM, Tesla, Comet, Austin Energy, and Lucid. Now, what differentiates Ampable? Let me invite Alex to talk to you about that.
Thanks, Sarthak. Okay, so at Ampable, we see ourselves as having 2 main types of competitors. First would be the public fast chargers, such as the Tesla superchargers, and the second would be the multifamily charging alternatives. Think like your ChargePoint, Blink, and EverCharge. So now looking at the public charging alternatives, Ampable is a more cost-effective option. This is because we don't have any sorts of idle fees, congestion fees, and there's no paywall to enter the parking structures because the tenants live there.
Now, while being at this lower price point, we are also a much more convenient option because we provide reliable charging right at the tenant's home. Now, compared to the multifamily charging alternatives, we are also a better option for both the multifamily property management companies as well as for the tenants. This is because we provide a zero hardware cost solution. We provide full end-to-end management and a clear pricing model. Look, our competitors, they're in the industry of upselling their overpriced hardware. We're in the business of building long-term relationships with multifamily property management companies where our incentives are aligned. Taking a look at the unit economics, we expect to generate $1,920 per year per charger. This is going to come from a combination of a $25 monthly subscription fee, plus premiums that we charge on electricity usage. Our biggest cost will be the electricity that we reimburse to the utility companies, as well as a portion for revenue sharing. And then we included a piece for the customer acquisition cost, which is a one-time cost that we have amortized over 10 years. In year one, we will also incur $500 for CapEx for the physical charger, giving us a year one margin of $397 and a perpetuity margin of $897 and a contribution margin of 46.7%. For our financial projections, we project strong revenue growth as we expand nationwide. By 2030, we expect to hit about $50 million of revenue at a gross margin of 84% at scale. Now, for our funding request, we are asking for a $1.5 million investment. Currently, Ample is all self-funded, but with this investment, we will be able to accelerate our growth. Now, the funding will be used in a few different channels. First will be the hardware and software investment to help develop our differentiated offering. We'll also want to invest in marketing and sales so that we can accelerate our growth. And we'll want to find key hires as well as operations, and then a little portion for legal and compliance. So look, the EV charging industry for multifamily is broken. There's so much demand, and our competitors, frankly, don't have the business models to meet that demand. That's where Ample comes in. The zero-cost, fully managed hardware solution. We encourage you all to come and join us for the journey. Thank you all. We'll open it up to questions.
Sure.
Could you explain about unit economics? I want to know your assumption of how many users per unit,
Okay.
and how many charges per month for each user.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me give you an overview before I defer to my CFO to give the details. We are a dedicated EV charging solution. So if a per EV charger is for one particular tenant, it's not going to be shared. So the calculations that we have made is based on the driving habits of that particular user, and that's how we came with the numbers. Let me invite Ram to explain more.
So on the utilization question, we are seeing an average about 3 to 5 charges per property, but the demand is pretty high. For example, in Texas, Austin, we are also seeing 8 chargers. So again, we are working with the customers to understand how much they would initially need and scale. And also, when we spoke to the real estate experts, the way we understand is EV charging was an optional amenity 2-3 years back, but now it's really becoming a necessity because the current infrastructure has so many EV cars, but the EV charging structure does not support it. So we are trying to bridge the gap and see where we can fit in. And also, finally, our revenue component has 2 components where subscription is fixed, $25 per month, and there's a usage part. For example, if someone's going to use only 90% or 80% a month, we'll only bill them to the amount they've been charging on top of the electricity cost that we will be reimbursing.
Do you consider the different standard of the charging cable and how to avoid those?
Yeah, that's a great question. Our chargers are compatible with Teslas or any kind of EV vehicles, but that's where we are also developing our detached cable charger, where the cable is separate from the charger, so the user will be provided with the right charger based on their vehicle, and if there is any new standard that comes in the future, that will be compatible with our solution as well. Yeah. Carter. I think I saw Carter.
Yeah, so I've got a quick question.
Sure.
How far along are you on this novel solution, smart cable, and how well protected do you believe this innovation will be, using IP and so forth?
Absolutely. The detached cable solution, if you can go to the Ampable hardware.
The detached cable solution is pretty common in Europe, where typically the chargers and cables are separate, and people have been pretty used to that. This has been brought to the US only recently. Only last year, the SAE has approved this design to be legal in the US. And where we are making the innovation is within the charging cable. Because we are pretty hardware agnostic right now, we are not entering the manufacturing space. Where the innovation is happening is within the charging cable, where the cable can also communicate with it, and we are working on a patent to get that charging cable like a proprietary technology as well. Yeah. Carter. Yeah.
Thanks, great presentation. The world clearly needs this, so it's an exciting space. Just looking, it looks like Zeal and Evercharge are getting a lot of traction, and even Zeal in the Midwest specifically. So can you comment more specifically on that?
Yeah, absolutely. If you can go to the multifamily charging. Thank you so much. So we have identified several competitors like Zeal, Evercharge, ChargePoint, as well as Blink, which are the OG EV charging companies. But the problem that we are seeing is like these businesses are have their own proprietary hardware, which they want to promote and sell it to the property owners. But the problem that happens with that is once they sell it to them, it's up to the property to determine the price of these chargers. So what we are seeing as an end customer is that the properties want to make an ROI on these investments, and they price it without any sensitivity to the public charging alternatives or anything. So people are not really using these chargers, and they're seeing a very less utilization rate. In fact, just yesterday, we spoke to one of the amenity resellers who actually looked at our solution and feels that this would be the right solution than Zeal or Evercharge. Essentially, we are looking at as like a partner of choice for the customers instead of looking at them as like someone we need to sell our product to. Laura?
Thank you. Nice presentation. Agree. It's a problem that needs to be solved.
Yeah.
It's a logistical and distribution challenge, but it's a consumer opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And so, how are you going to go about, building awareness and basically using consumer pull-through to help with the logistical and distribution challenges, number one. Number two, talk a bit more, dig in more on your market and geographic strategy, because where you go and how you go is going to be critical to early wins.
Absolutely.
So love to hear more about that.
If we can go to the go-to-market strategy in appendix. So the first question was, who are we targeting? Right. I'm sorry.
Well, who are you targeting, and how are you going to go about having people who don't have solutions in their homes, right? How can they be the ones that pull the product through?
Yeah.
Because sometimes these multifamily dwellings are just slow.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that we are seeing in terms of regulations is like there are a lot of right to charge laws that have been passed where the tenants can actually demand a charger to be installed. So instead of pulling effort from the tenant side to ask the property to install it, we are seeing the properties are also more willing to provide this amenity. What they're not saying is the right business model, or who's going to manage these chargers if something goes wrong, who's going to maintain these chargers if something happens, and who's going to handle the building. And that's where we are going there. The people are already aware of this problem, that they need to meet this demand. They just don't know how to tackle it, where they have to take all the overload and do it currently. And how are we expanding? We are not doing a geographic expansion right now. Initially, it was based on that, but what we are seeing right now is like we are getting these contracts and like interest from national multifamily companies who are spread across all these geographical locations, right? So we are trying to cater to them wherever they may be located, taking advantage of the local incentives and rebates that utility companies are also providing, where they also want to generate more revenue through these EV chargers. So they are very interested in providing these incentives, even if the government doesn't worry about it. So I want to ask Eric.
Thank you. So I really don't understand what is your moat, and let me tell you where my question comes from. Mm-hmm. So I've been an electric car user since 2018 in Mexico.
Yep.
And so not a very sophisticated market. And nonetheless, every day I see more and more electric chargers.
Yep.
And if you go to Northern Europe, basically gas stations, all of them have electric chargers. I have your cable, well, by the way, so I can use it in different.
Exactly.
So what is your moat?
So what we're trying to, if you can go to the big picture. So what we're trying to cater is the multifamily market, right? And the electric cars are becoming like smartphones, and your car is parked like most of the time all through the night for almost 10 hours in your parking lot, sitting there just idle. And that is the best ideal way where they can charge their cars. If you use a smartphone, you go back to your bed, you plug it in, and the next day morning you have 100% charge. And that's the same kind of experience we want to give our users, instead of going to a public charger, waiting there where there's like, if you can go to the public, the struggle is real. If you go to a public charger, you either find that they're blocked by other cars. If the weather is bad, it's covered by ice, or those kind of scenarios exist. And that's where we are targeting the multifamily properties, and we are becoming a partner with them and locking them for like 10 years, where we'll be the sole EV charging provider within their property, providing the superior experience for their tenants.
And sorry, follow-up questions. Do you have any alliance with electric car manufacturers?
That's a great question. We are actually working on that. We just had talks with GM recently, because all these EV manufacturers also want to penetrate into multifamily communities, and they're looking at charging infrastructure partners like us to collaborate with them, and we are in talks with them right now to get that as well. Mark.
Yeah. Historically, it's been hard to make money with these partnership deals. I don't know if you've looked at what happened historically in the cable area and satellite. They had a lot of partnerships. If you can comment on that, who's had the most successful business model partnering with multifamily? And then secondly, do you have enough experience to understand what the warranty, vandalism, because you're responsible for keeping this thing operative pursuant to your contracts, and the property owner may not care much?
Absolutely. In terms of partnerships, what we look at, one example that we can give in terms of partnerships that we see is like the laundry businesses that you see within these amenity properties, where they outsource the whole laundry business, the equipments, that washing machines are managed by them. And this has been a successful model that's been there for like several years at this point. And we see ourselves as that kind of a solution in terms of EV charging. We'll handle the EV charging business for them while they handle their renting business. And in terms of vandalism and stuff, can you go to the insurance? So when we sign our 10-year contract with them, we do have an insurance clause within our contract where the property is responsible for any kind of damages that can happen due to like hurricane or anything property level damages. So we are added as a part of their insurance to cover those kind of issues. And if a tenant hits the charger or something like that, that would be in a property damage within the tenant's EV or whatever vehicle insurance as well. So that way we are covered by that. Matt.
So this is my daily existence at my current multifamily. So I'm hunting around, trying to get the space, going to the superchargers, the whole bit.
Absolutely.
So I'm painfully aware of what you're doing. A couple things. One, we pay ChargePoint 15 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yep.
Supercharger at peak is maybe 40.
Yep.
40. You're at 45 plus 25.
Yes.
So your numbers are going to be significantly above market. So that's the first question, is just around cost. The second is, I think about my garage. There isn't an outlet forever, right? And we have over 250 spots in my building. So what's the cost and the effort to actually install?
Okay. In terms of our pricing compared to the charge point or anything, I'm sure they are like not dedicated charges, but like shared charges, if I may clarify. Absolutely. So what we are trying to approach is a dedicated charger for the tenant, and the pricing that you see of 45 cents is the ceiling that we can go. We are taking advantage of residential time of use rates where the electricity cost is pretty cheap during the night. So the actual cost the user may pay would be actually much less than what you see over here. And since we are providing a dedicated charger, that charger is for them. They don't have to come at the evening after their long day of work and seeing a charger blocked by someone, or they have to like probably pay an idle fees to move their car away in the middle of the night. That's a very bad user experience that people have been complaining about, and that's exactly the solution that we are trying. That's exactly the problem that we are trying to address with our solution. And your second question, if I may ask.
We don't have the electrical outlets.
Oh, got it. So one thing that we do see is like I have been a user like that. So when I lived in a building, I have seen like there was a power outlet that was used for power wash, which I used, and eventually the property found out that multiple people are using the parking spot to charge their cars, and they're losing money on that. And eventually they installed a shared charger, which no one uses right now because they're priced too high. So we are trying to, since we'll be the exclusive EV charging provider, so we'll perform a complete site assessment and make sure that ours is the only solution with the right feature sets for them.
I think the question is a little different, which is, do the garages have power? And if not, how much does it cost to install it? Because you're talking about 240 outlets and a bunch of them and a bunch of amps.
Okay, to clarify that, yes, there are buildings which, with limited capacities that we do see, which is where currently we are addressing that with our load management algorithm. So we can predict, even though there is a limited capacity, we can install more chargers, but cater to them when one charge is done charging, we can charge the next car within the next time. And typically the chargers cars take like 2 to 3 hours to charge. Since we have a 10 to 12 hour window to charge these cars, we can cater to multiple chargers. And if there is an infrastructure upgrade, we also work with the utility companies to support them that pays off for that upgrade cost. Chris.
So how are you guys thinking about your organization? You're going to be responsible for installing all this equipment as well as maintaining it. So what's the strategy for that?
Yeah, Ampable was multiple charging alternatives. Yeah. So typically when a property has to perform an EV charger, install an EV charger in their property, they have to go through the installation cost, hardware, software, maintenance, and monitoring support, and they get like probably a 0 to 10% revenue share with other providers. What we are doing is we don't handle the installation cost. We support the properties by getting there's a lot of free money that's available through these incentives, at least for the next 3 years. For example, ComEd has allocated $168 million just for infrastructure upgrades related to EV charging in multifamily buildings. And we take advantage of that, helping them support to that cost. And then after that, we handle everything at zero cost to the property. Anything related to maintenance or the hardware failures, making sure the billing and everything happens through Ampable, the customers have a direct interaction with us. And at the end of the day, the properties also get a free check of 25% of the charging revenue to them.
Just a quick follow-up. So is that you're going to build those resources in-house, or are you going to contract or outsource that to a service provider?
Thank you for that question. Right now, what we are doing is we are partnering with the electrical contracts. All these multifamily buildings typically have their own designated electrical contractors who work with them. We are forming partnerships with them to actually fix these chargers. So we are not letting them, like, if there was a hardware failure, they don't have to like fix the chargers. They just have to swap it out with a new one while we take it to the manufacturer and fix it at a later point in time. So it's minimum learning for them, so they handle everything for us.
Great. Thank you very much, Ampable.
Yeah.
Okay. For the folks on the live stream, we'll see you back on the live stream no later than 10:25 Central Time. For the folks in the room, we're going to take a 20-minute break. We ask that you be back in the room a few minutes ahead of time, because we will start crisply at 10:26. Thank you. doing very well. This is the hardest part of the day right now, getting them to start back after the break. Yeah. I'm trying to settle.
Do you have any idea how many are on the live stream yet?
No. Haven't looked. Great job again last night. Thank you. Go sit down. 2 minutes. All right, if we could go ahead and start taking our seats. The hardest part of the day is getting everyone back in seats right after a break. So we're gonna make that one work. Go ahead and grab your seat now. Judges, go ahead and grab your seats. We're actually running about a minute ahead of what I was hoping. You guys are really good at complying. That'll let the people outside know how many empty seats there are, because we've got a whole line of people wanting to come in. We said no one else can come in until we know all the seats that are taken. So our next team is already warmed up. Kevin, you're going to sit down. All right, we've got a few extra seats if there's a couple people from outside that want to come in. We've got no? Okay. All right. Find the remote. Oh, you have it. No, as long as you hit. No, I'm going to give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
We've got about 1 minute before we start back on the live stream. As I pointed out, we're going to have 3 more teams, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. So with that, let's go ahead and put the slides up for the next team. Okay? And with that, we're ready for our next team. Alice and NutriCare, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. We're NutriCare U. We're a patented nutritional therapy for chronic conditions. And at first, we want to focus on type 2 diabetes and obesity. Together, a $700 billion problem. We're spending so much resources on this, but we're not seeing obvious turnaround. That's why we need a more effective solution. Recently, medications like GLP-1 are really popular, but they're not a long-term sustainable solution because they're really expensive and not covered by insurance if it's used for weight loss. Also, the continuation rates drop significantly over time, and people regain the weight they lost very fast after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term sustainable solution. But nutrition can play a powerful role in the long-term well-being, and the science is starting to agree. Here, we want to introduce NutriCare U. We're designed for long-term health. We have 3 folded secret sauce. First, we're a proprietary food as therapy system. Also, all of our products are precisely formulated blend of medicinal food ingredients, and all of them combined in specific ratios using patented extraction method. And this is one of our examples, the compound nutrient rice. We have a whole kit of clinically validated food-based therapy, including 3 types of products, our healthy carb substitutes, the drink mix, and the vitamin booster. And we'll give you nutritional advice to customize those with veggies and meat from our fridge. Here, let me show you how it works. So we have two types of plans, the Pro Change and the Maintenance Plan. For the Pro Change, it's 5 + 10 days as a cycle, monthly subscription. For the first 5 days, we'll provide you the whole NutriCare kit, and you can customize with healthy veggies based on our nutritional advice. For the next 10 days, we'll still provide you the healthy carb substitutes, and we'll give you advice on customizing with healthy veggies and meat from a refrigerator. And when you reach the healthy glucose level or weight, you can switch to our maintenance plan, which is in essence of the 10 days relax period. We're already proven successful in the Chinese market. My dad and Chinese scientists co-founded the Chinese company, and they've already serviced thousands of patients, successfully helped lots of them reverse type 2 diabetes, making millions of dollars of revenues. And people are able to maintain their weight loss in the long term and continue the solution or repeat it if needed as well. And now we're having exclusive right of the technology and setting up independent US startup. Next, I'll pass on to Emily to talk about our clinical study.
Hi, I am Emily. I'm a PhD here at U Chicago. I want to first tell you how well our products worked on real type 2 diabetes patients. We're not just something that works theoretically. Our exact products were tested in a clinical trial published in JCEM. This is a respected peer-reviewed journal in the clinical endocrinology field. Here we have the results. We measured 3 things. We have disease phenotype, we have blood sugar levels measured by hemoglobin A1C, and weight loss. Among our 36 patients that received our food therapy, 17 of them achieved diabetic remission. Among those, 16 maintained this effect, even off therapy at 12 months. Hemoglobin A1C dropped from 7.65, this means everyone is diabetic, to 5.66. This is within a completely healthy range, not even pre-diabetic. Patients also lost 13 pounds on average with no rebound. Very naturally, these results got our collaborators very excited. We have endocrinology doctors at U Chicago Med expressing how impressed they are. We have director of U Chicago Weight Loss Clinic wanting to test our products with her patients with a contract expected. We secured 4 letters of intent from Chinese medicine clinics. We've also done multiple taste tests. Here we're showing one of them with 30 US customers. All of our products, especially our energy bars, scored very high for both taste and likelihood to recommend. On top of that, we're also protected globally by 9 active patents. We're showing here that we're providing products that work well, that people like, and others cannot do the same. But how are we doing compared to the market? We compare ourselves to commercial giants, such as market leaders in weight loss programs and diabetes supplements from Abbott. We're the most potent at reducing blood sugar levels, shown here by the hemoglobin A1C drop. We have high adherence score, promised by superior taste and easy use. On top of that, we also have a 1-year shelf life and robust IP protection. With a strong foundation in clinical evidence, and our customer appeal, and our robust IP, we're very uniquely positioned in the market. I'll pass it back to Alice to talk about our defensibility.
Thanks, Emily. So we have a very experienced science team. Dr. Liu constructed the first whole genome map of reishi, one of our main IP-protected ingredients. And all of our ingredients are extracted in a patented way and mixed in a proprietary ratio to provide all of the health benefits. Phase 1 will import our products from China because everything have already been set up there. And next phase will bring the production to the US. We already have potential logistics and warehouse partners in line. We have also talked to the president-elect of American Diabetes Association, Healthcare and Education. Amy really loves our solution, and she thinks it's a great long-term solution that she would like to recommend to her own patients. And we're working with ADA to get their official endorsement, and this is going to be really powerful in the diabetes field. Next, I'll pass on to Loretta to talk about our go-to-market strategy.
Our target customers are the obese and diabetic patients, and they go to healthcare professionals for advice. Therefore, our natural go-to-market strategy is B2B2C, which means we collaborate with the clinics to market our products to the end customers. The traction already speaks for itself. As my teammate has mentioned earlier, we have signed 4 letters of intent with clinics in the US, we got 2 endorsements, and we are also on track to launch clinical product testing with U Chicago Medicine Weight Loss Clinic. And now let's zoom into unit economics. As incentive, we provide 15% commission fee to the clinics on products sold to their end customers. And after deducting the commission fee, shipping, and production costs, our contribution margin is as high as 67%. And from the customer's perspective, the price we charge to the end users is $12 per day for obesity customers and $16 per day for diabetes customers, which equals to $360 and $480 per month for each type of customers. And next question is, how do we know the clinics will collaborate with us? Well, despite the attractions we already talked about, we also offer strong incentive, which is about $20,000 per year per clinic. As the market opportunity is tremendous. The total market size for blood sugar control and weight management food market in the US is about $300 billion, leaving us with huge room for expansion. And next, I will pass time back to Alice to talk about another market opportunity.
Thanks, Loretta. So the clients can access our products from the medical clinics, but what if they want to eat out and maintain their health benefits in the long term? That's where we found our second market opportunity on the B2B side. We'll position ourselves as GLP-1 or diabetic-friendly menu options in the restaurants. And we're in really close conversation with Let Us Entertain You restaurants. Kevin Brown, the chairman of Let Us Entertain You, is also with us today. Welcome, Kevin. We've done 2 product testings with Let Us Entertain You, and they really love our compound nutrient rice. And Kevin thinks we have huge potential because there were no gluten-free or vegan-friendly menu options in the first place, but now they're almost everywhere. So diabetic-friendly or GLP-1-friendly may be the next wave in the restaurant industry. Potentially, we could have a $5 million revenue contract with Lettuce just for the compound nutrient rice because they have over 300 Asian restaurants in total across the United States. And this will bring us potentially $1 million of EBIT. For our 5-year financial forecast, just for the clinics, we'll get $42 million of revenue in year 5. Just for the restaurants, $28 million. And combining these two, we'll get an EBIT margin of 42% in year 5. In the first 2 years, our main go-to-market focus will be on the medical clinics, and we're only going to pilot Let Us Entertain You for the restaurant route. This will help us further build brand awareness. And these 2 strategies together will create so much synergies and even broader market opportunities for us in the future. We have an amazing team with domain expertise and entrepreneurial experience. Myself as the CEO, Dr. Liu, patent holder and product inventor. We also have 2 amazing B2B sales professionals, and Loretta and Emily right beside me, joined by an amazing panel of advisors, Kevin Brown, chairman of Lettuce, Dr. O'Sullivan, and Lynn, founder and CEO of Ishi Foods. We're seeking $1 million to go to market and run for 24 months. Mainly we'll go to manufacturing and business development. We'll reach 90 clinic partners, 200 Lettuce partners, and make $10 million revenue in just 2 years. We're NutriCare U, a patented nutritional therapy for chronic conditions, already proven successful in the Chinese market, got huge potential in the US. Thank you, and happy to take any questions. Yes.
Great presentation. And I have a request. Could you explain about Dr. Liu? Why he could do that?
Why he could do that? Oh yeah. Yeah, Dr. Liu is a family friend, longtime family friend of my father, and he works at one of the Chinese universities. The university, one of the scientists at the university actually invented one kind of grain that solves the hunger problem of all Chinese people when we were, still poor and hungry back then. The scientist, really helped us invent that. And Dr. Liu is in that university, and he spent 10 years doing R&D just to invent that bowl of rice, which contains 23 food as medicine ingredients and can lower your glucose level, potentially reverse type 2 diabetes, and control your weight. Yeah.
He's a world expert for that area, recognized world expert.
Yeah, he has an expert, yeah.
Okay, you should say that.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
It's very disconnect of the result of the how many people impacted, and you have a great reverse result. That's not easy to do.
Yeah.
Everybody is puzzled. Why? What's happening? So you should explain how special he is.
Yeah. My fault, sorry. He's really special, an expert.
Second thing, could you think, did you think about the B2B2E types opportunity? Because I'm asking you because couple of the US diabetes reverse companies such as Bart Health is trying to prove their value reversing diabetes numbers. And they have a huge valuation, huge revenue. Because you can reverse the diabetes type 2. That's huge. So did you think about different business model, pay by value or pay by service?
Yeah, definitely. That's a huge, I know, like type 2 diabetes, huge market. And just like you said, that could be potentially a really good go-to-market strategy for us. Yes, definitely. We can consider that as well, but on top of all the strategies we have, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Search Bart Health and check their business model.
Okay. Thank you, yeah. Yes, I cannot see your name tag, sorry.
Your go-to-market seems so slow. Why not go direct to consumer?
Yeah, that's a great question, and actually we considered about that. So right now we want to focus on the clinics route because, to let the doctors and the healthcare professionals recommend our product to their patients. The patients really trust them, so it's easier for us to go direct to consumers at this very start because we don't quite have brand awareness at the start yet in the US. So through the healthcare professionals route will be easier for us. But definitely we'll go direct to consumers after sometime we have brand awareness, yeah.
Okay, I just think this is not a venture scalable business the way you have it, but look at how many businesses have been built just on selling GLP-1s and other semaglutides. Like I just think the market is here for you to do that. And
Yeah.
If you really have the retention you have, this is the best subscription business out there.
Yeah, thank you. We'll definitely consider that. Carter, sorry.
Hi. I love the idea of bringing TCM to the U.S., just like we've invested in bringing Ayurveda as well. I think the GLP-1s, I think it's sort of game over. I wouldn't try to compete in a Western medicine framework. Those things are going to be really hard. And yes, you can get patents. Yes, you can get clinical data. It's, in all our experience, it doesn't really hold up like a proper, placebo-controlled blinded trial. But I don't think you need that because the fact is there are billions of people that prefer herbal medicines, natural medicines, and they'll want this. So you can I agree with like the direct to consumer, just establish a trusted brand. You can focus on diabetes, obesity, but so many things, and there's so many people that want that. You don't have to convince them it's better than Wegovy or Ozempic. So I would also suggest, just sort of being more B2C and broad consumer health kind of play for the huge amount of people that want these natural herbal medicines. But it's an exciting idea. Thank you.
Yeah, quite agree with that. And that's why we participate in this kind of competition with all of you, right? To give us advice, to help you guys get better. Thank you. David?
Sure. Hey, it was a great presentation. I agree with the comments that were just made, by the way. I have more of an idea than a question. So we're the lead investor, a company called Hungry Root. And so it's direct to consumer on healthy foods that are kind of packaged up. Very similar to kind of the way your pitch would look to a consumer, not in the same sort of context of specific diseases, but more just generally health. And so, the issues that came up there, which, I'd be interested in your thoughts are, on the logistics side. So as you get scale, nailing your logistics becomes enormously important if you're going direct to consumer, and there's lots and lots of mistakes. So that's sort of the question part, and then the offer of help is, Hungry Root's built a hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollar revenue business, like direct to consumer. So happy to introduce you to them because I'm sure there are lessons there if you decide to go that route. They don't compete with you, but they probably made all the mistakes and also figured out a lot of things that you're going to have to do along the line.
Yeah, thank you. I cannot see your name tag, sorry. Please.
Sorry, how does the medical channel distribution work? Because that's not something I think we're typically used to in the U.S.
Yeah. So we will go to for example, the Chinese medicine clinics. They're our beachhead customers because all the practitioners and their patients actually believe in Chinese medicine, Chinese nutritional therapy. So we don't have to spend much time educating them about our therapy. And they're really willing to collaborate with us and provide this more efficient, effective solution to their patients. And we'll pay them commission for every product they sell to their customers. Yeah.
So these are Chinese medicine practitioners in the U.S.
Yeah, but they're not all Chinese, actually. That's really interesting fact I found out, actually, during my customer discovery. Yeah.
How big is that market?
There are over 10,000 Chinese medicine clinics across the U.S. And we're also in conversation with weight loss clinics, diabetic clinics, etc. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Matt?
So was I correct in said it said $5,100 per year?
Yeah.
For this, which is a high price point, but is this reimbursable at all? Because obviously that would do a lot for you guys.
Yeah, currently not, because it's food or dietary supplement. But one article Professor Kaplan sent me, actually, there are really huge tailwinds in the government right now, and people really are going to the nutritional therapy, look at food as medicine, literally, as a healthy long-term solution. So potentially, I think there is a huge chance in the future we can be reimbursable, yeah. Yes, Andrew, Andy.
Couple questions, I guess. So this comes as a packaged item that you get through the clinic, if you will, and the consumers have to continue to go back and forth and meet with their practitioner, is that correct? In order to get the food, or do you send it to them directly?
Actually, we'll give the clinics a QR code, and the patients can just scan that and go to our website to order it, and we'll ship directly to their house. And if they want to go back to the practitioners, ask for more advice, they can, yeah.
Okay, and are you currently manufacturing this, or what are your plans to, and where are you going to do it?
Yeah, so in phase 1, we're going to manufacture in China and import to the US because everything has already been set up in China. And second phase, we'll bring the production to the US and make everything domestically, yeah.
Okay. I won't even go there with the tariffs because I have no idea where that's going to go, so
good
luck on that.
Actually, we have a slide for tariff. Can we go back to the appendix slide? So, yeah, I know it was like a huge, nightmare. Number 9, thank you. Yeah, but recently it got much better. Thanks for the government doing negotiations. Yeah, it's currently 30% of tariff, but even considering that, we still have an EBIT margin of 50%, net income margin 32%, still very decent margin. Yeah, thank you, Cindy.
Yeah, I wonder if you could comment more on what you call the secret sauce.
Yeah.
And I think it's really in those particular packaged foods.
Yeah.
As well as a well-thought-out program that sort of takes the best of Western medicine, the intermittent fasting regimen that's been so important in the past 20, 25 years, and combines it. It's not just the quality of the food, but there are, the Chinese medicine components. Could you comment a little bit more on reishi and how that's incorporated into the plan? And sort of a follow-up, in addition, there's the maintenance program, and I just wondered if that would be a wellness option for just about everybody, to, have this available just to improve overall health, even if they're not diabetic or obese.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Let me answer the second question first. So definitely we think the maintenance plan is going to be really huge and really beneficial actually as a long-term sustainable solution. And actually, because in the Chinese market, we originally don't have this maintenance plan. But we see people buying our nutrient rice online themselves, like they keep buying it, eat it for years and years, and substitute for their normal rice. That's why we we have the idea of having a maintenance plan here in the US, so people can still have a long-term access of our nutritional food products and keep long-term healthy. And for the first question, our 3-folded secret sauce, the food as medicine component, So for just the rice, for example, we use 23 food as medicine ingredients, and all of them mixed in a proprietary ratio and extracted in a patented method, which help further boost the effectiveness. Do you want to comment on the patent thing?
Oh. We have our two main types of patents is composition of matter, which is our whole package, and also the manufacturing process. The manufacturer is quite unique, actually. It's patented, so it's published online. I can share it. You actually ferment all the botanicals with fungi, and after that, you ferment it after. So this ensures maximum extraction of the actual active ingredients, and everything is safe, well designed in China, and proven to the public. As to our, could you go to the rice component slide? If we could.
The 21, rice ingredient 21.
This is an example of what is in the actual products. For example, these things are what we consider active ingredients. Everything the kit together combined has shown in a mechanistic paper of how it regenerated beta cells. They saw it in DB mice. This is a mouse model for diabetes. They also saw less macrophage infiltration into the pancreas, which is also correlated with pancreas damage. So we have some mechanistic studies. And overall, just in general, these things in literature are considered very active and health benefit ingredients recognized by the field.
Yeah, I want to agree with that. And I just want to add, the results are extraordinary. So if people lose weight and they're diabetic, you can reverse it. You seem to have both more reversal in your program, and second, it is actually more efficient, probably because of the one difference than the usual diet, exercise, dietary pattern, suggesting that the Chinese medicine components are going to be essential and an extremely important part of the total package.
Yes.
Yeah.
We believe that too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alec?
Sorry, as a follow-up to that question, the study you did was both a combination of restricted diet plus your product. So I don't know the exact laws around, whether, medicinal food or there's sort of exclusions to some of the FDA or other regulations about what you can make claims about. Do you need to do other studies to separate the effectiveness, whether it was the intermittent fasting versus the actual diet itself to be able to make claims?
For making claims part, do you want to comment on that?
I can answer that. The controls in the trials, this specific one, I think the goal was to prove efficacy, so that was not part of it. But if we could go to the competitive slide in the main deck. Every competitor here actually could achieve weight loss, but you see none of them actually achieved blood sugar loss. So a lot of these do introduce like intermediate fasting, they have keto diets, very similar things of controlling calories, but none of them actually achieve blood sugar loss. So we do believe that from this, you can see it is the active ingredients, the actual food in there that is causing this effect, rather than just having you not eat.
And plus, sorry, just add one sentence. We have 5 + 10 day cycle. For the first 5 days, you're kind of calorie restricted because we send you the whole kit. But the next 10 days, we only provide the healthy carb substitutes. All other stuff like healthy veggies, meat, etc., we give you advice, but we're not necessarily doing any calorie control. And we actually have a 3-year follow-up study on that clinical trial we did. All the people maintained their weight loss and diabetes reversal after 3 years. We haven't done any other intervention. So that can further prove the effectiveness. Yeah.
Thank you very much, NutriCare.
Thank you.
So judges, while we get ready for the next team, go ahead and fill out the form. Remember to hit submit at the end. Do you have to? Okay. Who's starting?
I'll be starting, yes.
There you go. Pretty straightforward clicker.
Okay.
Green to move forward, red to move back.
Green forward, red back.
Grab a seat. You guys all. If you don't want to, when the one's not presented, if you want, you can just have a seat and then stand up on the Q&A.
Sure.
Whatever you want. Okay.
What?
All right.
This side? Sit. No.
Just grab a seat. That way you come up when you're not done presenting. Remember, try not to stare in the lights. Don't let it get to you.
Yeah, they're not messing around with those lights.
Those lights are plenty bright. I told you they would be. So we'll give it a minute, let the judges go ahead and take care of filling out the form. Let me see what we're doing here.
Poppin'.
Yeah, give them another minute or so.
It's fine. So do you.
Look all dapper though, nice suits.
Yeah, we tried. We dressed up for you.
That's good. Okay, looks like all the judges ready. Our next team is Solitude Labs. Whenever you guys are ready.
Perfect. We are Solitude Labs, and we are securing the future of the energy grid. The energy grid is increasingly vulnerable. Each and every day, the grid is targeted by a range of malicious actors, from foreign governments to criminal enterprises to terrorist organizations. Now, this is not a hypothetical threat. This is a very real and tangible reality that I dealt with each and every day in my previous role as an FBI special agent. And it's a challenge that we are committed to addressing at Solitude Labs. So to understand the threats to the grid, you need to understand how the grid has changed. See, traditionally the grid operated in a linear fashion. Power was produced and it was distributed directly to the individuals who use that electricity. But today that paradigm has shifted. Increasingly, the grid is made up of devices known as distributed energy resources. Now, these are both industrial and consumer scale. They're solar farms and they're the EV chargers that you may have dealt with day to day. Now, these devices are expected to bring a range of benefits for utility providers. They're expected to offer cost savings, faster deployment times, increased grid resiliency. And because of it, they're only increasing in prevalence. DER utilization is expected to increase 77% between 2024 and 2028. But for all of these benefits, there are a range of challenges that are inhibiting utility providers from fully realizing the value of their DER assets. So first and foremost are cybersecurity risks. Each DER is a potential vulnerability. Secondly is lack of visibility into what devices are on the grid and how they're being used. Third is lack of standardized communication protocols. And lastly, an inability to connect legacy DERs to the grid. So at Solitude Labs, we have built a solution to address each and every one of these challenges. And I'd like to pass it over to James Wolfe to talk to you a little bit about what that solution does.
Thank you, Montgomery. So to better understand our solution, let's first look at how cybersecurity works today. Utilities rely on centralized cybersecurity, which is designed to protect the perimeter of a network, much like the walls of a castle. But the grid is no longer centralized. And if one DER is compromised, that attacker is inside the castle walls. They are free to move laterally and compromise the rest of the network, as you can see here in this photo. And that's why at Solitude Labs, we are taking a fundamentally different approach where we eliminate single points of failure. We are building a zero-trust, decentralized software platform that secures DERs at the edge. So instead of relying on a single castle wall to protect the entire perimeter of a network, each DER acts as its own secure checkpoint. Now, if one DER is compromised, the rest remain protected. Now, not every DER is capable of running this software directly or has the required connectivity to integrate with modern utility networks. So for these legacy assets, we've built a custom secure piece of hardware called a gateway. Now, our software runs on each gateway, which physically connects to each DER at the edge. It not only secures these legacy assets, but also gives utilities the visibility into DERs that were previously blind spots. And lastly, Solitude Labs is solving a third critical issue. DERs often don't speak the same language as utilities. We have bridged this gap by creating a secure communications layer that translates different DER languages into one common language that every utility can understand. Solitude Labs allows utilities to connect to all types of DERs, and we are the only solution in the market that does that. And that is because of our three-folded solution: security at the edge, a gateway implementation, and a secure protocol translator. And the great thing is nobody can replicate us. And that is because our core cybersecurity framework is built off of SpiderOak's technology. SpiderOak is a leader in zero-trust communications for space and military systems. Their core technology has been tested by the US government,
and is currently being deployed on the International Space Station and other highly sensitive military applications. We have signed an LOI for an exclusive licensing agreement in the utility sector, and we get to work actively with their engineers to deliver the most resilient solution for the energy grid. So just to take a step back and understand what Spider Oak is bringing to the table versus what we are, Spider Oak provides this core cybersecurity framework. Everything built on top of that, such as the gateway, the protocol translator, and specific energy requirements, is all owned and developed by Solitude Labs. And we are not just in concept phase. We have a software and hardware MVP already done. We are testing our solution at Argonne National Labs following the close of the NVC, and the 3 co-founders are one of the first members in a Zero Trust working group at EPRI. We are in advanced talks with major utilities and actively moving towards pilots with Ameren and Southern Company. And lastly, we've applied for a DOE SBIR with NREL, the University of Illinois, and Spider Oak acting as subcontractors, and we have already applied for a federal grant with Xcel Energy writing us a letter of support. Now, none of this would have been made possible if it wasn't for our team. Nikita, Daniel, and myself are already full-time on Solitude Labs. We've surrounded ourselves with a phenomenal NVC team and some of the most sophisticated leaders in the energy and cybersecurity space. We are the team to unlock DERs for utilities, and Montgomery's going to tell you how we're going to do just that.
So let's talk about the scope of this opportunity. We estimate a $90 billion TAM based on 4.4 terawatts of global DER capacity. Now, if you distill that to our SOM, what we realistically believe we will be able to achieve in the United States is 20% DER penetration. This assumes software is sold at $20 per kilowatt of capacity for a $2 billion SOM. Now, we think these numbers are both realistic and achievable, and that's because of the threefold value prop that we are bringing utility providers. Number one is financial upside. We enable utility providers to save costs and generate additional revenue via rate-based increases. Number two is operational efficiency. We enable utility providers to fully realize the value of their DER assets. And three is regulatory compliance. We give utility providers the ability to comply with increasingly stringent cybersecurity regulations. So this begs the question, how do we get from the laboratory to the utility grid? Well, first and foremost, we test our product with research partners. Following that, we'll begin pilot deployments with several key utility providers. And lastly, we'll begin full commercial rollout across the United States. So from a timeline perspective, immediately following the end of the NVC, we will begin testing our product in Argonne National Labs. Next year, we begin to start our first pilot. 2027, we expect to begin commercialization, and by 2029, we expect national expansion of our product. So from a unit economics perspective, what can you expect? We're going to be selling utility providers two things. Number one is software, and number two is hardware. So on the software side of the house, we are going to be charging utility providers based on DER capacity secured. We'll be pricing at $20,000 per megawatt of capacity. We've also negotiated a 2% license fee with Spider Oak. So that is at scale, and that is capped at $5 million annually. Now, when it comes to the hardware, we're going to be selling utility providers a gateway for $1,100 at a 20% margin. And this is in line with what we've seen similar products going for in the market. So with that, I'll pass it back over to James, and he'll tell you about our financial projections.
Thank you, Montgomery. So let's first look at how our unit economics scale. We'll kick off our first pilot with Ameren or Southern in 2026. It will be a small initial deployment that generates roughly $60,000 in revenue. In the following year, we'll move to a larger scale pilot, generating just under $1 million in revenue. Now, what's exciting here is once we transition from these pilots into full commercialization, we're positioned to rapidly scale across millions of DER endpoints. Our target is to hit 9% market penetration by 2032, securing roughly 50 gigawatts of DERs and bringing in over $1 billion in revenue and nearly $600 million in EBITDA. Now, here's how that growth translates into profitability. The first 2 years will see operating losses as we invest heavily to build out our core product. In 2028, we become EBITDA positive as we move from pilot to commercialization, and in 2030, we expect revenues of $250 million and an EBITDA of $135 million. Now, this rapid growth is driven by our strategic focus to secure high-value, larger-scale DERs first, where we can price our solution at a premium and achieve stronger margins faster. Now, to hit these milestones, we are asking for $3.4 million. This capital covers the next 24 months and gets us to first deployments, setting the stage for scale and profitability. So where does this capital go? Our biggest investment is in building the right team. We're hiring software and hardware engineers to help develop and deploy our cybersecurity platform and gateway. We're bringing in utility experts to help land initial customers and navigate regulatory complexity, and the rest supports critical R&D, such as hardware testing and an in-house DER testbed, along with other core operational needs. Solitude Labs is at the forefront of securing the energy grid, solving critical challenges utilities face right now. With the right resources, our solution scales quickly and profitably. We'd love for you to join in shaping a secure and resilient future for the grid. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring the rest of the team up here, and we'll go ahead and open it up to your questions. Robert.
Really interesting pitch. I wanted to ask a little bit about the go-to-market. So, traditionally when you look at cyber companies, their sales and marketing is really high at the beginning, even the great ones, and maybe they end up profitable down the line. You guys don't seem to be investing very much in go-to-market. Can you just talk about, is it just the number of big players you need? Is it that it's so research-driven? Like, why do you think you can do this without a really built-out sales and marketing function?
Yeah, I think I'd like to pull James in to answer this question.
Yep. So a lot of conventional cybersecurity companies are focused more on the IT side, and with that, that's dealing with customers who necessarily, you may have to spend that marketing money to be able to get those customers. From a utility perspective, there's like 10 or 15 major utilities, and once you're in the doors with them, it's about proving your product and delivering a solution, not as much about spending significant money for sales and marketing.
Great. Brent?
Oh boy. Let's see, I have 11 questions, so I have to pick one. And this is coming from an investment we made in the commercial and industrial energy storage space that built their own full stack appliance and protocol. I thought you were going to secure resources out on the edge that are maybe some of the most vulnerable ones, but then you're selling into utilities, which would imply that like grid scale assets, main transmission, generation are where you're starting. Is that the right interpretation or not?
Yeah. Danny, would you like to provide some context on this?
Sure. So we view the current cybersecurity landscape in the energy grid as twofold. There's assets that are above 75 megawatt capacity, and these are all mandated under NERC-CIP cybersecurity protocols or standards. We are targeting everything below 75 megawatts. Now that doesn't just include residential. That includes some of the larger assets between that 1 and 75 megawatt scale that are still some of the larger, most vulnerable assets that utilities need to secure first. And that's kind of our target market, and we can eventually trickle into the smaller assets where there are more nodes.
And yeah, just to quickly add about your point on the C&I, commercial and industrial side, we have spoken to CBRE and are talking to their energy team about certain deployments in the C&I space. That is something that we think we will be targeting later down the line, but our first customer, we truly believe, is to be utilities.
Yes, sir.
So if I understood correctly, you're taking the Spider Oak technology and then taking that to market in this particular vertical, right? And that's the key ingredient to what you're selling. So what happens if the company goes bust, right? Or if somebody gets bought out? Like, what happens to your core IP in that case?
Yeah, so if we could jump to the Spider Oak slide. So we have the Spider Oak IP, and then we have built IP on top of that. We've negotiated we've negotiated an LOI with them that allows us exclusive use for this technology within the utility space. With that said, at the back of our mind, we have down the road explored alternative options if we didn't have access to this IP, but our secret sauce is both Spider Oak's tech and IP that we have also developed.
I'd also like to add, if Spider Oak does go bust, the IP is still there, and they'll figure out a way to keep that IP up and running. We don't necessarily need a Spider Oak team to develop our technology.
Just a related question on the Spider Oak dependency. How long would the contract be, and can you prevent them from just not renewing with you and saying, thanks for building out this channel for us, now we'll take it?
Yep. James, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, so it's a perpetual exclusive licensing agreement contingent on us hitting certain maintenance covenants. And we have a really great relationship with Spider Oak. I worked there for a summer. We work actively, like on a weekly basis, with their engineering team and their C-suite. Like we were calling them yesterday about kind of our pitch and different things. So we truly believe that this relationship is a significant benefit for us because we also get to work very closely with their team.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's not talk about Spider Oak going bust and the IP. We like Spider Oak, and I just want to acknowledge Bill Wolf and Method. They've been an incredible lead. You worked there, James?
Yeah, for a second.
Great. Montgomery, great presentation. So a couple of questions. On the edge, that gateway box, any supply chain related issues? Is it basically
Danny,
commodity related? Can you source that? Can you just talk about that for a second?
The next development of our product, that's going to be our pilot-ready solution. We do need to source an industrial-grade computer and some of those components to build out our gateway. There is a bit of a lag in supply chain. It takes about 12 weeks to get some of the computers that we picked out. And then in the future, we're going to be working with contract manufacturers to develop and design our own boards in-house, which is where some of the hiring needs are on that.
And that's your proprietary?
Yes, it will be.
Great. And then, if I may, briefly, on the edge, that middleware, for lack of a better description, that sounds like a middleware translation, right? Because it's not air-gapped, it's all out there. So they're communicating between for that synchronization. Did you develop that software? And fundamentally, where's the vulnerability in the entire thing? Where do you see the potential vulnerability? What you're trying to mute, of course, but where do you think that weak spot is?
Yeah, Nikita, you've been pretty hand-in-hand in the software development here.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the vulnerability side, we really see malicious actors trying to hack their way into the system. Usually the way they do this is they try to replicate the IP of various devices within the system and then send malicious commands within the network. We protect this because our software is embedded on each device and the encryption keys are embedded on each device. So we stop any malicious actor, any data.
And they're all independent?
Correct, correct.
And then from the protocol translator part and that kind of middleware component, that is all built by us, not Spider Oak. We have a kind of first MVP of a 2030.5 to Modbus conversion, which are two different languages that utilities do speak.
And why is it capped at 5, if I may, why is it capped at 5 million to 2%? I mean, why wouldn't you want that just to run? And I'm not negotiating, obviously, Bill, and you guys did that already, James. Right. Good work, but why is that capped?
So Spider Oak, part of the deal is that they have a right to invest up to 10% in our first round. So given that kind of clause, we think that that's fair.
Thank you.
Yep.
Brent?
Okay, Jim asked about encryption keys. That was on my list of 11 questions.
All right.
We're working through them. But do you have any channel partnership opportunities with AutoGrid or Virtual Peaker or anybody like that where a DERM is already in place, might not have its own security? Could you ride with them, or do you need to kick out somebody to create space?
Yeah. Nikita, would you like to take this?
So we're actively looking into that. Actually, our letter of support from Excel, the grant we're applying for, is to look into the structure of DERMS and how we can integrate our cybersecurity solution. Because for Excel, they're using Itron as their DERMS provider. They actually just have not figured out the structure from a cybersecurity perspective, as well as a ownership perspective of what the utility control, what devices they control, and how.
Jim?
Real quickly on the FERC, the rate increase, can you just talk about that barometer? Is there like stratification? Is the FERC managing that for the rate increase, and does it stratify based on some demonstration of your cybersecurity, or is it just one level? And how do you get that rate increase? Just applying?
Yeah, so I can take this. So
please.
With the rate-based increase, I mean, obviously that's going to be set by the regulator on a state-by-state basis. So we have heard rate-based increases between 9 and 12%. With that said, it's going to vary state by state. Generally, it's coming from the utility provider working with the regulator, and so that's something we've actively discussed with utility providers in some of our initial discussions.
And FERC covers the transmission side of it, so anything on the distribution side deals with the public utility commissioners.
Alec?
The ZK proofs, what blockchain are you guys using? Is it layer 2?
Nikita?
Layer 2 in terms of what model?
Are you guys using a distributed ledger?
Correct.
So which blockchain are you guys?
It's a directed acyclic graph.
Okay.
And all that is on the application layer of the OSI model. and all of the nodes inside of that system are continuously synchronizing with each other to get a common state of that direct decay cyclic graph.
I guess to clarify the answer, SpiderOak has created their own proprietary distributed ledger technology, so it's not an existing blockchain model.
That sounds centralized to me.
It's decentralized in the sense that you have to get to some common state of the graph, and all of the devices have to continuously synchronize with each other to get that common state. And it is a distributed ledger. Yeah, it's the direct decay cyclic graph is what GitHub uses.
Mark?
Can you talk to me about how you build urgency with the utilities? Most venture capitalists die before the utilities actually adopt their portfolio company product. And then secondly, have you seen or had any discussions with either brokers or underwriters on the ability of your solution to move the needle on a premium so it's material?
Yeah. James, I think you should answer this given the conversations you have been having with utility providers.
Yeah. With the utilities, we have seen a significant push for them to look into advanced technologies. Like if you look at what's happened with all the wildfires in California, utilities are adopting significantly faster and at faster rates than they ever have in adopting new wildfire technologies. And we have started to see a trend in cybersecurity being a similar push into similar to how it's played out with wildfires. And could you repeat the second question?
Yeah, whether you've taken your solution to brokers, insurance brokers, or underwriters to see if you materially enough impact security that they would move premiums.
Yep. So like exploring the cyber insurance space is something we know we do need to do. That being said, we haven't, in all of our conversations with utilities, they've been very kind of secretive about how much they're spending on cyber insurance, what those premiums look like. But ideally, we are working with the insurance companies and in ways they're...
That's why you go straight, I would go to the brokers.
Yeah.
Right? Not the utility.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Patent portfolio, briefly. So the SpiderOak, what you have derivative work is yours. What about your patent portfolio? Could you just comment on that?
So as of right now, we have not filed any patents. With that said, we have developed IP on top of SpiderOak.
And that would be surrounding the energy requirements, access controls, and the communication protocol.
Monitoring, got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious what your pilots will look like once you move to that, and what's needed to get there. Is it just hardware development? Are there other things that need to happen? Can you walk us through that?
Yeah. Danny, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. So we've had late-stage conversations with Ameren for our first pilot, where we plan on doing this at their Technology Application Center down in Champaign, Illinois. They have about a dozen DERs, so we would need to develop about a dozen of these gateway devices that would directly plug into these DERs. And yeah, there needs to be a little bit of work on the hardware front, but we project to start this pilot in 2026. So it gives us enough time to do that.
And just to add on, this summer at Argonne, what we're testing is how do we integrate our software into these DERs? What are the specific access requirements and controls that we need to integrate for energy systems? And then number 3 is we want to model some cyber attacks that are common across energy systems. So all of that will help give us a check mark to really deploy our solution in a pilot.
Sarah?
We heard the question though.
Yeah. Would you like to take this?
Yeah. So I have the most manufacturing expertise on the team, so I will be leading that. But as we expand our team, we're gonna hire a hardware electrical engineer specifically who's gonna be designing our boards in the future, and we'll be working with contract manufacturers to develop our product at scale.
Alec?
Sorry, one more. Just, you guys, it sounded like it was an LOI. Is that a non-binding LOI? And is it set to become binding, set on certain conditions that are knowable?
Yeah. James, would you like to?
Yeah. We have a timeline for that LOI for active negotiations. That's 90 days, so they can't go talk to any other companies in this adjacent space. And then the first covenant that we have to hit, and when it kicks in, is the moment we raise money.
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to the Spider Oak investors? Just curious, broadly speaking, and MDP and others behind that, as you contemplate your financing?
We have. James, would you like?
Yeah, so we haven't talked to MDP specifically. I think right now we're kind of waiting to see, frankly, what happens with NVC and some of the non-dilutive funding opportunities. But that is definitely something that.
Smart.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
That's why you haven't called. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right.
Brent?
When you started to think about distributed ledger with this, was 2030.5 compatible, or what did you see when you saw the standard, and what does it say about distributed ledger?
Yeah.
So the IEEE 2030.5 is a communications protocol. It's not. It doesn't have to do with the decentralized nature of it.
Okay.
The ledger is focused on the access controls. So the communication is completely separate.
Communications protocol has some security standards in it, but what
Correct.
you're saying is like that just governed what we had to do with communication. It didn't disallow us to use distributed ledger.
Yeah.
Exactly.
IEEE 2030.5 is set to be the new standard to govern communications between these DRs, and they're trying the IEEE environment, those people who are.
Gentlemen. Okay. Clicker right there. Put your props where you want to put them. Anyone who's not presenting can have a seat here if you want, whatever. Oh, that's good, okay. Didn't know how it's finalized. All right, we're going to give them another minute or two to get ready.
It gives our eyes time to adjust.
It does. It gets a little bright up there. I mean, try not to stare into the lights. Those are bright lights. Just keep your eyes just below them and look at the audience. So, okay, we'll give it another. Give them a little time to finish the Q&A, the feedback forms.
We're in a tight ship. You've been on schedule.
We're trying to keep on schedule. Do we want you to keep on schedule? We keep on schedule. It's pretty simple. They're still writing, so we give them a little bit more time. We don't want to cut them short on the feedback.
Yeah, for sure. We got Joe finishing right exactly 10 minutes again.
Pardon?
We'll have Joe finish right at 10 minutes for you again.
That's good. That's
That's
you
all
do
we're trying
well
to
with
get out
it.
of NBC.
That's all you want out of NBC. I think you want more than that. So, all right. Let's see how we're doing. Give it one more minute. You guys all settled? How are we looking with the judges? Looks like one more, two more. All right, looks like all the judges are done. Let's move forward with our next company, K1 Semiconductor. Connor, whenever you're ready.
All right. Good morning. I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor, here to tell you about how we're unlocking the future of semiconductor manufacturing. We've seen the headlines. Semiconductors are the new oil. Congress passed the $280 billion CHIPS Act to boost domestic manufacturing. It's not an overstatement to say that the future of our technology in the coming decades depends on what's happening with semiconductors right now. But here's the thing. We know about semiconductors as being the pinnacle of human technology, fabricated with nanometer precision. But what you might not know is that the process to make wafers like these essentially starts with furnaces, saws, and sandpaper, the same types of tools that you would use to make something like this dinner plate. While we don't worry about losing a bit of clay while making ceramics, these semiconductor wafers are extremely valuable, and it's not sustainable that 2/3 of this valuable semiconductor material is lost in the process of making each and every wafer. In particular, the most expensive materials are those who are hurt the most by these incumbent manufacturing techniques. Materials like silicon carbide, lithium niobate, and diamond are at the cutting edge of modern electric vehicles, optical fiber networks, and thermal management in data centers. As high-end semiconductors are permeating into mainstream applications at a rapid pace, they're on a collision course with these outdated processes such that semiconductor wafer manufacturing needs innovation right now. This is where K1 comes in. Throughout the course of 5 years as a PhD candidate at University of Chicago, I've developed a one-of-a-kind wafer splitting process such that these wafers can be reused numerous times. Our process drastically reduces waste and can even work on the hardest materials in the world, such as diamond. K1's wafer splitting service allows companies to get the most out of each wafer and often provides performance benefits in the final devices. And industry is excited about what we're working on. We've received a great deal of interest in our technology from industry players and have letters of intent from Srico, Great Lakes Crystal Technology, and Tower Semiconductor, all companies that are working on these expensive materials that I mentioned previously. Our lab was also recently awarded a Phase 1 STTR joint grant with Srico to work on lithium niobate integrated photonics. In addition, two big players in the silicon carbide industry, Wolfspeed and Coherent, tell us that our technology could be a game changer and a huge competitive advantage in this space. Now let's take a look at the silicon carbide transistor manufacturing process and where we come in and provide a benefit. Silicon carbide is used in high power electronics and is the key component between the battery and the motor in electric vehicles. Starting with a bare wafer, metals can be placed on top to create devices with desired properties for a given application. Then the wafer is ground down as thin as possible to reduce the overall electrical resistance. Much of the waste comes from this grinding step, where all the valuable semiconductor material is lost as dust. Finally, this finished wafer is diced up and packaged in individual components. Where we come in is we obviate this grinding step by instead splitting the wafer into two valuable pieces. The bulk wafer can be sent back into the beginning of the manufacturing process and reused up to 20 times. In addition, the ultra-thin device wafer that we create is so thin that it provides a 20% performance benefit in the form of decreased overall resistance. Now we can take a look at where our process comes in and creates value in a real-world application. Take the Tesla Model 3, for instance, which has 48 silicon carbide transistors in its inverter module. Using our technology, we can take the amount of chips needed and the price per chip down such that $400 in savings can be made in manufacturing costs in the process of making these inverters, which translates to $100 million a year in savings for just this manufacturing line alone. Now I'll hand it over to Sagar to talk more about recent traction.
Thank you, Connor, for introducing this exciting technology. We have seen strong pull from both government and industry to develop this process. Our lab has received over $1.5 million in research grants from DoD and DOE to develop this technology. This support has allowed us to develop a strong moat around both IP and know-how. We have filed for patents from University of Chicago and have signed exclusive licensing options. Our lab has also received over $250K DoD grant to develop this technology for integrated optics applications with our partners Sirico. We have received 3 letters of intent. And more importantly, we are already working with our customers. The first letter of intent is from Great Lakes Crystal Technology, a high-quality diamond substrate manufacturer. By incorporating our process, they can grow the largest diamond wafers ever produced. The other 2 letters of intent are from Srico and Tower Semiconductors, pioneers in integrated optics. By incorporating our process, they can enable light-speed communication between GPU chips. In addition to letters of intent, we have also started working with a NASDAQ 100 large silicon carbide company. We are qualifying our process by testing these devices before and after our splitting process is performed. This is how we plan to scale in the next 5 years. As mentioned earlier, we are already working with specialty companies that use really high expensive materials like diamond and lithium niobate and can benefit the most by using our wafer splitting process. We plan to move into an incubator and process hundreds of wafers for companies like Great Lakes Crystal Technologies and Sirico. This will help us de-risk our technology and build the credibility that is needed to unlock the largest silicon carbide market. In parallel, we have already begun engaging with the largest silicon carbide players and plan to enter into joint development agreements with them. We plan to operate both as an independent service provider for the specialty companies and small silicon carbide companies, and also as a co-located plant for the larger silicon carbide companies. Currently, companies like Great Lakes Crystal Technology and Sirico are sending their wafers to our labs for being processed. We plan to continue this engagement by moving into a central facility. Some of the larger companies like onsemi are vertically integrated and can benefit by having our plant co-located with their plant. And this is how we plan to operate as a splitting service model in 5 years. Now I'll pass it on to Zella to talk about the market opportunity.
Thanks, Sagar. The global semiconductor market is already huge and still growing.
And within that market, there's an increased push away from traditional silicon substrates towards high-end materials for their high-performance properties. But these materials are expensive. Despite that, this market is expected to quadruple in size over the next 5 years, reaching $12 billion for high-end semiconductors material costs alone by 2030. K1 is uniquely positioned to enable the widespread adoption of these high-end semiconductors, to enable the future of technology from everything from AI to clean energy and more. Waste is a big problem in the semiconductor industry, and so a number of companies are trying to solve this by wafer splitting. And some of these companies, as you can see, have reached over $100 million valuations, but none of them can do what K1 can. We enable the highest number of reuses with the most cost-effective process on the market. But that's not all. Since our core technology is material agnostic, we also have the highest number of applications. So in terms of cost, efficiency, and range of uses, K1 is by far the industry leader in wafer splitting. I'll now pass to Joe to talk about the finalists.
Thanks, Zella. K1's breakthrough innovation drives tremendous profitability. Our dual value proposition of reuse plus performance enables us to charge $1,100 a unit on the 8-inch silicon carbide wafers that we expect to make up 80% of our revenue by 2030. Our splitting as a service model that Sagar described keeps our CapEx low, which allows us to keep our COGS low, around 45% of revenues, contributing to a 55% gross margin. After taking out about 20% for overheads, that leaves us with an excellent 35% long-term margin. And those strong margins drive stellar business results. By starting with specialty customers, we begin generating cash flow fast, anticipating reaching positive EBITDA in the first 24 months. Device qualification with the larger silicon carbide power device producers sets the stage for exponential growth in 2028 and beyond, allowing us to reach $190 million of revenue by 2030. And we are the team to push this innovation forward. With 3 PhDs, Connor, Sagar, and Zella, who have extensive research experience in the semiconductor space, and 2 MBAs, myself and Hisham, who have commercialization experience and manufacturing experience, and an unparalleled team of advisors who have worked in leadership roles across major semiconductor companies, have led startups, and also led investing in many startups. And this brings us to our ask. K1 is looking for $1.6 million to power us through phase 1. As a reminder, in phase 1, this is where we develop our first applications with our specialty customers and continue progressing qualification for the high volume customers later. Of that $1.6 million, we expect to put about $900,000 into capital equipment. We will have about $500K of burn and around $200K of working capital and R&D. So you've seen the story. K1 has the innovation the industry is looking for. Don't let us tell you, just read all those quotes, right? We are excited to continue unlocking the future of semiconductor manufacturing, and we look forward to taking your questions now. Thank you very much.
Good? Right. Excellent. Thank you. Brent.
For photonics, how thin can you get lithium niobate? And that's a pretty brittle material. Can you just talk a little bit more about how you accomplish that? Some materials deform, others break. That's one that breaks. How thin can you get it, and how do you do it?
Absolutely. Zilla, can you go to the text slide? So our process of splitting this material starts with applying a highly stressed layer of nickel on top of our wafer. And the properties of this nickel, both the stress and the thickness, determine how thin our layer is. So with lithium niobate in particular, because it's a brittle material, we end up with a few microns, I would say about 5 microns of thickness, which then we bond it to another substrate and then polish it down using standard industry polishing techniques. And the key advantage of our technology versus other technologies where they might start with an entire wafer and then try to polish it down is that often results in wafer bowing and breaking, whereas our wafer starts much thinner already, so the polishing doesn't cause the damage that it normally would for much thicker substrates. Cynthia.
So obviously a very innovative product, but also I was struck an innovative business model where you're going to co-locate a plant. Now, is that commonly done in semiconductors, that your industry, or and have you gotten some feedback from potential customers on how how welcoming they would be for such an opportunity.
Yes, thank you for your question. I'll have Sagar talk about our go-to-market with that.
Can we go to Selectra slide? We have already seen this with companies like Amcor that are really huge OSAT companies which work on packaging materials. So they had their plant co-located with Intel for a long time. And also with one of our competitors, Selectra, they had their plant co-located with Infineon and eventually got acquired by them. So this is a common practice in the industry. Once we get into joint development agreements, I think with the larger silicon carbide players.
So it seems like a step toward acquisition, I guess, is what I was wondering. Kind of a partnership that could very likely evolve into an acquisition.
Yeah, that is a possible route. Amcor is public, but Selectra has been acquired, so that is also a possible route. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in the back there.
I'm curious on your competitor slide, if you can talk a little bit more about the technology that the named competitors use. Is it similar to what you're doing, very different? And then do you have data on the efficacy of your solution versus those? Because all of these questions really get to, when you're talking with prospective customers, how you are differentiating versus the others.
Absolutely, thank you. Zella, could you go to the competitive technology slide? So here are how our competitors do their wafer splitting. So a lot of these people will try to do wafer splitting by basically making it as easy as possible for them to split a wafer. They'll shoot high power lasers at it or implant ions or blast it with sound waves. And what this does is this reduces the overall efficacy of the splitting process, where the big advantage that we have is that we built this thing from first principles, physics, and applied this patented nickel layer on top, and we're able to peel much thinner layers than they can because we aren't blasting too much energy into the wafer, and we're just right at the minimum amount of energy required to split it off. And I see very good results in terms of continuity and like experimental outcomes during the lab, and we're looking forward to, in phase 1, validating our yield on a more large scale. Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, Vijay?
So you mentioned yield, right? I think yield is one of the biggest factors there, right? So from a risk standpoint, is it still research risk, engineering risk, product risk? Where do you see the product right now?
Could you clarify?
So how ready is it to go into production now? Or what do you need to de-risk before you can go into production?
Absolutely. So can you go to the tech progress slide? So in the last few years, we've gone from these kind of small, few millimeter sized chips to then centimeter size, and now we're doing full 4-inch silicon carbide wafers, and we're moving soon to these industry scale 6-inch and 8-inch wafers, which will be accommodated once we move into this incubator facility. And we're seeing that the wafers that we can split off, like you can see in this picture on the left here, is a strong, so that's a 30 micron thick film of silicon carbide held above a 350 micron thick base material, and you can see that it maintains the original shape and the original crystal quality. We've done tests on the crystal quality, and it looks excellent, just like the bulk material. Yes, Brent.
Again, back to photonics. With Light Matters at Global Foundries, they're not on your list yet. Have you talked to them, or where would they be on your priority list as a foundry partner?
We have not talked to them yet. We're interested in this Rico company we're working with is more of a small company that has a lower barrier to adopt our technology and work on initial trial runs with them. So we're interested in working with them first to kind of prove out the initial technology, and then we'll reach after the big players after that. Yes, Alec.
Just the experience you had going from 30 to 4-inch, I think, is where it looks like 100. Is there anything embedded in there, maybe a copy question to the gentleman right in front of me, but that you learned, or the timing of that, going from 15 to 30 was short, you did a bunch of things in between there and 100, but is there any learning from there that going to more commercial aid that you expect is there some hurdle there you're expecting, or is it, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Zilla, could you go back to the just overall technology slide? So before that, because our process really just relies on depositing a highly stressed layer of nickel over the entire wafer and then initiating a crack on the side and propagating that across the wafer, as long as we can deposit our highly stressed layer of nickel on the wafer, which this electroplating process that we use is very standard in the industry and can work with wafers as large as 12-inch. We don't anticipate any significant issues with scaling larger and larger. In fact, our technology looks better and better with the larger wafers because there tends to be about 0.5 millimeter of edge exclusion that we create when we're propagating the crack. And as the wafer becomes larger in diameter, that edge exclusion becomes smaller and smaller of a percentage of the entire wafer. So we're excited about scaling this, and once we move into our incubator facility and can work with these larger electroplating tanks, we're excited about showing our technology on these full 8-inch wafers, which are like this big.
Sorry, was the nickel layer similar going from 15 to 30 to 100?
Yes, it's the same because we set a fixed stress of the nickel, and as the area increases, stress is force per area, so the area cancels out. So the force at that crack tip stays the same throughout the entire propagation process because it's just a constant stress throughout. Any other questions? Yes, Robert.
Can you talk a little bit about long-term CapEx expectations and what does this business look like, I guess, moving forward? Is there an IP play here, or do you always want to have a hand in the manufacturing?
Yes. So I can have Sagar talk about the service model, then I can talk about the IP model.
Yeah. So for the near-term future, we're processing wafers for Great Lake Crystal Technologies, and it's a low barrier to entry where we split one diamond wafers into multiple diamond wafers. And within a few months, I think we should be able to generate revenue from this process with Great Lake Crystal Technologies. And eventually, we're working with larger silicon carbide companies. So I can go to the qualification slide. And with the larger silicon carbide companies, the way it works is there's about an year of qualification that goes through where they use our process and develop these new generation chips, get them certified, and then we can go into full-scale manufacturing with them. So that'll take about 2 years or so.
And to continue to talk about that, because we're a service provider, our CapEx is quite low because we're not an inline semiconductor manufacturer. So we have all our electroplating processes in-house, and we receive wafers from companies and send them back out. And in terms of why we're not IP licensing, so a big thing is that our technology is a platform technology, works with all types of materials. So we work best at scale, where companies from all types of materials can send their processes to us, and then we send them back out. We have the technical know-how within our facility to give the best yields rather than trying to train other outside companies to improve. And in addition, as the semiconductor industry continues to innovate, if we were to license our technology out, they would have to update their processing lines every time an innovation happened, and we are much more ready and prepared to do that as an independent service provider rather than sending it out to other people who might not be able to get as much value from our splitting process. Yes, Jim.
So great presentation, and I defer to your academic and qualifications as it relates to semiconductor at the atomic level. Just want to get that out up front.
Thank you.
But at the atomic level, looking at following up from Gail's question, like looking at different materials and approaches, right? This from Stanford, this introduction of hafnium and zirconium diselenide and those materials as a threat, or even liquid nitrogen, those kinds of things. How do you look at that as you're trying to get down to this level of how far it goes, and how do you think about that contextually for what is the next generation that you're building?
Absolutely. So I think the biggest advantage we have is that since our technology is a platform technology, works with all types of materials, and any material that's not silicon is 10 to 20 times more expensive than silicon. And the customers are always wanting to reuse wafers. The growth process for silicon is so cheap and straightforward, but that's only specific to that one material. Every other process, for example, Wolfspeed, one of these companies, has 4,000 furnaces that take 2 weeks to grow one chunk of silicon carbide, and replacing any kind of process that involves wafer growth, which is very low margin for the companies, they would be very excited about using our technology on all types of substrates.
Okay, great. So, thank you.
Sarah, yes.
So I see you have some patents filed. If this is as brilliant as it sounds, what is the danger of it being copied overseas and then having the wafers shipped?
Thank you. So The patents through University of Chicago are initially filed. The application for the first couple of years is a worldwide application. So currently, in the near term, we don't have to worry about that. And going forward, we'll look at the different markets globally and decide if we need to invoke our patents on those specific regions, in particular overseas across the Pacific.
And there's a lot of know-how outside the patent.
Trade secrets.
What's up?
Trade secrets.
Yeah. Yes, Alec?
Just the sort of value add, right? This is sort of like up to a 20 to 1. What about just the price of like silicon carbide and historic? I haven't seen a price chart of it, but if it's down and to the right and it gets cheaper and cheaper, the marginal value is less and less. I don't know if that's the case in some of these newer substrates, and whether that combined with if you think you're going to be commercially competing, let's say 4 or 5 years from now, not competing against newer methodologies, but the existing ones get improved as well, and therefore both the combination of the lower cost and competitors getting more efficient, which semiconductor manufacturers usually do. Does that run the risk of it's 4 to 1 by the time this happens?
Absolutely. Joe, you want to take it?
Yeah, that's a great question, and actually highlights one of the things we're most excited about, actually, is if you look 40 years ago, everyone said silicon's way too expensive. It'll only be used in the highest end chips, right? And then manufacturing evolved. Silicon became as cheap as dirt. And so the next generation materials, we fully expect that same cost decay to happen and for the product to innovate kind of along that product adoption curve. And so, so while we do anticipate that our revenues will be pushed, our margins will be challenged and squeezed, we expect that our revenues will grow because these applications are going to expand tremendously. We had it kind of on the executive summary of the business plan, but NVIDIA announced 2 weeks ago that their next generation of data centers will be 800 volt DC servers, and those high power applications, you have to be using silicon carbide or something else. So there's just so many macro tailwinds that will drive demand higher, and even as costs fall, that will also enable more demand. So.
Great, thank you.
Cool.
Okay, great job. So we have had 6 great presentations, and they are very, very different, amazingly so. So congratulations to the teams. And you also appreciate the judges are unbelievable. I remember when I first did this, I'd see a plan, I'd say that's a great plan, and then one of the judges would be here and would just destroy the plan. And I learned I was really stupid. And so it is just so wonderful to see all the domain expertise and the teams standing up to it. So it's been a pleasure. So we'll have 4 more after lunch, but before we go to lunch, let me introduce Samir Mayakar. And Samir is the executive director of the Polsky Center, and he has been a fantastic addition and is a great partner to all of us. So Samir, here you go.
Thank you, Steve. Well, it's been a very good morning, and I just mainly wanted to say, our mission here at the Polsky Center is to help advance new ideas and technologies and help bring them to the world from the UChicago ecosystem. And there's no better representation of that than the New Venture Challenge. Now, for those of you founders out there, these competitions matter and they can change your life. Not that long ago, I was in your shoes as a grad student. I participated in competitions like this. We won several of them, and then that became the next decade of my life, was building a company, and it was the most formative experience of my career. So you can do this, and it doesn't matter if you win. If you make it here to the finals, it means that you have merit, and you're really not competing with the other teams. You're competing with your own ability to build something of lasting value, and I just encourage you to keep at it. Now, our team at the Polsky Center is bringing online a lot of new resources to help you as founders. So there's just a few things I wanted to mention. The first, as you might have seen in the news last week, we announced a new UChicago affiliated venture fund. It's a $25 million fund that's the first of its kind. It's called Harper Court Ventures because some of our offices are in Harper Court on 53rd Street. And it's making pre-seed and seed investments in companies that have any type of UChicago affiliation, faculty, staff, students, IP, alumni. And so if you want to learn more about that, please come to our team because they've already made 4 investments. They're deploying right now. You've probably seen the fund manager in and out of here. His name is Karthi Madasamy, and the fund has Silicon Valley roots, but they'll be hiring someone to sit with our team here in Hyde Park. So that's one new fund, $25 million. The second is if you're touching life sciences and healthcare, the University of Chicago medical system has another $25 million fund. So for anything touching healthcare, and Hannah over here actually runs that fund, that's available to you as well. So just in the past 12 months, it's $50 million of new funding available to all of you as founders. And that builds on really the amazing work at the New Venture Challenge. And even this year, you've probably heard from Steve and Mark, we have a high degree of resources. Thank you, Ratan, for increasing the first place prize. So it's just never been a better time to be an entrepreneur here at the University of Chicago. And the last thing I wanted to say is this event, it takes a lot of work. And so I'm going to put my team on the spot here in a minute. If you're on the Polsky Center team, please raise your hand. These folks here in the back, let's give them a round of applause. I lovingly like to say it's like the swan. It's very smooth on the surface, but we're all working really hard under that surface, and I'm deeply appreciative to all of them. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. So it's time for that lunch break. Steve, do you want to adjourn everybody?
Yeah. Thank you. So lunch for the judges and the coaches. We're in 219, 219 on the second floor, and you can either walk up or take the elevator. For everybody else, you're on your own. I think we're going to clear or clean the room other than the non-reserved seats and the seats with name cards. And we will come back here, 12:45 sharp is when Mudita will present. So be here at 12:40 and be ready to go at 12:45. 4 more great teams, and we'll see you then.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and start taking our seats. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes. Can I have to flip the monitor, the projector, so that when you put the students' teams in, the student presentations up? Yeah, I've already got it set for Mudita. And the conference monitor in the front. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started here in about a minute or two.
Energy up, right? In Q&A, energy up.
Start grabbing our seats here. I'm going to go check the hallway. Ratan's here, now we're getting ready. Last call out here. Anyone else? Everyone thinks getting in front of the judges is hard, and it is. But even harder is working to keep the schedule on time. So I appreciate everyone working hard to make sure we can keep to the schedule. It helps a lot. So we'll let a few people settle into their seats. And then, let's see. Got David, we're missing 1, 2, okay. All right. Oh, we're missing one judge. You want to wait or you want to? All right. Right. Okay, we're missing 2. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Our next team is ready to roll. Our next team is Mudita Earth. Pooja?
Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're so excited to tell you more about Mudita Earth. Mudita Earth is a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand for women of color. To date, we have over $100,000 in revenue. We're in 200 retail stores, and we have an additional 300 in the queue. This is a picture of my mom when she was the age that I am today. Fast forward 30 years, she had intense dark circles around her eyes and her mouth. But the products available to her weren't exactly helping her solve her skincare issues because they weren't made with her skin tone and type in mind. Now, she comes from a long lineage of farmers, where in her younger years, her mom used to tell her to rub papaya on her face. And when she went back to her natural roots, she saw amazing results. And that's when I realized this can't just be her story. There are over 70 million women of color in the United States. And when shopping for skincare products, they find stuff that has so many toxic ingredients. If it's clean, it's so expensive. And most importantly, it's just not that effective on their skin type. This is a $9 billion problem waiting to be solved for types 3 to type 6, which is melanin-rich skin on the Fitzpatrick scale. And we set out to solve it. My mom is also a cosmetic scientist by qualification. We went to farmers markets, we sold our products, we interviewed thousands of women, and we got them tested in a clinical trial where 100% of the patients saw increased hydration levels. But we didn't stop there. Today, Mudita Earth is a line of 6 products made with botanicals grown on our very own family-owned farms in California. Our customers are women of color over the age of 25, and they really struggle with their skin. And they have issues like hyperpigmentation, discoloration, but when they use Mudita Earth products, they see tremendous results. They love the texture, and they say it's an absolute game changer for them. And with that, we have taken this brand from our kitchen to 200 doors. Just last November, we launched nationwide with natural grocers. In the last 6 months, we've seen $35,000 worth of sales come through. Since the start of NVC, we've gotten an additional 150 doors with launches through Meijer and H-E-B. And we even have a vendor set up with a small little chain called Walgreens for a pilot in August of 2026. And that's just the beginning. These retail partnerships are not easy to get, and we are building staying power. In addition to the H-E-B, Meijer, Bath & Body Works online, we're in such strong conversations with Wegmans, Sprouts, Walmart, Tomorrow, I have a pitch with Costco, and in 4 days, I'm flying down to meet the director of skincare at CVS for an in-person pitch. And you're probably wondering, why are all these retailers saying yes to you? For that, I will hand it over to my CMO, Sid, who will tell you exactly why.
Thanks, Pooja. Mudita Earth is poised to fill the melanin gap in skincare today. Typically, when a customer wanted to shop for skincare, they have the following options available to them. They could choose between natural and synthetic ingredients at an expensive or affordable price point. But what you'll note is that all of these brands were designed with generic and universal formulations and not with melanin-rich skin or the woman of color in mind. That's why a number of brands entered this space a few years ago to fill this gap, and they've seen tremendous success, with brands like Tula bringing in over $100 million of revenue every year. But we'll also see is there's a huge gap on the right side of the screen for clean, affordable skincare for the woman of color. That is exactly where we come in, which is why so many retailers are so excited to bring us into their stores, because we're bringing a net new customer to the skincare aisle whose needs are not currently being met. And we believe we can win for 3 key reasons. The first is our breakthrough formulas. Our customers absolutely love our texture, and this is driven by a proprietary blend of ingredients, which is patent pending. The second reason why we believe we can win is our brand story, grounded in our founders' lived experience, which builds authenticity and trust with customers in a way that our competitors just can't match. Also, our homegrown story is given further credence by the fact that a number of our botanicals are sourced from Pooja and Jessica's family-owned farms in California. And finally, we're radically accessible, 41% more affordable than those melanin-rich competitors that I mentioned, who wouldn't risk entering this space and diluting their premium positioning. And as we grow in stores, we've been working hard to develop a retail playbook that's replicable and scalable as we go nationwide in those 6,000 stores over the course of the next 5 years. We've tried a number of different tactics, the most effective of which have been sampling and Instacart ads. And in the 50 of 170 Natural Grocers stores where we've run this test, we've seen amazing results, more than doubling the Natural Grocers benchmark for their top 10 skincare brands at an ROI of over 3 times. And what's great to see is that these sales have continued post-promotion as well, where we continue to beat that benchmark even when we're not running these promotions. And you can see the impact of these tactics in our sales over the last 6 months since we've been in store, growing at a healthy 27% month on month. But we've not just been thinking in-store and in retail, we've also been selling successfully on Amazon and our D2C website, garnering hundreds of reviews, an average product rating of 4.5 stars, a repeat purchase rate that is well within category benchmarks, and more and more and more amazing customer feedback. Speaking of online, we've also been ramping up our social media efforts, developing a robust organic, paid, and influencer strategy to meet our target customer exactly where they're consuming content and discovering new products. All of this with the goal to increase overall brand awareness and drive traffic to our Amazon and D2C websites where we have healthier margins, which I'll let Ayuth talk you through. Thank you, Sid. Our margins are currently strong across channels. On the retail side of our business, which constitutes 3/4 of our current revenue, we get $15 per unit that we sell at an MSRP of $27 at our retail partners, taking away COGS of $4.70 as well as retailer distributor fees. We are left with a contribution margin of $8 per unit, which is 54%. Online, our story is even better, as we get $27 per unit sold, out of which, taking away the same COGS as well as partner fulfillment fees, we are left with $15 of contribution margin, which is 57%. This justifies our push from a retail-first strategy to an omni-channel strategy as we grow, as we look to scale across the value chain. And this comes in 3 steps. Firstly, at the manufacturer level, meeting supplier MOQs and having higher order quantities will help us increase our contribution margin by 4 percentage points over the next 24 months. On the inventory side of things, better warehousing management and smoother order flow will reduce inventory days by 38% by 2027. And the final step of the value chain, which is the customer, that push towards the omni-channel strategy will increase our AOVs and reduce our receivable days over the next 5 years, thus ensuring financial health across all 3 financial statements as we grow. To speak more to the financials, I'll invite Harish on stage.
Thank you, Ayuth. The opportunity for Mudita Earth is massive, and we're super excited to share our vision with you. As far as financials go, a few key points. 1, revenue. We expect to hit close to $60 million in revenue year 5, 40% of that coming from our online business, which, as Ayud mentioned, has better margins. 2, profitability. The change in revenue mix as well as cost optimization due to the economies of scale that we're going to reach, we're going to hit EBITDA profitability in year 3 and EBITDA to grow to $11 million by year 5. Number 3, we're going to invest significantly in sales and marketing so that we can bring the Mudita brand, but also have the 6,000 store target reached, as well as acquire close to 600K unique customers for our online platform. Lastly, we understand that it's super important to be thoughtful about working capital as we scale. We approach every conversation with vendors and retailers right now with this in mind, and will continue to do so that we remain efficient and capital efficient as we scale. And with that, I'd like to invite Pooja to conclude.
So, how are we going to do all of this? First and foremost, my mom and I are fully committed to this brand full time. Second, we have amazing advisors. We have Joanna on our team who has taken her own skincare brand to Sam's Club, Walmart, Costco, and we have the head of operations, North America at Sephora, come on as an advisor. He has seen the success of what we are trying to do at a premium level at Sephora and is so excited for us to replicate that at a mass market scale. And we have an amazing NVC team. They have great experience across CPG, branding, ops, VC, and 3 of them will be staying on with us in the months post NVC. With incredible traction, amazing upcoming pitches, and an incredible team, we are asking for $2 million in investment. This will take us through the next 24 months where we will hit $6 million in revenue, we will have 100,000 owned customers, and have a presence in 800 retail stores. Eventually, with the goal of making Mudita Earth a mass market leader in beauty and the go-to destination in wellness for the women of color. Thank you so much. I would love to invite the rest of my team and my co-founder, head of R&D, and my mom. Here, we can stand on the side.
Hello all. I am Pooja's 28 years old mom with the dark circles. Do you understand?
Yep, ready to take any questions. Yeah, David.
It's a great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
I've been an investor in a number of these companies, including Casper, which I saw there, and Angie's List. I wonder, is your mother going to be part of like the face of the company? A really effective strategy for us has been really personalizing that in our digital marketing.
Yeah,
I think it's a great story.
Absolutely, I'll let my CMOs to talk about exactly how we're going to be doing that.
Yeah, that's a great point and something that we've been thinking deeply about as we think about how we really build deep connections with our customers and stand out in the marketplace. So as I mentioned, one of our key differentiators is our brand story, which will be grounded in making Pooja and Jessica the faces of this brand. That takes various forms, but of those 3 target customers that Pooja mentioned, one is in the 18 to 25 range, which is where Pooja comes in, and the bulk of our customers are actually in the 25 to 65 range, which is where we see Jessica coming in. This will take the form of, in our advertisements, in our organic content on social media, we'll really be pushing their skincare routines, how they use natural ingredients in their everyday life, and overall just building a picture of wellness for the woman of color.
Yeah, Jim.
Great job. That was awesome. Congratulations on all the traction.
Thank you.
So Mudita, sympathetic, vicarious joy?
Joy, yeah.
So why not for men too?
Great
Like,
point.
I don't know, I want some sympathetic joy.
So my dad is in the audience. He uses the products every day for the last 4 years.
On stage.
So sometimes we take videos of him on Instagram too to pull that male audience. But first we thought, since we are a mother-daughter duo, we're the face of the brand, it connects so well with women, and so that's what we're starting out with. But about 5 to 10% of our customers are men, and they're very loyal, which is great. So we are seeing early traction of them buying us on Amazon, buying us in store, and so that's something that's definitely on the horizon as we expand. Yeah, Cynthia.
How about lighter skinned people, men and women? I was reading about your products, very compelling plan, and it seemed like, boy, this would be a great product. I wonder if it would work on me.
Great question, and we get asked this all the time. So actually, we get a lot of inbound feedback from white women and saying they love our products. This is primarily because we're targeting issues like hyperpigmentation, dark spots, and so if anyone does experience those issues, they give us great feedback saying, hey, we love your products. So we're happy to pick those sales along the way, but to really make sure we're very targeted in our marketing and meeting those customers whose needs are not met yet, we're really focusing on those types 3 to 6 for now.
But it would be great follow-on if you could
expand
and not do what all the others did and just be exclusive to one group.
I'm happy to take that. So we've thought about that a lot because we've gone back and forth on if we're for types 3 to 6, types 1 to 6. But ultimately, we realized that to build resonance in the marketplace and really stand out, we want to start with that customer. But eventually, our marketing will evolve where right now we're focusing on skin tones, but eventually we'll be focusing on specific skin issues. So like hyperpigmentation, dark spots that we believe resonate across the types 1 to 6, not just 3 to 6.
Laura?
Great presentation, great energy. I'm gonna challenge a couple things though. Omnichannel, check. Retail, impressive, check. But the whole brand essence is really about personal, contextual relevance. I mean, me, right? And so a retail channel like Walgreens and so forth and so on, terrific, but they are all about scale and kind of, I don't want to say one-dimensional scale, but they're all about scale. You know, a direct-to-consumer beauty brand might say, hey, I'm going to double down on growth marketing, I'm going to double down on personal, relevant advertising, build relationships, really focus on CAC and lifetime customer value, and use content to propel that personal message. I'm not hearing that in this presentation as much. I bet you're thinking it, though.
We are absolutely thinking it.
Dig in on that for me.
Yes, for sure. And I will re-invite my CMO, Sid, who has such an amazing plan of how we're going to take this online and bring this brand story to life.
Yeah.
And I'll let him take it away.
Sure. So could we go to the marketing tactics slide? So I love this question, and actually before Booth, I was working in advertising at some of the largest agencies in the world for 5 years. So this is my bread and butter and something I get really excited about. We've thought very holistically about our customer, full funnel and omni-channel, with a combination of online and offline tactics. So online, as you mentioned, that takes the form of content, really, as we've already talked about, making Pooja and Jessica the face of the brand. We're testing a lot of different tactics on what messaging resonates most with customers in paid social as well. But that's just one side of the story, which is online, right? Offline, right now, we're only in 200 stores, which makes it easy to build relationships with retailers, body care managers who really push our products. But as we scale, there are a number of different tactics that we've been talking to experts in the category about how can we get that brand story out to a customer who maybe hasn't seen us online already. And so that is done through sampling, through merchandising trays, through shelf talkers, if we could bring up a photo of the shelf talkers. And on our packaging itself, you'll see our brand story that is all about being rooted in you, rooted in me. And so we believe we can tell that story across the funnel and across channels.
But your business plan had your sales split, if I remember this right, 75-25.
Currently.
That's currently.
Right? So let's take an e.l.f. Cosmetics, right? They built that brand, they built that business on TikTok, online, direct-to-consumer, e-com, personal, memorable, relevant storytelling and content. I hear everything you're saying, but that's what a L'Oreal is today.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a more traditional Fortune 500, G1000 company is today, 75-25. And so as you venture forward and do the thing, just think about all the advantages that you have because your brand is about personalization and all the advantages you have to really get that growth marketing engine in a DTC way revved for you. It will make your brand even more distinctive to the customers, I think, that you're trying to attract.
Awesome, thank you.
Perfect. That's definitely top of mind. Yes, Koichiro?
Could you talk about some scientific or
Oh, yeah.
testing result of the improvement?
Yeah. So our 3 hero SKUs, which we launched with first, are tested in a clinical trial. This was done with a dermatologist in California, where he recruited patients of different ages and melanin levels. So there was a whole formal write-up, 30 pages. It was approved by the IRB. And what they did was they took these patients and they measured their craniometry, transepidermal water loss, and the dermatologist himself did a qualitative assessment of their moisture levels. And so this was done over 7, 21, and 28 days. And then we got those numbers back and we did our own analysis on them. Something that's very top of mind is making sure we do that not only for those 3 SKUs, but for the other 3 SKUs with more patients and really drill down that these are clinically effective products, because in today's market, that's what's going to break through the noise.
So mine's more a comment than a question. First of all, your presentation was great. I really liked it. We're investors in Madison Reed, and early on they had lots of the same challenges and stuff I hear you talk about, including the founder uses her daughter, who's Madison Reed, as the face of it. We found that we couldn't really break into the international markets till we found someone to partner with, and have started doing that through Wella about a year ago, and it's made a huge difference. The other thing is we debated when to go into the men's coloring side, and waited too long, I think, on that side. Now, as a Red Sox fan, we used Alex Rodriguez as our spokesman, which I really argued against. But you have your father, who's got like a great skin. That's the mom. That's way better than A-Rod. So you should go earlier than later on that.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you. Sam? Oh, I can't see the names at all. I'm so sorry.
Can you just cover the LTV and CAC dynamics for the D2C business?
Of course. I will let you take that one, and let's move the LTV CAC slide.
So currently our LTV, our CAC is at $21 in 2024. However, we're looking to invest more into that side of the business and bump that up to above a $30 level right now, as we are looking to onboard more customers. Currently, our LTV is, we've basically looked at all the customers that we have. We have 21% repeat customers, and we're looking to invest into the marketing and sales that we're doing to ensure that that split becomes more and more towards people who are enthusiasts and loyalists. Over the next 5 years, we're hoping to get around 10% of those loyalist customers, ensuring that the LTV gets to an above $75 level for a customer, which ensures that our CAC will be at that lower 20s. We get to a 3.8 LTV CAC, which would be beating current benchmarks, which is between 3 to 3.3.
Sorry, can I just follow up? Is that contribution margin fully loaded with shipping and all the fulfillment
Correct.
costs?
So our COGS currently are around 20% or less than 20% online and just above 20% offline. And then when we were kind of like baking in distribution costs, fulfillment costs, that's where the contribution margin hits.
And you have CAC going down as you scale, is that right?
Yeah, so this year we're looking to invest more into sales and marketing, which is why there will be a bump in CAC as we try to onboard more customers. But as we see that marketing engine try to generate results, as well as offline as well, people get more knowledge about our products, we would expect that CAC to go down back to that sub 25 level, ensuring that our LTV CAC gets to almost close to 4x level.
I'm so sorry, I can't see your name.
Yeah, Guy, thank you. So just to distill some of the stuff I think we've heard from folks, a couple questions. The first is, where are your target customers learning about new products?
Yep.
And where are they clicking the buy button or putting them in their cart?
Yep, I will let my CMO take this one.
Could we go to the ICP slide? So, yes, okay, great. So we have 3 key customer segments. The first is our clean conscious millennials, second is our value-driven mothers, third is ingredient-first minimalists. They're mainly segmented by age and skin concern. But broadly speaking to your question of how they're discovering products, you can put them in 2 buckets. We have our millennials on one hand, and then the mothers and minimalists on the other hand. How our millennials are typically discovering products is online, through social media, through influencers. They're hearing about products that people that they follow and trust are really interested in and really excited about, and trying products through there, and primarily shopping through Amazon and D2C. And then you have our value-driven mothers and ingredient-first minimalists who are much more value-driven, much more avid label readers, who are keen to see exactly every ingredient that is in their product, test and feel their product, and so they're much more retail-driven. And so when they go into the skincare aisle, when they find that products are not meeting their needs already, that's exactly where we win with them through our shelf talkers, where they see that this is a product designed for them and that they can purchase and try.
If you had to choose one of those, which would you choose?
In terms of where our sales are greatest, it's with that middle segment, which is the 25 to 45 mom who is shopping primarily in retail, all about natural wellness and natural products.
Thanks.
Robert?
So it sounds like you have 21% retention. So two questions on that. First is, what's the feedback you're getting from people who are not repurchasing?
Yeah, I can take that one. So we've done a bit of customer interviews with those people who are not buying those products again. The biggest theme that we saw was that they are not sure of how to integrate a product when they just buy one single product like a serum or a cleanser into their whole routine. And so what's actually been really helpful is we built Amazon in our product display pages. We've put steps 1, 2, and 3 on our shelf talkers and our signage. We do, hey, step 1 cleanser, step 3. When we talk about our routines online, that's how we do it. And so what we're really trying to do is educate, hey, this is not just one product you can use. There's a whole routine available here, morning and evening, and that hopefully should start pushing them to not only buying that product again and again, but expanding and increasing that average order value.
Got it. And then as a follow-up, I'm probably not the best expert on skincare, but this probably takes, what, 3 months to go through? 2 months, something like that?
Go through where?
For like a full, so if somebody buys this.
Yeah, so like our most common purchasers will go through it like 4 to 6 weeks, and then maybe like a little bit longer if you're only using it once a day is 2 to 3 months.
How do you guys think about re-engaging them to make sure that
Yes.
purchase rate doesn't remain where it is?
Oh yeah, we have a very robust strategy for this, for which I'll once again invite my CMO, Sid, who has clearly done a very wonderful job thinking of everything.
But we have a really robust customer retention strategy that we've been thinking through that takes our customer all the way from acquisition to engagement, retention, and loyalty. So just to paint you a picture of a sample customer who might have discovered us on social media or through an influencer, and then I can talk about retail as well. So they might have seen a social media post or like an influencer talking about us. They'll visit our website, put in their email address, which as you've seen on most retailers, you'll get an instant email with a promotion, which will then encourage them to drive that first purchase. Once we have them in our system, we'll continually re-engage them with relevant content as well as seasonal promotions. And importantly, I think to drive retention and increase that average order value, we're starting to roll out bundles like Pooja mentioned, which will be focused on like AM and PM routines rather than just like buy this serum. So it's like use this serum, use this moisturizer, and this cleanser. That will then increase average order value and educate the customer more about their product. And then finally, to encourage loyalty, we're launching a subscribe and save program on our website, which we're already doing on Amazon, and going to be launching a loyalty program as you would expect with points, discounts, credits, and so on. And how that looks offline or in store is really working hand in hand with our retailer, which we've already been doing with natural grocers. So this takes the form of exclusive bundles, exclusive coupons, and really taking advantage of their promotion cycle. So for example, natural grocers had this beauty bonanza sale last month where we sent a bunch of samples and had really relevant content for shoppers in store as well.
Great job. Thank you very much, Mudita. And judges, as we set up for the next team, go ahead and finish filling out your form. The samples are yours to keep.
Please enjoy that. Give them to your wives.
We'll be bringing up our next team here in a minute. Do it in the hall. Drop the mics. You can go out this door and drop the mics in the hall.
Do we have some extra?
Rob, the guy's name is Dave Boris. He was on 7 Shifts.
Must have been right before I joined.
Probably.
It's an amazing story. I've heard a lot.
All right, our next team's getting mic'd up here.
That was the guy trekking back from Saskatoon.
Oh, you can see it. All right. This is slightly different clicker. Okay. Forward, backward. Be careful, it's a little sensitive, so don't push and hold it too long, and I'll skip a few slides. The 3 of you are presenting, right? Okay. All right. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable. when he comes up afterward, when you get ready to Q&A, take a second to invite the rest of my teams and introduce him so people remember who he is. And we'll look up at here. Try not to stare on the lights, though. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, got it. Okay. Looks like you guys are ready.
Yeah.
Looks like the judges are ready. So I guess we are ready to roll. Our next team is Celine. Whenever you're ready.
Cool. Okay, we're good to go. Hi, everyone. My name's Joey. I'm super excited to talk about this today because we're talking about a very fun topic, sports betting, probably the only entertainment team. So I'm excited to present Celine. Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides profitable plays, access to sharp bettors and their best plays, as well as EV tools to help you make your own profitable betting strategies. So our team actually has a lot of experience making money with sports betting. In the last year, we've made an amazing $600,000 off of sports betting. That's in profit. After investing just $120,000 of our own capital. You can be sure that $600,000 is what's paying for my MBA. That's across 60,000 bets placed, so this is not just due to luck. And we bet on everything from basketball and golf to esports like Call of Duty and League of Legends. We bet on all the major US sportsbooks and international sportsbooks as well. So at this point, you're probably wondering, how do you guys make these bets? Like, how does it work? So it's a really simple process called positive EV betting, which I'm sure a lot of the judges who are savvy investors are familiar with. So positive EV betting, to give a simple analogy, if I offered you $120 on a $100 coin flip, would you take that bet? The answer is yes. You should take that bet as many times as you can because I'm giving you $20 extra. All that to say, we use our own in-house models, trading tools, sandbox tools, you name it, to basically find when sportsbooks are offering more value than they should be. In fact, we've been so successful that sportsbooks have actually limited how much we can put down. And so that didn't stop us, though. We decided to monetize our strategies by starting to sell our plays on Discord. We've had a pretty good run on Discord as well. So we've amassed 5,000 Twitter followers. That was across just 6 months, 1,000 Discord subscribers, each paying $50 a month. But of course, there are problems with this model, and so that's where we're looking to expand. Right now, Discord is not, I would say, very mainstream in terms for sports bettors. There's high barriers to entry in terms of just signing on to Discord, figuring out where you can find bets, and we have no control over the user experience. As a result, a lot of the people that join our community are people who already know what positive EV betting is and are sharp sports bettors themselves. And so what we're looking to do is launch a standalone app, Celine, a social sports betting platform tailored to the casual investor. Essentially, we want to bring the best parts of positive EV betting, the disciplined approach, to the casual sports bettor and still keep the fun, the entertainment, the thrill, and the social aspect. Right, so we're bringing all the tools that we have today on Discord, whether it's providing those positive EV plays and those tools, but also allowing them to track their friends' bets, have a social aspect to it as well. And for the next part, I'm going to pass it to Tonghao to talk a little bit about what you get when you buy with Celine.
All right, thank you, Joey. So here at Celine, we've built a subscription-based tiered product service offering that aims to drive conversion. Typically, our customers have their initial touch point with Celine through our social media posts, through which they're going to see we have a track record of successfully generating profit. That's going to attract them to sign up for our free tier, which means they entered our funnel. Once they sign up for our free tier, the free tier is a low-risk, low-return environment which encourages our users to dip their feet wet by signing them up for a 7-day free trial program through which they're going to get betting recommendations from Celine. However, they're going to soon realize that there's not going to be enough volume if they stay in the free tier for them to make long-term profit. That's going to entice them to sign up for the basic tier. Once they do, our customers will get unlimited betting recommendations from Celine, and in addition, they'll have access to our one-click bet function, the core function that we're going to develop in-house that solves a major user pain point of how difficult it is to learn positive EV betting at the beginning. So imagine the user journey. We're going to push a notification to the user's phone whenever we see a profitable betting opportunity, and all the user needs to do is to click on the bet. It's going to take them to the sportsbook, to the specific bet that we recommend, and pre-populate the page for them. So all they need to do is to execute that bet. If our users get a little bit more skills, they can also opt in for our advanced tier, which is going to offer them a set of more customizable and quantitative tools. We've seen our users going through this entire user journey, converting from free all the way to advanced tier, and we're very confident in our ability to drive conversion. In addition to the bets and tools that Celine offers, we also plan to bring in the supply side of the market, sharp bettor themselves, whom we carefully vet. They usually have a very successful strategy and a loyal group of social media followers. They can leverage Celine as a centralized platform to sell their bets, while we could leverage their network effect. As you can see, Celine has a highly profitable business model with high profit margins. We anticipate to have a $2 to $3 CAC for our free tier users and about $40 in CAC for our basic tier users. We've vetted these numbers with industry experts, and these numbers are significantly lower than sportsbooks themselves. Our CAC consists of a mix of strategies such as paid media, social media, influencers, and referral programs. These are the strategies that we tested before, and we know they work. The capital light nature of Celine, as well as our high beta margins, is going to allow us to become quickly cash flow positive and profit generating. Similar companies like ours have achieved exit in less than 4 years of existence, and with a revenue multiple of 6 to 15x, we think we can achieve similar or better results. I'm going to pass it off to Brian to talk about competition.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kang Hao. So talking about competition now, there are really 4 key categories of competitors where we feel like Celine has a durable competitive advantage. First, looking on the left here, you see betting tools and Discord servers. While these services do offer what tend to be more profitable bets, the biggest issue here is that, as Joey mentioned, really high barriers to entry. We're talking about incredibly complex UIs that are going to take a casual bettor like myself a year or more just to finally understand. All the while, I'm likely losing money because I don't really understand what I'm doing. As we move to the right, we see areas like marketplaces and sports media companies. Here, not only do you see the issue of the profitability of the bets being offered start to drop, but in addition, there's no more trust and credibility here. At the end of the day, I'm not taking a bet that a Barstool sports blogger gives me, thinking that it's backed by a quantitative model. Celine aims to address both of these issues by still offering this level of profitable bets, while also creating an interface that is accessible to the casual bettor. Now, there are 3 distinct personas that we plan to target with Celine. First is the high volume casuals. These are people who love watching sports and they love gambling on sports, really for an entertainment aspect. They're going to be a really great fit for the free and basic packages that we discussed. Next, you have the emerging experts. These are people who have a little bit more experience in the positive EV betting space, but have reached a plateau in their own individual abilities. They're going to be a good fit for that basic as well as our advanced package. And finally, we have the strategic sharps, essentially the supply side of our marketplace. These are people who have their own models that they've built up over time, but they're looking for a way to build their own following and monetize their strategies. Celine offers something to them and to all of these other personas that is unique value as part of the platform. Now, touching on the customer journey, first in the build awareness phase, we're going to leverage strategies that Joey and team have already done very successfully in terms of migrating people based on X posts over to actually onto their platform, as well as leveraging items like educational videos. From a product evaluation perspective, that free trial package that Kang Hao mentioned is going to be incredibly important in getting folks into the door and have them start seeing value on the platform early. Finally, engagement and retention is huge for us. So we want folks to have fun while they're using the platform. Chat rooms, following bets of their friends, and even turning them into referrals and building out a network effect so that we can continue to scale our user base over time. Now, just to touch on the market size overall, so first we sized the market just based on number of bettors, and really we focused on what we called high volume bettors, being people who are placing 40 plus bets per week, which is estimated about just a touch over 6 million people. So obviously a fairly sizable market today, but we also feel that there's significant tailwinds here that Celine is well positioned to capture. Last year, $150 billion were wagered in the US on sports and online sports books, and this is still with 90 million people residing in states where online betting is not legalized. So looking forward, we feel Celine is well positioned to capture both this existing large market as well as positioned for growth as the market continues to expand moving forward. I'll now pass it back to Joey to talk about the team as well as our final fundraising ask.
Thanks, Brian. So this has always been my favorite part because I get to brag about myself, but more importantly, my team. So Celine's founding team, we all met as undergrads at Yale. We've known each other for about 6 years now. And since then, we've developed a set of skills that I believe really makes us the perfect team to help Celine be successful. Whether it's in the business operations side, scaling startups from 0 to 1, or in quantitative trading, but I think most importantly, being sharp sports bettors ourselves who have been very successful in selling our strategies to others. I think also I really want to highlight our advisor, Sean Hurley, who we were fortunate enough to be introduced to through Andreessen. So Sean is a big person in the sports betting industry. He's the former head of sportsbook at DraftKings, arguably one of the largest sportsbooks in the US. And he's basically been involved with every single logo that we've gone through in this deck. He's an investor advisor to both sportsbooks and to other platforms out there that are helping positive VP bettors. And I think what's been most powerful is he's been helping us figure out where the sports betting industry is heading and expanding. We've been fortunate enough to be joined by an amazing NBC team as well. These guys bring everything needed to scale Celine to the next level, whether it's in go-to-market or product and operations at some of the biggest companies in the world. And with all that being said, we're looking to raise $2.1 million dedicated to 3 areas. About half of that is going to be going to building our product and our team. The other half is going to be going to building our sales and marketing motion and that team as well. And the remainder of that is going to be going to sports research and analytics. So we'd love for your next bet to be on Celine. And with that, I'm happy to open up to any questions. Matt?
So I unfortunately know more about this space than I ever wanted to because I've been trying to help a very close friend's son deal with his gambling addiction. And a lot say that it's going to be right up there with crystal meth. So a couple of things that have come out. So one is just on the business side. FanDuel and those fund players are using parlays and very unscrupulous practices to jack their profits to the roof. They're using that for CAC. I didn't see FanDuel and those others, while they're not directly competitive, they are going after your search terms and the things that you're going after. What role, how do you compete against those 2 players who right now spend more than Budweiser on advertising?
Yeah. And I think there's 2 parts to your question, right? The first is going to be around just like the negative connotation with gambling and sports betting, and the second is around the high customer acquisition costs that sportsbooks have.
Yeah.
So I'll tackle the first in terms of just any negative connotation there. I think for sports betting, I would argue that for us, we're actually here to help sports bettors be more responsible and enhance that sports betting experience. And so for us, like a key part of our features is going to be, actually, if you could flip to the slide that in the beginning where we have like our P&L tracker. So we're going to be monitoring, for example, how much people are wagering every day, their P&L, how much they're putting down. And so that's really to bring that disciplined, positive approach because they're not just laying down as much money as they can and they want to. In terms of the second aspect of how high the CAC is for sportsbooks. So we know that sportsbooks CAC is around $400 to $500. And that's because, as you mentioned, they're spending a lot on parlays. They're also spending a lot on advertising, sponsorships, things like that. But for us, actually, our space is a lot more, I would say, less competitive. And so our CAC, we're very confident in that $40 CAC. That's been vetted, again, by industry experts like Sean, but also, I would say, kind of our own social media strategies and knowing that we're going for influencers, referrals, and paid ad media. Jim.
A great job. That's awesome to get Hurley. Congrats on that.
Thank you.
We invested in RotoQL, sold to Entercom, and then Betty Gaming. And so I was just thinking about event-driven in the context of this, of a couple things. One, prior to the time definitive, right, a take-or-pay contract, fixed rate, that's what you have, take-or-pay fixed rate contract. Right. How's the trade within it up until event? In other words, during duration, up or down? Is there much action?
Yeah.
One, and then related, most of the book profit comes from the parlay because they shave the odds, as you all know, right? So they're shaving the odds each one, so a 3 or 4 way parlay. That tends to be like the majority of the, the book's profit. How much is that of your offering? You think about that and your demographic that you target. Thanks.
Yeah, great question. So I think the second part of your question is around how many of our plays are long odds or parlays, for example.
Yeah. Of the 100 bets a day or X, how many are parlayed and other things that ultimately give you more margin?
Yeah, and then how do the odds move between when we place?
Well, then secondarily, how much happens between discrete interval T0 to binary result, right? That's the event driven.
Yeah. All right. I'll let Seth take that.
Yeah, absolutely. So first we'll touch on how many of the bets are parlays.
Yeah.
And a majority of our bets are not parlays. As everyone knows, sportsbooks push that because they get to hide the amount of juice and essentially make the price worse for the user. So our strategy is more focused around finding a price that is profitable to the implied probability of the event. So most of our bets will be straight bets, but we will leverage parlays in instances where we can leverage strategies such as correlation, which books often misprice. So that's where we'll go into that. So give you a percentage, 90 to 10, maybe, but mainly straight bets. And then for the time between when we send out a bet.
So that's a marketing opportunity then, right?
Yeah.
Because you can like broadcast that you're not shaving odds on the multiple parlays.
Yeah.
And that's like your consumer, you're the advocate then.
Yeah.
Okay, I follow that. I think that's awesome strategy for marketing.
Yep, exactly. We'll definitely leverage that and explain that. And then the key here is long-term betting and high volume betting. So although when you send out a bet, it will move once there's some market reaction to it. We're very confident that we'll be able to provide many bets to our users, so they'll always have new bets to take. So here you can see last year, this is on average how many bets we place ourselves over the course of the year, and this was done part-time and not using all of the verticals that are available or will be coming, such as prediction markets, et cetera. So you can see Team Up 4, we're getting about 5,000 bets a month, but that's only the bets we're placing. But the bets we'll be giving out, it's going to be a multitude of that.
Last question, are you only doing sports? Do you do like event-driven for politics and other things?
So there we go. So prediction markets, and I'll pass it off to Brian to talk about these.
Yeah, definitely. So I think it's a great question. So right now we feel like the core of the business is around sports betting, but I think even watching where books are starting to trend towards, I think, as these guys have mentioned, it's spot on with fantasy pick'em, sweepstakes games, prediction markets. And at the end of the day, all of these different areas are still subject to finding those positive EV opportunities. So as we think about the strategies that we're deploying at Celine, they're fairly portable to bring over to these other markets moving forward.
Sorry. Yes, in the middle, Laura, I believe.
Okay, I'm a little bit dangerous here because a few of these folks on your screen have been clients.
Dang it.
Dig in, just talk more, dig in about how you define the casual bettor. Because what's interesting about this world is you don't necessarily always want the smartest bettors, right? But, casual bettors could be a range of things. So who is the casual bettor, if that's the core target audience you have?
Yeah, so you want to take it?
Yeah, definitely. No, happy to take that one. So I think at the end of the day, there is a spectrum of casual bettor. I think that you're spot on there. I think where our focus is trying to first bifurcate that market into what we call like infrequent casual bettors and high volume casual bettors. Because I think at the end of the day, there are your infrequent bettors. They're going to bet twice a year. It's on the Super Bowl and it's maybe the Kentucky Derby, right? Our focus is not that demographic. Our focus is on the demographic, which we still feel like is a very sizable percent of the overall betting population, which is they get home from work every day, they turn on whatever NBA, NHL, NFL game is on, and they're placing multiple bets on that game as a form of entertainment. So we think of this, and we also just applied our own personal anecdotes to it. At our age, we're out with friends at the bar watching a game. Everybody's talking about what's going on from a betting action perspective in that game. So tapping into that demographic for us is something that we feel Celine has already been able to do from a Discord perspective, but we feel like there's a lot more runway for us there in terms of targeting people who love sports and are very into this scene, but maybe don't have that same level of maturity when it comes to how they're thinking about their own betting strategies.
Second question. Many of these companies have had to become growth marketing machines, especially in social, especially as search dynamics and keyword and audience journeys are changing rapidly. What do you, I mean, I saw you want to put about half of your investment into marketing, but how are you thinking about the social media machine, the content machine you're going to have to create? Because that's what a lot of these larger players are doing.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we flip to our slide on social media campaigns, I believe we have a dedicated slide in the appendix on social media campaigns. So I think it's spot on. I think that from an investment perspective first, from a fundraise, as we think about deploying our fundraising, it's a huge piece of this is going to be on the social media side. I think what's really great about the Celine team is that they've been in the space so long that they've actually seen and witnessed firsthand what these acquisition strategies can actually look like. Joey and Sed talked at length about some of those marketplaces I mentioned earlier have been trying to poach them to come work for them because they're sharp sports bettors in the space. So we've actually been almost on the receiving end of a lot of the marketing campaigns that are out there, which I think gives us a very informed perspective about how we can then turn that to think about initial customer acquisition for Celine. I think another piece that's also important to touch on here is we expect to be able to migrate a large portion of Celine's existing Discord following immediately over into the platform as kind of that first runway to think about customers, and establishing that referral program and providing incentives for folks to do that will allow us to establish that first customer base that we feel very confident we can get them in the door and start having them recognize value early. moving forward.
Okay. Last question. I know it's a lightweight business, but it's a highly regulated industry. And it's state by state, DMA by DMA. How are you guys thinking about that?
Yeah, so I think there's two aspects to it. One is the state regulation that you mentioned, and the other is going to be around, let's say, like federal regulation with like the SEC. I think probably a lot of people are thinking about that. For us, I think the key differentiator here is that one, we're not a financial security, we're not giving advice on financial security, and then two, we're providing information, right? So think of it like an alpha sense. You're giving data and analytics on the stock, and for us, it's research and analytics on the sports that's happening. For the state by state point, I think a lot of that is going to be dependent on what sports books are available to our customers, but also, of course, like the key growth areas as well, like prediction markets, sweepstakes betting, which are available in almost every state at this point. So I think for us, obviously, we're going to be compliant to whatever the sports books are compliant to in terms of that, but we're definitely keeping a close pulse on it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I believe, Mark, you've had your hand up for a while. Yeah.
Question, what percentage of the potential audience is female? Does the rise of WNBA and soccer and everything, like every guy I know between like 17 and on bets, but I know no females that do. Is that the way that?
Yeah, so do you want to?
Yeah, so I don't have the percentage in mind, but we know that's a growing area, and like you mentioned, the WNBA coming on and more female sports coming, those are the new sports that are going to be coming to available markets. So we believe that as we grow, we're going to have a higher percentage of female audience, and we'll be looking to target that as well.
I would say one exciting point of that too is that female sports are probably where we see a lot more inefficiencies as well in terms of what you can bet on. So it's a pretty exciting growth opportunity. Robert?
Can you guys just talk about the user experience? So I come on your platform, you guys ping me with an interesting opportunity. How many sports books do I already need to have downloaded, logged in, have an account on, have deposits in to make a bet?
Yeah. Someone, do you want to take that?
I'll take that one. So you only need one sports book, but when we have the education aspect of our product, we'll also be encouraging people to get access to many more sports books as that correlates to your success. So coming onto the platform, you can bet on FanDuel, DraftKings. That's like the major players in the space, and you'll be able to find plenty of bets on those. But we will encourage people to sign up for more books, exchanges, prediction markets as they get more advanced in their journey, so that they can have access to more lines. And if being profitable is your main goal, that'll be the outcome.
Got it. Do you guys have a scalability issue in the sense that the larger you get, the more people are sending to the same bets? And if people don't have deposits in, like it just becomes basically a race to be the first couple people to put it in before it gets efficient.
Yeah, can you go to the
Is it a
slide?
short-term business or a long-term business?
So long-term, but we'll pass it over to Matt to talk about inefficiencies.
Yeah, I think we're confident that we'll be able to scale. It's certainly true that edges will kind of disappear faster the more customers that we have. But I think there's a couple key tailwinds really supporting that. One is just the amount of new sports books coming out, new sports themselves, new ways to bet. There's just infinitely more like individual bets for us to look at to actually find profitable opportunities. I think the second piece is really the rise of these kind of adjacent markets like prediction markets, where I think we're really set up well to play in. And then third is really just kind of the efficiency that we'll be able to just get a lot better and a lot quicker with this R&D spend, like better access to APIs, just better data. I think we'll become much more institutional and just be able to churn out a ton more bets.
Cool. Ezra?
Hey, good stuff. So it is very clear to me why this is a good product from the consumer perspective. It's less clear to me why this could be a larger business than the marketplaces like WAP, Dub Club, et cetera.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's not the goal. Maybe the goal is just, hey, we think it's going to be a great profitable business. Or do you think the way that I view it is like, this is basically one influencer, one strategy, one channel, whereas the marketplaces have hundreds, even if many of them are bad.
Yeah.
So can this be bigger, or is it just a great opportunity?
Yeah. I think you bring up some good points. One, to your second point, yes, I think one of the most attractive parts is this is like a very profitable business. It's cash flow generating. I think that's that's very obvious. I think in terms of the competitors that you bring up, like WAP and Dub Club, I think for us, really, the key differentiator between Dub Club, which does focus on sports betting as well, Dub Club doesn't vet sports bettors that they bring on, the sharp bettors, right? They have social media campaigns. We've been asked to join by them as well. A lot of their bettors, though, aren't profitable like over long term, and for us, I think that's going to be the key differentiator, is we're very clear about who we're bringing on. I think the second aspect of that, too, is going to be just kind of the overall user experience and the entertainment aspect, right? So we're enhancing how they're betting, whether it's the P&L tracker, following their friends' feeds, things like that. But also at the same time, as you think about growing our revenue streams, you can think about affiliate fees for our free users, for example. We're going to be having, we're going to be seeing all the bets that they place as well. So for us, really becoming, I would say, like a brand that's powerful in the industry, like Barstool, that's really what we're looking to go there. As Eric?
Yes, thank you. This is going to be a very idiotic question, but I want to make it. So if the math works, and if there are enough bets, why not do it yourself? Why lose money acquiring customers? Why not become a quant investment betting fund?
Bingo.
Yes, we can definitely talk about that.
That was exactly my question.
Cool. If you can go back to the pricing slide or the number of bets that we're placing. So one, the main reason why we've moved from just placing all the bets ourselves is, as I mentioned earlier, we've been limited on a lot of the platforms. And so as a result, we're not able to get enough money down ourselves to make it worthwhile. That's why we think if we ship to this model where we're selling our bets here, our customers can get access to more than enough bets for them to place as well. If you go to the next slide, you'll basically see a breakdown then. Average customer is going to be betting $20 per unit size for us. And if they're betting with us and they get limited on every single sports book, they've basically been betting on more than 20 sports book over 2 years. That's 6 figures in profit for them. And even if they go back to, let's say, a $20 unit size, they're still making around $60,000 to $80,000 a year. That's more than the average American salary. So for us, this is like a very clear opportunity, and why we're doing it instead of going to like a Citadel, for example.
Yeah, or if I could just...
We can discuss your question after.
Great, awesome, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, terrific. Before we break, we're going to bring Star Marcello, who is the Deputy Dean for all MBA programs, all programs in the universe. So welcome to Star.
Well, that was very generous. Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Star Marcello, as Steve said. Thank you. I'm the Deputy Dean for MBA and Master's programs here at Booth. And more importantly today, I would say I'm a super fan of the New Venture Challenge. So I'm excited that we're in the 29th year, which is kind of hard to believe. But I thought I would just say 2 quick things. First of all, can you believe the quality of the pitches this year? I've watched many of them. They are super impressive. So congratulations to all the finalists who made it. And I know there were a lot of talented people who did not make it to the finals, but also judges, your questions have been sharp. So thank you for taking the time to be here today and traveling from out of town and then just being alert and keeping the founders on their toes. Thank you very, very much. I am just going to say a couple of really quick things. One about entrepreneurship at Booth, to just let you know how things are going. And second, just to recognize the early and continuous investments in entrepreneurship that we are making to make Booth the absolute best school in the world for founders to come and study. So first, entrepreneurship is thriving here. Entrepreneurship has been the #1 most popular concentration since the year 2014, and it still is today, and I expect it still will be moving forward. So that has been a wonderful thing for our MBA students. The students come to Booth because they know that they can take advantage of programs like the New Venture Challenge and all the support that comes at the school. And that support starts and ends here with these faculty members who are over here leading the NVC. So I will just say from observation and personal experience that if you have Steve Kaplan and Mark Tebbe in your corner, you have a pretty serious competitive advantage. So I want to say thank you to the faculty who've been leading NVC. They also are joined by faculty who serve as coaches, faculty and alumni who serve as coaches, who are all sitting over here, including the person who brought me to Chicago Booth 20 years ago, Ellen Rudnick, who was the founding executive director of the Polsky Center. And I know this group here has spent countless hours with these teams, helping them, thinking through the hard problems, also connecting them to very high-powered networks, and that makes a huge difference. So thanks for all of the commitment to getting these teams where they are. In addition, you heard earlier from Samir Mayakar, who leads the Polsky Center across the entire university. I want to also thank the Polsky team, but in particular, Erica Mercer, who heads up Booth Entrepreneurship, who's sitting up there, as well as Amber Bradley Williams and Micaiah Smith, who worked super hard. Thank you so, so much. And then just in conclusion, I want to say that, as others have said, this all doesn't happen sort of by accident. There have been individuals and contributors who've been investing in making Booth the absolute best school for founders from the very beginning. So I do want to also recognize those early investors. I'll start with Michael Polsky, and although he's not here, the Polsky family is here. So Tanya and Peter, thank you. And maybe Michael's watching on the live stream, so if he is, thank you to Michael. And Ed Kaplan, who helped us launch the NVC and get it started. And then I also want to thank Ratan Kosa, who, as you've heard, endowed the first place prize in the NVC, among many other generous gifts he has made to support student entrepreneurs here at the school. And that makes a big difference, because that first place prize can be the difference between succeeding or failing in the earliest stages of being a founder. And so it is very meaningful. And I want to add that Ratan Kosa actually expanded his philanthropy for entrepreneurship at the school very recently this year, and gave us a new clinical professorship in entrepreneurship. So thank you so much for enabling us to do that and continue to expand what we do to benefit our students and our founders. Thank you. I'm going to wrap up because you're not here to see me. You're here to see the students. But I just want to say next year will be the 30th anniversary of the New Venture Challenge, which is a major milestone. And if you are here, you care about supporting this work, you care about hearing the pitches and hearing the founders. And if you are interested in getting involved with your time and your connections and your philanthropy or your investment dollars to support all the great work that we do at Chicago Booth, especially with the 30th anniversary of NVC coming up, please do get in touch. Entrepreneurship, I think, as everyone in this room can attest, is very hard. And the community matters. And you all matter. Your support matters. You being here matters. So please get in touch with us. Stay connected. And to all the alums and others on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. And now I think we're going to take a break, and then 5-minute break, and then go to Mouge Foods next. So 15 minutes. Sorry, guys. Yeah. You get.
We're going to come back at 1:47.
1:47.
No, 1:55.
1:55. Guys, 1:55. All right, see you soon.
All right, we're going to start taking our seats here. We've got about 2 more minutes, but looks like it's going to take it because I see more people than I see seats.
They show up late.
Yeah.
Leave the room and come back?
No, you're fine here. Yeah, who's starting? You thought so. Different clicker. Don't push and hold it because it'll advance. Just one click. All right, let's start taking seats here.
Okay.
Let's get the food out. Oh, 1 more minute. People in the back, make sure you got a seat. You guys, you can't sit here.
I got to do it. Okay.
Unless you want to be on Moosh team.
Can't support if you want.
You can switch teams there. We'll drop Amber, we'll put Moosh in. Nah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I tasted it already. Hurry up with the food. Napkins and silverware, let's go. There you Ron.
Okay, everybody sit down. We're gonna start. We've got foodies in the back there, huh? Okay. Okay, with the silverware, you're holding up your team.
Okay. Okay.
What?
I know we got 157. I just want to make sure 157 is clicked. We'll start at 156.
For sure.
That clock is a minute slow.
Right. That's what I was saying. That's why we're starting at 156. All right. We obviously have more people than we have seats, so what I will ask is, first you have to stay the whole time, and you have to be quiet. And you have to just no rustling around there. But I do see a lot more Moose shirts at this particular presentation. I've seen most of it today. So obviously you all know what I'm already say. Judges know what's coming up. Next team up is Moosh Foods. Ritu, whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. I am so honored and absolutely thrilled to be here. I'm Ritu.
And I'm Manveer.
And we are the co-founders of Moosh Foods. We're joined today by Nikita, our head of marketing, and Megan, our Harvard-trained nutrition expert. So please feel free to dig into your samples as we tell you a bit more about America's next superfood.
But before we do that, let's play a little game. On the slide, you see 5 foods loved across the country. What do they all have in common? Yes, they're delicious, but more importantly, these are all cultural gems that were popularized into the American mainstream. Today, we are so excited to tell you about the next cultural gem that's going to take America by storm. And we're talking about paneer. Who here has heard of paneer before? That's awesome. That's really exciting. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, paneer is a non-melting cheese used as the satiating protein source in a meal. Its use is most similar to tofu or chicken breast, and paneer has been loved for hundreds of years, but has remained largely unchanged. Paneer is delicious, but it's not healthy. It has similar macros to fried chicken, and its use has been siloed exclusively in Indian food. Our product, Mooj Paneer, is a radical reformulation of this beloved cultural staple, tailor-made to fit the needs of the modern American consumer. Mooj Paneer is the most protein-dense meat alternative on the market, packing 30 grams of protein for just 135 calories and 0 grams of fat per serving. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. Better yet, it's made from just 5 clean ingredients and is lactose-free. There is no limit to what Mooj Paneer can become. It can be put in a delicious red sauce on Sunday, tacos on Tuesday, or a homey, comforting pot pie on Sunday. When Ritu and I had the idea for Mooj Paneer, we had 2 goals. The first was to make paneer healthier, which we did. The second was to break it out of the context of just Indian food. To do this, we are introducing familiar, intuitive flavored paneers, such as Taco Tuesday and Pizza Party, helping everybody see that Mooj Paneer is the perfect addition to any of your favorite meals to make them protein-packed. But I bet you're wondering, how did you guys come up with such a game-changing product? Well, let me pass it back to Ritu to tell you about the origin of Mooj Foods.
Thanks, Manveer. So I've been a vegetarian for my whole life, and I love to cook, so I'm inviting you over for dinner tonight. And this is what we're having. Delicious, simple, but heavy on the carbs and low on the protein. And sadly, a lot of my meals look like this. Sure, I have options on the market today, whether that's tofu, lentils, beans, maybe Impossible Beyond Meat or other alternative meats, but as many of you know, they all come with their own trade-offs. I either have to eat a lot of the product to get the right amount of protein, or I'm eating synthetics and fillers that just aren't good for me. And this is a very real problem. Today, more than half of American consumers are making an active choice to eat less meat. So Manveer and I thought, what if we took a protein source that's delicious and that we had growing up and we turn it into a superfood? And that's exactly what we did. We set out to the kitchen and we spent months doing R&D to perfect the process to see if this could even be done. We wanted to make sure that it tasted good, which we validated through numerous blind taste tests. That's when we started engaging leading dairy experts to help commercialize the dairy innovation, and we validated the nutritional profile that you see in front of you today. All of this led us to introduce Mujh Paneer to consumers here in Chicago through a local beta launch. And the results have absolutely blown us away. In the last 4 months, we've been making this product by hand, and we've sold over 300 units and have had over $2,500 in sales. And I mean, this is just the beginning. You can see for yourself, our consumers absolutely love it and they cannot get enough. Now I'm gonna pass to Megan to tell you a little bit more about our competition.
So to see how we stack up against our competitors, we graphed today's paneer options and meat alternatives against price and protein to calorie ratio. As you can see, all of these players are to the left side of the graph, meaning that they have low protein density and customers have to eat a lot of the product and a lot of calories to get the required amount of protein that they need. Enter Mujh Paneer. Enter Mujh Paneer with the highest protein to calorie ratio of anything else on the market, full stop. The only thing that compares is chicken breast, and that's our edge. Clean, efficient, vegetarian protein that fits seamlessly into any meal. And our customers have already gotten really creative with how they've used Mujh Paneer, sending us photos of their noodle dishes, curries, lettuce wraps, and so much more. They've shown us that the only limit to what Mujh Paneer can become is your imagination. Now I'll pass it to Nikita to talk about who these consumers are.
Thanks, Megan. Our target consumer is the health-conscious American, and embedded within that is the health-conscious Indian American. This consumer is not only familiar with paneer, but has an emotional connection to a product that they grew up with, making them our bullseye superfan. With the broader health-conscious American market, that consumer has been used to trying novel protein sources such as tofu, seitan, and even Impossible and Beyond Meat. Most recently, we've seen this consumer incorporate cottage cheese or Greek yogurt into their diet just for some added protein. We have a clear and targeted marketing strategy tailored to how this consumer actually discovers new products, and we're already activating on it. In the last few months, we've been hosting local community events, providing tastings for people at fitness centers and Indian cultural gatherings. At these activations, we saw that over 75% of the people that tasted Mujh Paneer indicated a desire to purchase. And that's at a non-traditional food space. Imagine what we could do if we were at a grocery store where people are actually showing up to purchase food. We've also been posting recipe content, and what we've seen is that this content is 7 times more effective in reaching our following, and it shows people how easy and intuitive it is to cook with Mujh Paneer. From Chicago to New York to Canada to the UK, our community is already showing up, and they are begging us to get their hands on Mujh Paneer every single day. In the last 3 months alone, we've reached over 300,000 accounts across TikTok, Instagram, and LinkedIn. We operate in the exciting alternative protein market, which is currently valued at over $6 billion. And now Manveer will talk a bit more about how we're going to capture our SOM of $1 billion.
We have already made exciting progress. We have secured a sophisticated manufacturer in Wisconsin who's excited to commercialize the product with us and have engaged an award-winning brand agency to get our packaging ready for the big leagues. We've secured our first retail outlets in DoorDash's Ghost Grocery Store Dashmart and Agora Market in Uptown, and our first food service opportunity with Veggie Fest, the nation's largest vegetarian food festival held here in Chicago, which attracts over 100,000 vegetarian consumers. As we think about launching and scaling Mujh Foods, we plan to do so with an intentional phased go-to-market approach centered around capturing the lowest hanging fruit. We'll talk about phase 1 and 2 together before moving on to phase 3. Phase 1 and 2 are focused on scaling traction in key markets, starting first with the health-conscious Indian consumer. Why are we starting here? Because they have a strong cultural affinity for the product, they require no education about how to use it, they are begging us for it. This is our opportunity to create a strong cult following of consumers who will champion our product. Phase 1 takes place here in Chicago before we translate successes and learnings to our Phase 2 markets. In these markets, there are a combined 2.7 million Indian consumers and over 60 million health-conscious consumers. In each market, you'll see our presence evolve, starting with grocery delivery, moving into independent grocers, before ending up in regional big box stores. At the same time, we'll pursue food service opportunities with institutions that already target our target consumers. This sets the stage for Phase 3, where we're focused on mass market expansion. We'll use key data from Phase 1 and 2 on sales velocity and repeat purchases to land key national accounts. At this time, we'll have what it takes to fill the cost of scaling nationally. We also have an exciting opportunity for product expansion with a strategy centered around creating multiple touch points with the consumer in the grocery store. From the fridge, the freezer, to the shelf, consumers will be able to find Mooj foods. We believe this is how Mooj Paneer is going to become the next cultural staple to go mainstream, just like Chobani took Greek yogurt decades ago. Let me pass it to Ritu to tell you about our finances.
Thanks, Manveer. We're targeting a retail price of $9.99, which gives us a wholesale price of $6.50, leaving a 50% gross margin for Mooj Foods. All of this sets us up to achieve over $100 million and a 20% EBITDA margin in 2029, and we'll be net income positive come 2027. So this brings us to our ask. Our ask today is for $1.5 million to help propel Mooj Foods through this summer and beyond. A majority of it will be in marketing and sales, things like slotting fees and trade shows, as well as scaling nationally with our manufacturer. But the most important part of all of this is our team. Myself, Manveer, and Nikita are committed to working on this business full-time after we graduate in just a couple of days. We are all in, and we're committed to making the Mooj Foods dream a reality. But through this process of NVC, we've had incredible support through nutrition, putting product on shelves, and consumer. And we couldn't do any of this without our key advisors with amazing experience at Consumer VC and at the Center for Dairy Research. So we've talked about a lot today. Let's do a quick recap. In the last 7 months, we've gone from having an idea, we've created a prototype, we've validated the product market fit, we've secured our first retail shelves, and we've also got a manufacturer lined up to launch this summer in Chicago and beyond. We're not just launching a new product, we're launching a new category, a new staple that's going to be defined for the modern American consumer. The investment that we get today will propel us forward, and we are so positive that we will be able to take Mooj to the moon. Thank you so much. As we set up for Q&A, Megan will be handing out a few units of what the Mooj Paneer looks like so you can touch and feel what our consumers would be finding in the grocery store. With that, we're ready for any questions.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, Cynthia, you can pass it around.
So I love your product. I love Indian food, paneer. This is clearly an improvement. The problem is I don't cook. And even, the thing you suggested doing is like put it in the microwave and to make a delicious snack is probably beyond my culinary capability. So I have... the idea is, are you overlooking an opportunity when you look at even the early product launches, something that I could pick up in the store, and I'm thinking, I don't cook, but I do work out in the gym every day, and I'd love to have a high protein snack, and I've been looking, there aren't very many good choices. Nothing is dense in protein and with the nutritional value of what you're offering. So the big question is, why not just offer that as well? Could there be a potential additional market for that?
Absolutely. It's a great question, and we 100% foresee that being a future product expansion. I think we have to start somewhere, and what we're doing is creating a new category. Operationally, it's extremely challenging to go from having an ingredient to creating a ready-made meal that you put in the microwave. I also want to emphasize, we're selling a raw ingredient. We're not necessarily selling Indian food or flavors of the palate, but I totally hear your point, and we want to make sure we reach those consumers too. So that's why we're also targeting food service, especially early in our go-to-market strategy. Really what that's around is targeting where our end consumers are going, whether that's fast casual, healthy restaurants. And we think that's a great way for our product, as healthy as it is, to get to the consumer where they can try it in a ready-made meal. But totally hear you, and it's not lost on us that that's an amazing opportunity, and it's definitely a part of our expansion plan.
So just a quick follow-on, how about a snack that I can go into Whole Foods and buy today? That might be easier to launch, because I'd have that right after the workout at the gym, when it would be most necessary, and really love to have it.
Totally. So one of our expansions is actually Mooj Paneer Nuggets, so that you could easily throw in the air fryer and it's done. I mean, Mooj Paneer is as easy to cook as you dice it up, you throw it on a pan for 30 seconds to a minute and it's done. But to your point, I hear you on the snack. Another way, another product expansion we thought of is actually baking the paneer, and that turns it into a shelf-stable chip. So that's also a potential product to launch too. Yeah. Yes.
I'm just curious how it's lactose-free, if you can talk about the process.
Yeah, so we use a lactose-free milk, so like the raw ingredients we get will come lactose-free. No, so paneer is traditionally made with whole milk, so it is not lactose-free. It has a bunch of fat in it, has a ton of calories. Mooj paneer will be, to our knowledge, the first lactose-free paneer on the market, but especially the first paneer with the macros that we offer.
Yeah, Vijay.
Like, I love paneer. That's a staple that I think you can't live without it, right? So I think the audience is like people who have eaten paneer throughout their life, and they have a pretty high bar for the texture. So it's a familiar product, right? So I'm just curious, like when you compare to paneer and going after this audience, what is the difference between what they're used to versus what this is, and is there a risk of like mismatch expectations when it doesn't taste like what they're used to tasting it?
It's a great question. So I think within the Indian consumer, we see two categories. The first is a second generation Indian American. That's people like myself, Manveer, Nikita, people who maybe don't eat Indian food often, and they're actually not buying paneer often because it's not very healthy. It's got over 20 grams of fat and over 300 calories. And anecdotally, we have friends that cook Indian food but use tofu instead. So I think there's like a very clear need for what you're talking about, and that's the consumer, really, that's our bullseye target consumer that is coming to us. Like the customer acquisition cost on this consumer is extremely low. They are coming to us. But the second bucket that you're referring to is maybe the more traditional Indian consumer who's been eating paneer maybe for their whole life. And one I want to comment on real quickly anecdotally is when we've done blind taste tests with people that have grown up eating paneer, we've found almost all of the time that they didn't notice a difference in it at all, and they had no idea what we were building. So that was a really good signal for us. But I also want to point to something that's really important to us when we started this company, is that South Asians and Indians in general have huge health disparities when you compare them to the average American. We're twice as likely to develop heart disease, and diabetes is also twice as prevalent in our community. We actually spoke to the lead researcher of the Masala study, which is the largest study done on the South Asian population here in the United States, and she mentioned that people keep coming back to them and saying, I don't want to sacrifice the foods that I grew up with to be healthy. And this is something that would fit seamlessly into that, right? So for those people that are really health conscious and looking to make those easy swaps or changes to be healthier, we see this as a perfect solution for them. Yeah, Mark.
So we find that like 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 consumers avoid gluten, can't eat gluten. Have you thought about how to address that? Because it seems like it's a big chunk of the market that you may miss out on.
Yeah, our product is gluten-free. It's lactose-free.
This is gluten-free? Not this stuff.
Well, so the paneer itself is gluten-free. What is prepared for you? Yes, there's gluten, but we are selling fresh packs of paneer that people can do whatever they want with. So we're selling a meat alternative, essentially. Nothing prepared right now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Andy.
Great presentation. The food is delicious. Thank you. A couple questions. Number one, so you're selling it in these packages. I'm assuming it's going to be in the refrigerated section, correct?
Correct.
So tell me what section, kind of where it's going to be, and what you're going to knock out of that tiny little fridge to give you a big brand block of Mooj paneer.
Yeah.
And what your plan is.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Michael, do you want to? Perfect. So we had a really exciting call actually recently with a buyer from Target. We're excited about it because they reached out to us organically, which we feel very excited about. But after speaking to this buyer, it became very clear that we'd either be in the deli or high value fridge, which is the section that you see on the right, or the alternative meat section on the left. And to your point about what we knock out, actually several, if not all of the buyers that we've talked to today have expressed a concern with the inability to sell Impossible and Beyond Meat from their shelves, especially the independent natural grocery stores that we're targeting. There's been a decline in sales, and the velocity is just very low on those products. So we're really excited because I think we're coming at it with a different angle, and also we're clean label. So everything that all the buyers that we've talked to have indicated that that's where we would go.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Another quick one.
Yeah.
What's the shelf life?
It's 4 months from time of production, and it lasts up to a year in the freezer.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Nice presentation, thank you. How are you going to create virality? The comparison to Chobani is good. That's a good one. Mostly because people who ate yogurt knew yogurt didn't taste very well, or very good, right? And so Chobani comes on the scene, and it's like, whoa, I can get protein, I can get a better taste. And they had a moment, and that moment was viral. So how do you, I think the challenge here is it's a messaging challenge. How do you create virality? How do you make this cool? Because it might be cool to a target segment that understands and knows it, but it's not cool or viral in any other context. So how are you going to do that?
Yeah, and I just want to quickly highlight one thing before I'll pass to our head of marketing to take the other part of that. But I really want to underscore this community that we're going after to create that cult following. I kid you not. I mean, any glance or notice of the word high protein paneer has immense returns on how eager people are to get their hands on it. They haven't tasted it, they haven't tried it. The fact that it's a healthy option for a community that knows and loves a product that's typically not healthy, you'd be shocked. We have people reaching out to us from London and from across the world asking us when they can get their hands on it. So that's a huge part of the virality in our community, but I'll pass to Nikita to talk a little bit more about the other part of that.
Awesome, great. Could you do the slide, the other one? Thank you. So I love that question. A little bit about me, my background. I worked in PR before business school and then have spent a lot of time over my time in business school focusing on consumer brands at different consumer VCs, and then at a non-alcoholic beer brand called Go Brewing. I think, especially as we start in phase one, we're really focused on the grassroots part of building virality. It's getting that consumer that's obsessed with our product and keeps coming back again and again. For just an example, we have one consumer that in the last 4 months has purchased 10 units from us. So what we're really focused on, I think, is the bottom quarter, like the bottom left quarter of this quadrant, which is that targeted advertising and utilizing some of the trends that we're seeing in the market, such as people are obsessed with cottage cheese right now. They're putting it in things like bagels. So we're gonna retarget those same consumers that are looking up how to add protein to their everyday meals and tell them about Mouj Paneer and make it just something that they're really excited to purchase. And then Ritu talked about this a little bit. We get inbound messages every week of people asking, where can I buy this? How can I get my hands on it? And it's just a matter of us and how we're talking about it on social right now. Yeah, Sarah.
Is it kosher or organic?
We have yet to get kosher certification on it. We will explore all avenues to, get all of the key labels. But at this point in time, we cannot say it's kosher or organic.
Carter.
Thanks for the presentation. Looks like a couple of the big brands, Desi, Verka, and Nanak, have launched low-fat or low-calorie paneer. Have those grabbed some of the market? And if not, does that make you worried that maybe the paneer market really isn't health conscious?
Yeah, totally. I think what you find with those, lower fat versions of paneer is they do not have the same mouthfeel or texture, or a mouthfeel and texture that is as satisfying to consumers as traditional paneer. Our paneer, on the other hand, is remarkably similar to regular paneer. And we've found that, especially in Indian food, where the familiarity with paneer is highest, consumers cannot tell the difference between the two. Our paneer is not just low fat, it is no fat. It is half the calories of regular paneer and 50% more protein. So it is a remarkably different nutritional profile than what both traditional paneer and non-fat paneer have to offer.
Just talking about, you mentioned Beyond Meat and Impossible and how the sales obviously have really struggled after like a big push of people going to meat alternatives. Can you just talk about, one, like what does that look like in the US? Are people actually turning back to eating meat because it's healthier than some of those alternatives? And then two, how does that play into your product?
Yeah, definitely. It's a great question. So I think the real reason Impossible and Beyond Meat sales have been declining is, I think there's the claim that it's healthier than meat, but it's actually not, right? These are the ingredients of Beyond and Impossible meat. I mean, the list goes on, right? And consumers are realizing that. And so yes, to your point, I think they're turning to different options for protein. A lot of times that can be tofu. There are other alt meat proteins on the market too. I think our value prop is obviously the nutrition, but the huge thing that we want to double down on is we're clean label. We're 5 ingredients. Everyone can pronounce and understand what those ingredients are, and we're essentially a whole food, right? We're a dairy product. Dairy is something that has been around for centuries, and it's here to stay. So I think that, and really leaning into that, and the fact that we're clean label is something that we really see ourselves as a differentiator to. But yeah.
Got it. And one more question. So going back to the Chobani thing, that's obviously for most Americans, it's like an easier transition. They were already eating yogurt. This is much healthier yogurt. Paneer will be obviously much less familiar. For what you guys are thinking from a sales perspective, can you get there just focused on the South Asian population, or do you need to find some type of like analog to get everybody else there on paneer?
We absolutely can get there just based on the South Asian population, but I'll let Manoj
I would say
address.
we've sampled and with a lot of different consumers, and about half of our consumers to date are not Indian at all. So once you see how to cook it, once you see the different use cases, it becomes very intuitive to how to use it. You would use it as the taco that you had, for example, prepackaged taco seasoned paneer. You really just have to crumble it into a pan, and it's like taco meat. So we are trying to make our product very intuitive for people to use. And like the slide says, we highlight our best-in-class nutrition. Macros like this give people a reason to want to try something. We highlight intuition and creativity, and our branding is very culturally agnostic. We are not, like Ritu said, pushing Indian flavors or Indian foods. We're pushing a healthy meat alternative that people can do whatever they want with.
Matt.
So, well, first of all, I think you do have a big tailwind behind you right now, but I'm where Cynthia is, which is if you have 5 ingredients, it's kind of hard to differentiate. So you end up with suddenly a million competitors coming in, and you don't have a lot of means by which to differentiate. So how much have you thought about, well, first of all, how do you address that onslaught when it happens, right? And then the second is, what are your thoughts about doing the Simple Mills playbook, which is start moving into finished product?
Totally. Yeah, we will definitely move into finished product, in a couple years. One of the points you're hitting on is like the intellectual property around what we're doing. What we have with regards to intellectual property is a trademark protection on the word mooj, which is critical because we are launching a new category. And as the first mover in that category, we have the ability to define what that category is known to for the general population. And the category is now mooj paneer. We have product exclusivity with our manufacturer, which is also very important because our manufacturer is essentially the premier paneer producer in the country. So if any of their other clients or a new startup brand wanted to create a similar product, they would naturally go to them and they would be unable to do so. What we don't have is specific IP protection around the formula, but we don't see that as a major concern because consumer brands do not win on IP. There's nothing necessarily proprietary about Chobani's yogurt or Simple Mills crackers. How consumer brands win is they identify an unmet need in the consumer marketplace, which we have done with the lack of clean, healthy vegetarian protein options. They build a great product, which we have done with mooj paneer, and they build a brand that consumers love, they resonate with, and they keep coming back to, which we are in the process of doing with Mooj Foods.
How many other cheese manufacturers are there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mooj. Good try, Matt. Okay, judges, go ahead and finish filling out the thing for Mooj as we get ready for our last team today. And then also start thinking, at the end of the next presentation, we're going to ask you to do an extra evaluation, judges, asking you to rank of the 10 teams you saw today, which ones I think are your top 4 or 5, and in a rank order. That helps us sort out them beyond the data. So just start thinking about that, but we'll do that afterwards as we get ready for the last team here.
I missed the one.
That's all right.
Oh, yeah. Introduce someone before we
Okay.
introduce them.
They just finished too.
They do.
They did very well.
I saw something live.
We're starting with it. So the green button to go forward, the red button to go back. Be careful, don't push and hold the green button because it'll run around long and do multiple slides.
Got it.
Okay?
Is that a clicker or touch?
It's a clicker.
Clicker.
You try it. You got it. No try it.
I see. That didn't go.
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Okay, they kind of just
Took it off.
I see.
Test it.
Okay.
Okay, looks like our judges are ready. We're going to get ready for our last team. Before I do that, we have an arrival of someone who's watching on. I spoke of him earlier this morning, but we're joined by Greg Purcell, who is one of the donors that we talked about this morning. He was the one, as I said, well, he runs a private equity firm. He's actually an entrepreneur, but he's the one who bet on entrepreneurship by saying, I'm going to invest this money in Booth, but I'm investing in the MVC teams, and if your numbers hold true, you'll have a bigger return than what I'm giving you, so make it happen. And we've worked hard to make sure that happens. And I said he just missed the one food team, but he saw him when he was outside. And you can see that you're surrounded by the whole Mouge neighborhood here. So they brought support. All right, so our last team here is Rainey. Oh, I'm gonna hold that. There you go. And so with that, we'll present our last team, Rainey. Whenever you're ready, Sakshi.
Hi everyone, we're Rainey and we're a B2B SaaS company. We help scientists in the life sciences operate their instruments with complete confidence using our generative AI platform. I'm Sakshi. I used to work with the world's top physicists back at Fermilab, where we were writing AI software for controlling massive particle accelerators. Think the size of O'Hare Airport. Now we're helping scientists operate much smaller instruments. And we have tremendous traction from the last 2 months alone. We've signed on 10 top labs, 7 more on our wait list. This includes names like Portal Innovations, a lab at Moderna, and several of our friends at Northwestern and UChicago. There are over 350 scientists who want this now, and we're projecting about $400K in revenue from these commitments alone. We're starting out with 7 labs with our pilots at Northwestern and UChicago. After these pilots, Ben and Samuel, our champions, will co-sell with us to 80 other labs at these broader universities. And we're signing contracts of about $65K in engineering fees alone. Now, I could keep talking about this, but let's hear from Reza about the problem we're solving.
Thank you, Sakshi. Hi, I'm Reza. I used to be a scientist at GSK and Merck. I have used and sold scientific instruments, and now I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Rainey. I'm also the first scientist who gets to play with Rainey's products to make sure we have a good product user fit. This is our first customer, the proteomics lab at UChicago. And it's similar to the labs I've worked before. It has 6 instruments like these 2 circled LCMS systems here. Instruments like these are very expensive, about $250,000 to $2 million each, and they're very hard to use. So anytime I needed to perform a new experiment on one of these instruments, I would have to figure out what to do from scratch. And I kid you not, every single day I would run into some kind of issue that I needed to troubleshoot. And sure, I could try to fix it myself with the help of user manuals and online forums, but I would risk damaging a $1 million instrument. Or I could ask a senior colleague for help,
but then I would have to pull them out of doing their own work, and they hated troubleshooting for others. I hated bothering them. It's not a good use of anyone's time. So my last resort is to call the manufacturer's agent. And we avoided this because even with the most expensive tier of service contracts, they would take weeks to fix things while our instruments just sit there unused and all our experiments are delayed. In fact, we're losing up to $157,000 in revenue per scientist every year. And even in the US alone, scientists at 45,000 labs are struggling every day to operate their instruments. And the recent federal budget cuts are not helping. Scientists need fast, personalized, and affordable support now more than ever. So here at Rainy, we're building what I wish I had as a scientist: a centralized hub for all the institution's knowledge, such as instrument-related documents, manuals, SOPs, etc., and a way to find reliable and personalized solution fast. Now my teammate Divyanshu will show you what this solution looks like.
Right. Hi, everyone. I'm Divyanshu. I'm the CTO of Rainy. Before Booth, I used to work at places like CrowdStrike and Visa, where I led engineering teams. I've also built enterprise SaaS platforms that serve millions of users. At Rainy, we focus on learning from our users and doing what they actually need. And so we went to labs and actually deployed our product last year and learned a ton from that. And so what you're about to see right now is the very latest version of our product. The very first thing we do when we go into a lab is start collecting information about instruments that's currently spread all over the place. SharePoint, Google Drive, even their personal laptops, PCs, their lab notebooks, and start creating a single centralized hub. The next thing we do is when a scientist needs support, they simply go ahead and ask a question to our AI platform, attach a document like an image, and get a response in seconds, not weeks. Because we have complete context of how their lab works, we have citations. This gives them a ton of reason to believe. They can also save their chat for later, which adds to the lab's private data. There's something really interesting happening here with the more you use the AI, the more private data you generate. And the more private data we have, the better the AI response, which is generating even more private data and starts building a really powerful product, starts building a moat, which keeps competitors out and also increases the value of our platform for our customers every single day. Our customers love that they can save up to 90% of the time they're spending on troubleshooting. Lab managers or buyers, they love that they get to reclaim some of this lost revenue opportunity, which is super important right now. Finally, let's talk about competition. Our biggest competitors are manufacturers, instrument manufacturers like Thermo Fisher, Agilent, and such. The trouble is, unfortunately for them, they can only support their own instruments. This doesn't work for scientists. They combine different brands all the time, so this isolated support is just not going to work. That's where Rainy comes in. Second, they also cannot provide personalized support that's customized to the labs because they just don't have the lab's private data. They don't have the lab's private policies, their own practices. We do. Finally, our support is immediate. As Reza said earlier, manufacturers are the absolute last resort because the resolution time is forever. We are immediate. We're right there. Now, Sakshi is going to talk about our GTM strategy.
Thank you very much. So we're starting off with core facilities. These are shared facilities where scientists come in, either book out an instrument or share instruments, and then do their experiments. We've been very successful with them because they experience the most pain. A lot of new scientists are coming in, new projects are coming in and going out all the time. They also collaborate with our other customers like biotechs, pharmas, other core facilities, and startups all the time. And every single core facility we've talked to wants to use Rainy's platform to collaborate with these people, which is great for us because that gives us free distribution through them. After core facilities, we're going after 4,000 plus CROs, which are essentially the commercial versions of core facilities, and they experience the exact same pain. And then after them, we're going to go after the bigger biotechs and pharma companies. We have 4 channels to reach these buyers. Scientists are a community, and their referrals have almost 100% response rate. We're also doing cold outreach and hosting events at key locations like Portal Innovations, which is a massive life sciences incubator. And we're also going to attend conferences like ASMS and HUPO, which are some of the largest mass spectrometry conferences out there. And thousands of our buyers congregate there. When you Google Rainy, we rank first. We're capturing this momentum by launching a free tier and referral program so that scientists can try out the product before they buy it. By the way, we took a screenshot of this in case Google changes its mind later about us. Now, Lynette will walk us through our financials.
Hi, I'm Lynette.
Prior to Booth, I worked in finance and risk advisory, and now I lead finance at Rainy. So annual contracts are a combination of both one-time fees as well as recurring fees. This translates to a monthly price of $120 per user. So what this means is a medium-sized lab with around 40 researchers would bring us $57,600 in annual revenue, whereas a large lab with 80 scientists would bring us $115,000. We're operating in the $20 billion lab equipment services market. Our SAM is $4 billion and covers the 43,000 plus R&D facilities across developed countries. In the short term, our focus is on the 1,000 plus cores and 4,000 plus CROs in US alone, which takes our SOM to $297 million. We end 2025 strong with 48 labs. Then we continue to grow steadily to 184 labs, taking our ARR to $3.6 million at the end of 26. And as Sakshi mentioned earlier, we already have a clear line of sight to 80 labs at UChicago and Northwestern alone. In 2025 and 26, we are giving discounts to our early adopters. This is to create case studies out of them and reduce friction in our land and expand sales strategy. Our COGS and R&D covers our product development and usage costs. We expect to break even in 2027 as we onboard more labs, sign higher value contracts, and capitalize on a referral-driven growth model. Now Sakshi will close us out.
We're raising for about $1.6 million to achieve $1 million in ARR by 2026 March. We have our first institutional investment from Dorm Room Fund with LPs like A16Z. We also have a lead soft circle for a major part of our investment, but nothing confirmed yet. We're open to investors with domain expertise and strategic benefits like distribution and access to our customers. So what's next? We'll share anonymized usage data with manufacturers for building better instruments. We're also seeing a lot of interest in white labeling our platform for superior tier 1 support. Not just because we're cheaper, but because we're faster, personalized, and better. We're entering labs with our wedge, which is experimentation. The access to the data we get through here gives us the right to win when we expand into design and result analysis. Like Harvey for lawyers and Cursor for software engineers, we're building vertical AI for scientists. And we're absolutely the right team to solve this problem. We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists. We have about $400K worth of business lined up and about $65K worth of revenue, and over 300 scientists eagerly waiting for us. This is the right time. We're the right team. Let's do this. Thank you very much.
Next slide.
Sorry, I might not be the understanding completely. You have a central lab and the researcher come to your lab, or you will support their lab?
We support their lab.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you ever seen the company called Emerald Cloud Lab?
No, I'm not sure.
They are very completely online based, and you can order the lab test by robot and the humans.
Amazing.
Completely online.
Amazing.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cindy.
Very nice presentation. I identified, initially I saw this all three times, and it was quite clear that the obvious competitor would be the manufacturers themselves, but you mentioned, two things in the plan. One is they prefer, obviously, to have an outsider come in, and they're accustomed to doing that. And second, it would be very hard for them to do because they just don't have access to all the information. But I just wondered if you looked at lab information management systems, LIMS, as you mentioned them actually as a potential exit. Mm-hmm. But I wondered if this is proving to be such an outstanding opportunity, business opportunity. Why wouldn't they move in? I'm sure they're deploying AI all over the place, and they're used to working with different machines, different kinds of data. They integrate the data from the different machines. What would be preventing them from coming in and duplicating what you're planning to do?
Yeah, great question, Cindy. Thank you so much. I can take on more about LIMS, and then Reza, would you mind adding in about how you use LIMS as a scientist?
Sounds good.
Yeah. So we are using LIMS, particularly Benchling and LabGuru, things like that, as input sources into our data streams. What a lot of scientists are doing is storing their protocols over there. In core facilities, they're kind of stored over SharePoint, Box, but CROs certainly use LIMS. But they're only a part of the story. Manufacturers' manuals and instrument integrations, which LIMS don't support at all, are also a bigger part of our data stream, which all combined help with superior instrument troubleshooting. And Reza, do you want to talk more about how you used LIMS in the past?
Yeah, so when I used to work in labs and also at a manufacturer, a lot of use for LIMS was a lot of focus on one, experiment design. How do you design a particular experiment, which is not the field we're operating in? And the second thing they're really focused on is inventory management, sample tracking. So a lab has all these facets that LIMS already have to track, and they're already integrated within the system. So they have already this acquired set of customers that are not going anywhere. So that's why we mention them as a superior exit strategy, because they would rather not invest in a new technology to have their already existing set of customers, but packaging with Rainy or white labeling that would benefit them retaining and making them more attractive.
Sorry, I can't see your name, but Guy.
Yeah, Guy. Thanks. No one can ever see this name for some reason. It's the are all of the manuals for the most part publicly available?
It's a combination. A
Yeah.
lot of the manuals are publicly available, but then once a scientist buys the instrument, they get a bunch of other manuals that they get to keep for troubleshooting their instruments. So it's a combination of publicly available information and private data.
Wait, sorry. What's the character of the private ones? They get them when?
The private ones have certain error codes. They have more detailed descriptions, but they're also very technical in the jargon.
Like, are they for their like repair technician manuals, kind of?
Yeah, I can add to that. So anytime they would send, say, technicians to fix instruments,
Yeah.
all companies, their technicians have their own curated documents that they've created that no one has access to other than the technician and then the client.
So are you going to get access to those?
Yeah, once it's a part of the client, they can upload it to their system. It's easy for them to use.
So the client does get that?
Yeah, client does get that,
Okay.
but not outside of the lab of the client.
Thanks.
Chris.
On to that, but aren't most manuals copyrighted?
No, most manuals that are publicly available, they're available for use within the lab by public. They're not particularly copyrighted.
So, but then you're going to take that, you're not the client, you're going to take that manual into your AI system. Is that going to cause a problem?
I can take that. Yeah, we've checked with lawyers on this, and it constitutes fair use for the lab to use this information that's been given to them for their own use to keep it within that ecosystem.
So how do you create a sense of urgency for the buyer, right? I think your ICP seems to be lab operations, but the pain point seems to be the lab researcher who's working on it. I don't know how often this happens, but how do you tie those together when you go to make an enterprise sale or like a sale to this lab? Who do you target? Who is your persona? How do you reach them?
Yeah, our target customers are, particularly in core facilities, are lab directors. These are people that come with the titles of lab director, lab operations manager, director of operations. These people are scientists themselves, and they're also responsible for decision making, buying parts of the instruments, buying new instruments. And they understand the sense of urgency because they're the ones who experience the most pain when people come in, break a part, and then they have to call someone in to replace the part or fix the instrument themselves. Scientists, on the other hand, who are the users of the lab, they experience a lot of pain because their research gets tampered with. When a part is not working or when they're turned down by a lab because the instrument is just down, that is not a good look on the lab. So there is a massive sense of urgency, and Reza, in his past experience, has spent over 67% of his time just troubleshooting instruments. Sarah?
So protocols exist today. What are you changing? Is it just you get the manual faster?
That's a great question. Protocols exist. They're super personalized and specific to a certain lab, how a certain lab likes to do things, how the scientists like to operate. And so what you have here is a very unique problem where the challenges might be similar across different labs, but the way they're experiencing them and the way they should be responding to them is unique to each. And that's where generative AI helps create that amazing bridge between, oh, you might have a similar problem, but the way you're going to troubleshoot that, the way you're going to go past it is very unique to yourself, your lab, and how you would like to operate in that setting. Does that make sense?
So just to be clear, you're combining the manuals with AI to personalize the problem for the lab.
Yes, manuals, AI, protocols, SOPs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ezra.
This is a really cool business. Congrats. What infrastructure would you need to be able to onboard like 1,000 labs in a year?
Probably more people.
So can you just walk us through like the full onboarding process? Like how many people you need, how quickly you can do that?
Yeah. What we're doing here is starting out with a small pilot to reach that 1 million ARR. And then that's when we're going to be super equipped with data, the kind of information we need to figure out what really is the high end of the value of the product. You'll notice the price also is on the lower end. We can charge much more. The way I see it, we're going to have a significantly larger sales staff, a few more implementation engineers, solution engineers. And then as we go towards biotechs and pharmas, there's likely going to be slightly more compliance needs that we're going to need to address. The fortunate thing is that with core facilities and CROs, we don't have to deal with a lot of those friction right now, so we get to grow really fast. So when you look at 1,000 cores and 4,000 CROs, we get to capture a big size of our initial market without having to go through too many hurdles.
Thank you.
Carter.
Should also do Mark.
Great presentation. So we know one of your beta clients pretty well, so I checked in, heard some good things. Actually, what surprised me was they said just getting all the technical manuals dumped in and being able to query that in kind of natural language, that itself would be really helpful.
Yeah.
So I was actually surprised by that. They did feel if it's a kind of higher end company lab where the team is stable, and they're buying the kind of gold or platinum level service that they wouldn't probably need this, but they had experience. I think you maybe are referencing this with the core facilities. If there's maybe a little bit lower level of resources and a little more turnover, they thought there would be a great fit with something like that. So be interested in your reaction to that.
Yeah, and you bring up such a good point, and it's pretty cool that you already spoke with them. I love that, they're great. And they go through a lot of pain in curating just these manuals, and it blew my mind when the lab director, he was like, I've curated these manuals and people still don't treat them. And that was just horrible. But we are seeing a lot of interest, not from Northwestern and U Chicago's, which are already very well equipped, but then smaller core facilities who don't even have as much lab technicians. They're going to benefit so much from what we're doing. And also, certain CROs, they don't have dedicated teams who are just experts in my Thermo Fisher or the Agilent. They're probably experts in just one instrument, and they're not going out there buying new instruments just because they don't know how to use them. So you're certainly very on point, especially as these budget cuts are happening as well. A lot of these core facility directors, they're starting to go like, I'm going to switch to a lower tier of service plan because I'm not getting a lot of value from this gold tier. So it's such a unique time where scientists are actually needing to reconsider their spending, and we come in right where they're reevaluating their budgets and helping them save money. So I love that. Alec?
I've seen this applied in a different vertical, and in that vertical, they were utilizing like meta glasses. So is there any plan to migrate to a visual form of ingestion of, and would that be of marginal increased value to the lab?
Definitely, yeah. If you notice in our demo, we had an image that the user could attach. Since these instruments are so, I don't know if you remember that visual of the lab. It's super chaotic. And so these visual ability to take a photo, ability to add an image of a graph or things like that are super important. And that's why we're trying to go multimodal and not just stick with the text-based format. Yeah. We should do Mark. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, we have a LIMS investment. I also have concern that you got to be careful on how you navigate that because they could potentially get in your space. A couple questions. One is, proliferation of agents, doesn't that make the pain associated with people currently less acute? Because the agent will just go out and find the information. It doesn't need to have a central repository. And then secondly, if you comment on why pharma would be the first commercial market as opposed to industrial. In our experience, pharma moves really slow.
Yeah, I can take that. If you're thinking about it from an AI agent angle, they perform best when they have access to the best data, and public data is not the best source. The lab's private data, their own practices, and the ability to personalize to them is super crucial. And so that's why.
No, you'll be better. I just don't know if the pain will be sufficiently acute to drive behavior, right? I mean, being 10% better, no one ever moves, right?
I can actually add on to that, in pharma, so Samuel, the director of the proteomics platform at U Chicago, he spent most of his career working at AstraZeneca developing the COVID vaccine. And he said that the value you're providing to me at the proteomics platform, that is immense. But if I had this at AstraZeneca, I would have benefited so much more. And we're hearing similar things from Ben, who worked at Agilent, and he was a pretty high up person there. But the reason we're not going after pharmas just right now is because they do have some teams, they do have some personnel who are there on site to help people with instruments, but core facilities and CROs, they don't have as many of those people, and they're in a lot of acute pain.
Yeah.
Manufacturers, they have people who are specialized even in like very small parts. So that's just not a vertical we're focusing on right now.
And I can add to that pharma piece moving slow. And even within pharma, there are subsegments, right? There are departments that are further before marketing a drug, before the drug is in the market approval, or in the discovery process. So even within pharma, at GSK, it's 20 floors of labs. The discovery team moves very fast. It's not as slow as some team that is later in the sales cycle of the drug. So the closer to drug approval there, the slower it is, but there's still a big chunk of pharma market there. And one of the big reasons is the use of mass spec and these complicated instruments is prevalent in pharma as well.
I'm just concerned that the TAM, until you get to pharma and commercial, right, is what, $200 million?
No, I believe our SOM is much higher than that. It's at 4 billion.
Yeah, our SAM is at 4 billion.
Yeah.
And our TAM is at 20 billion.
Yeah.
And as we expand,
But core and CROs is only $300 million, right?
Yeah.
So you got to get to pharma or bigger industry to get to a reasonable TAM.
Yes.
Yeah. After cores and CROs, we start going slower, and you start seeing, like, as you go bottom up, we start going into biotechs. We start with smaller players like Vanco Bio, perhaps we've done a demo with them. The companies at Portal Innovations, they see a lot of value in what we're providing. And then we start going higher up. And at that point, we have tremendous case studies and a lot of data on how we're actually saving value. And at that point, scientists are reconsidering how they're spending in every industry. So we suspect that we'll see some change of behavior there.
And it's important to note the current sizing we have is primarily based on our current one module, current low pricing. This is not where we stop, right? This is just the start. It's going to get significantly bigger. We definitely have a much bigger vision of expanding into design as well as result analysis. So you're going to start seeing this SOM as well as SAM expand significantly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so first, judges, you can rate Rainey, and then after you rate Rainey, do your forced ranking of the teams. And while you do that, we want to thank or congratulate all the teams. They were terrific, and it was a great day. Second, again, I want to thank our judges for spending an entire day with us. Thank you very, very much. Last, let me thank the Polsky team again, and Amber Williams-Bradley, who did the lion's share of the planning and the work all quarter. So now what happens, we'll take a little break. I think we have like 25 minutes, but we're not going to take that. We're just going to take, let's take 10 or 15 and come back here. The judges will be here to do the judging. It's 219, so that's what I thought. Okay, we are going to 219, so that will take some time. The judges should go. The coaches should go. Our in-class judges who are here and are thinking of investing should go. No one else should go. And we will then hopefully come out with the results at 5 o'clock, although it's going to be hard, so it could take longer. And but we should be there at 5. Mark, question? Where are the rankings? There's a link.
The bottom link in the email. All right, I'll go back.
Go back. Okay. So do the ratings. We're going to go upstairs, and everyone else will go to the Winter Garden. And the Winter Garden, there are things to do, and we'll see you all at 5 o'clock. And thank you again.
no.
This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea.
Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts. And most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and moat build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovChime! Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we have received the $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and will be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCareU, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCareU. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks money line plus 100.
Cool. Please.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea. Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts. And most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and both build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovChime! Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received the $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and will be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCareU, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCareU. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about 65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned 120K of our own money into 600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks money line plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky.
Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea.
Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts, and most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovTime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and moat build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract.
GovTime!
Vote GovTime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received a $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and we'll be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCareU, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCareU. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufacturer documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks money line plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea. Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts. And most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and most build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovChime! Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received a $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and will be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCare You. we're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCare-U, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCare-U. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufacturer documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks moneyline plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea. Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts, and most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and moat build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovChime! Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received the $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and will be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCare. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCare, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCare. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks money line plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea. Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts, and most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovTime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and moat build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovTime! Vote GovTime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received a $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and we'll be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCareU, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCareU. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks moneyline plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea. Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts, and most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and most build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovChime! Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received a $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and we'll be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCareU, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCareU. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too. But I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is the social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks moneyline plus 100.
Cool. Place.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea.
Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts. And most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and moat build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovChime! Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received a $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and will be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive. and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCare-U, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCare-U. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks moneyline plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea.
Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts, and most small businesses don't even know where to start. We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and moat build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract. GovChime! Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received a $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and will be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive, and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCareU, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from UChicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCareU. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, UChicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned $120K of our own money into $600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks moneyline plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs, often including solar, wind, and battery assets, present an attractive solution for these utilities, yet pose a huge cybersecurity risk.
We bring military-grade tech to the energy grid. We secure America's most critical infrastructure by allowing utilities to safely connect all DERs within their networks. This allows for a more resilient, smart, and modern energy grid.
Oh no. This is just one example of the struggles EV owners face when they live in apartments or condos. But it's not just a tenant problem. Since 80% of EV charging happens at home, property owners are missing out on a huge opportunity. We at Ampable solve this problem by offering a zero-cost, fully managed EV charging solution. Property owners can add premium EV amenities without financial risk, boosting tenant satisfaction and creating new revenue streams. With the support of NVC, we can revolutionize EV charging for multifamily properties and power the future of sustainable living. And here is a glimpse of what we envision.
I have a big idea.
Every year, the federal government hands out over $760 billion in contracts. And most small businesses don't even know where to start.
We figured it out. No loopholes, no lobbying, just AI.
We're not war dogs, we're GovChime, a tech-enabled prime, and we win contracts legally.
We built an AI that finds federal contracts, prices them better than a Pentagon accountant, writes the bid, wins the bid, and then we execute the contract ourselves. We're the prime.
We're not just bidding, we're building. Like if War Dogs had a compliance department and killer UX.
We've got a national partner network, 3,000 businesses strong.
First mover advantage, and most build on data, delivery, and leveraging capital.
With our systems and network, we'll be able to see and bid on almost every contract.
GovChime!
Vote GovChime, because boring contracts make real money.
Hello, I'm Connor, CEO of K1 Semiconductor. Next-generation semiconductors are critical for powering AI data centers, electric vehicles, and advanced computing. These high-powered chips require expensive compounds like silicon carbide and diamond. Yet, today's manufacturing processes waste over 95% of those valuable materials, increasing costs dramatically. K1 is commercializing the technology that I invented to split semiconductor wafers, allowing 20 times more chips to be produced from the same material, unlocking a $5 billion market. Industry is excited, and in the past 6 weeks, we've received a $250K grant and signed 3 letters of intent with customers to integrate K1's splitting service into their products. Our deep technical experience, operations expertise, and strong industry connections enable us to rapidly scale K1's breakthrough innovation. We are excited to enable the next generation of advanced semiconductors.
Hi, I'm Ritu.
And I'm Anvir.
And we're the co-founders of Moj Foods, a health foods company that's redefining Indian staples to meet the needs of the modern American consumer. Our first product, Moj Paneer, is the most protein-dense, non-meat protein on the market, full stop. Per serving, it's got 30 grams of protein for only 135 calories and 0 grams of fat. That's 3 times the amount of protein as tofu. And what's better is that it's got only 5 clean ingredients.
Moj Paneer is also the most versatile protein source on the market. You can crumble it, cut it, fry it, bake it, and add it to any dish of any cuisine to make it protein-packed. This unique combination of nutrition and versatility is exactly why Moj Paneer is set to become the next great American staple. We don't just think that customers will love it, we know.
In the last 4 months, we've sold over 300 units, and our customers keep coming back for more. We've set ourselves up for a successful launch here in Chicago this summer. We've got a co-manufacturer, and will be available on multiple retail shelves come this summer. But we need your help, so please vote for us and help us take Moj to the moon.
Hi, I'm Pooja Chopra, co-founder of Medita Earth, a clean, plant-based, natural skincare brand that is built for melanin-rich skin. The problem is that clean skincare products are not built to support the unique needs of melanin-rich skin, which ages differently than lighter skin tones. And those that are often contain known allergens, endocrine disruptors, and toxic ingredients, or are at a much higher price point. This is why my co-founder, who's also my mom, and I created Medita Earth, a line of skincare products made with botanicals grown on our family's California farm, a true farm-to-face solution. We have taken this brand from our kitchen to nearly 200 stores, including all natural grocers locations, and adding H-E-B, Walgreens, and Bath & Body Works later this year. We aim to make Medita Earth a mass market leader in clean beauty like Burt's Bees, nationwide in Whole Foods, Target, Costco, providing a healthier option for those who look like us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're NutriCareU. We're on a mission to fight type 2 diabetes and obesity through a sustainable nutritional therapy. Over 170 million Americans are suffering from these conditions. Recently, medications like Ozempic are very popular, but they're really expensive and people regain the weight they lost after they stop the medication. So it's not a long-term, sustainable solution. But here's where we come in. NutriCare-U, a clinically validated food-based therapy. We were able to help patients reverse type 2 diabetes in just 3 months, and they were able to maintain the health status after 12 months without any other intervention. Our findings were published on the leading endocrinology journal in the world and got endorsement from U Chicago Medicine and potentially American Diabetes Association as well. We've already serviced thousands of patients in Asia, making millions of dollars of revenue. Now we want to bring the technology into the US, and with potential partnerships with weight loss clinics and national restaurant group like Let Us Entertain You. We're NutriCare-U. Please join us in fighting type 2 diabetes and obesity, together with millions of Americans.
Hey, I'm Sakshi, and I love building for scientists. I used to build software that controlled massive particle accelerators at Fermilab. Think the size of O'Hare Airport.
Hi everyone, I'm Divyanshu. I used to work at CrowdStrike. I kept the bad guys out of Fortune 500 companies.
Now we're helping scientists operate really complex and massive multi-million-dollar machines. The support for them really sucks right now, and troubleshooting these machines is a daily struggle for scientists.
Yeah, we built an AI system that pulls from the lab's private data, manufactured documents, but also plugs in directly into these instruments. And it gets these scientists back to their jobs in seconds instead of waiting on support for weeks.
Labs really love us because we're saving them over 160 hours per scientist.
Yeah, we've got 10 labs signed on, including big names like Northwestern, U Chicago, Cytiva, Moderna, over 350 scientists who want to try us, and about $65K in revenue from just pilots.
We're a team of scientists and engineers building for scientists.
Hi, I'm Zach Farkas, the CEO and founder of Relos.
Hi, I'm Ramarka Bhattacharya, the CTO and co-founder of Relos.
I unknowingly started this journey over 11 years ago when I bought my first home using the VA home loan benefit. In 2018, I transitioned out of the military and started mortgage lending. Within just 2 years, I was the number 4 VA lender by volume in the country, and I saw why so many Americans struggle to get to the closing table. Purchase transactions require over 9 stakeholders to collaborate on over 60 actions within 45 days. Each of these stakeholders has a different understanding of their purchase contract and like to communicate in different mediums.
Relos uses AI to read and interpret purchase contracts, turning a complicated process into a simple and easy-to-use interface. Our early users love it. Within 6 weeks, we've gotten 5% market share in our target market, Oahu, and we're currently handling $22 million in real estate transaction volume. Thank you.
Dude, I want to bet, but I just can't keep losing.
Dude, me too, but I don't know what to bet on for tonight.
Have you heard of Celine? Celine is a social sports betting platform that provides you with profitable sports bets, helps you discover and follow your favorite sharp sports bettors, and gives you tools to make smarter bets. Think of it as Morningstar, but for sports betting. It was built by our team, who turned 120K of our own money into 600K in profit using the same strategies that we now share on the platform. Whether you're betting for fun or building a side hustle, Celine helps you bet smarter and makes you a better bettor.
That sounds way better than what I've been doing.
Yeah, facts. So what should we bet on tonight?
DraftKings, Knicks money line plus 100.
Cool. Placed.
China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. Its hackers have infiltrated the U.S. government, the private sector, and critical infrastructure like water systems and power grids.
Everything that you just heard on 60 Minutes is America's harsh reality. Our energy grid is under attack, and at Solitude Labs, we have a solution to fix this. My name is James Wolfe, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Nikita Valinsky, and I'm the CTO.
And I'm Daniel Kowicki, the COO. And together, we're Solitude Labs. Energy demand is on the rise for the first time in the last 20 years in the United States. This is sending utilities scrambling to add new generation. Distributed energy resources, otherwise known as DERs,
Okay. I think we got a few things to point out to people.
Okay. Very good.
And he's checking him out.
What? I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody ready?
Where are the checks? Oh, they're there.
Want to update
Okay.
you on what happened after we did the presentation. Want to bring you guys up to speed of where things now stand. First, Professor Kaplan.
Where they stand?
No.
We made it. Well, it was very interesting. We had our 25 judges in the room, and there were 7 teams, 7 out of 10, that we considered to be the winners.
For first place.
For first place. And we ultimately decided, but you should just know this was sort of the deepest year in terms of real teams that had real support. We asked the judges to rank all the teams at the end, and they did basically 5 for first, 3 for second, and 1 for third. And every one of the 10 finalists got at least 2 votes.
Right.
So that is awesome. And then 7 of the 10 were sort of in the running for first. So that was the best we've ever had in that regard.
Let's just say this year's MVC is the most competitive MVC that I have seen in the 15 years that I've been here.
And in the 29 years that I've been here.
And Professor Kaplan's when we say that it was an extremely challenging environment, it was. Now we happen to have, with the 26 judges sitting around that table, the best investment committee the world has ever seen.
It was pretty good.
The difficulty is they all had something to say, so it made it all interesting to do.
And they all disagreed, actually.
They also,
did I tell you this? One of them walked out the door and said, I ended up, well, I won't disclose something, but anyway, he walked out the door and he said, man, I disagreed with that. I had this one first. And so, just so you know, even after the fact, the judges disagreed.
But the thing that is important to know is through today's NVC, Chicago booth is now going to be able to proclaim that we are the largest business plan and business launch competition in the world.
Yeah, right. We broke a record. We broke a record.
We broke the record from last year. We will be giving away in investments.
Not giving away. Investing.
I said in investments to your teams over $2.2 million to teams this year. Anything else you want to say?
No, that's good.
All right,
okay, let's go.
The
People's Choice Award.
Oh, we can start with that.
Do we start with that?
I don't even know if we have a check for it, do we?
Well, it's going to come with another check. It'll come with another check. As
you recall, we were upstairs debating with the judges who should be in what organizational place. The People's Choice Award was going on online, and we're pleased to announce Moosh Foods. Won the People's Choice Award and is going to be getting a check for that.
And what was that? That's 10,000, right?
I don't remember.
5,000.
You'll be getting a $5,000 check for being the People's Choice Award, voted on by all the people who are watching on the live stream, and probably a few extras. As I look over and I see the sea of Moose shirts. But we're going to start. We're going to do it tonight? We're going to start in 10th place and move up to first place.
Okay.
Right? So let's go ahead. You want to bring 6 through 10? And
we're going to announce 10.
All right, you want to bring it over? You're going to bring it over? How are we going to do this?
Do you remember? What? I didn't write it down.
I didn't. I got it on my phone.
Oh, good.
Hang on. I'll do the announcing because I happen to have it on my phone. In 10th place, with an award money of $10,000, is Celine. Joey, come on up.
What? Come on up. Come
We're
on.
gonna get good. We're gonna get marketing photos. Bring your team
Right,
up.
hold it. It's your check.
We're gonna
You're
be
gonna
on the
get.
end.
You know,
Here's how we're gonna do
we're
it.
in the end.
We're gonna be on the end. The team's gonna be in the middle, holding up their check.
Good. It's a lot of you.
Don't go too far back. So we don't want to tighten it up a little. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Celine. For the next 9 teams, well, a couple of we realized when we're always done, we're like, oh, we didn't take really good pictures. This year we've said we're going to take really good pictures so all the teams can use them for marketing, and so we have them.
And we have a really good photographer.
And we have a great photographer to do it, so it's all good. All right, back to the phone. Hang on.
What?
I got to look up number 9. Number 9, with a check for $20,000, is Ampable. Congratulations.
There. Yeah. Go.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ampable. The next team in 8th place with a check for $33,000 is Mudita Earth. You gotta move over this way just a smidge. The next team with a check for $43,000 is GovChime.
Very good. Oh my God, this is a big team.
Yeah, no. Gotta tighten it up a little bit.
What?
Thank you.
Congratulations, GovChime.
Absolutely.
The next with a check for $65,000 is Relos.
Thank you.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Relos.
Appreciate it.
You bet, Zach.
Very good.
Thank you.
We're up to number 5, right?
Number 5, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I'm in the right order. The next one is in 5th place with an amount of $68,000 is Moosh Foods. Congratulations. 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 All right, move in.
Oh, sorry.
No, don't block her out. Don't bump the thing in the back. Congratulations. Congratulations, Moosh Foods. Number 4, I just want to make sure I got
I
the
know
number
who
right.
number 4 is.
The number 4 for $85,000 is NutriCare U.
Congratulations.
All the way, step down this way so the sign's in behind us. Congratulations, Nutricario. If you've been doing the math, now the numbers are going to start stepping up. All right, in third place, with a check of $440,000.
$440,000.
$440,000 is Solitude Labs. I'll take the check. Congratulations, Solitude Labs. Okay, which leaves us with 2.
And we should add the second place team was guaranteed $100,000 from Venetia Kanagoras, who's been a longtime judge and alum. She couldn't be here today for family reasons, although she was in the judging room on Zoom, and she actually wrote some additional checks while she was there. But this is a second place prize that comes partially from her. We should also add the money includes both money from Booth or from Polsky that will come back to Polsky when you are successful, and also includes investments from many of the judges, both the finals judges and the in-class judges, and Mark and me, and some of the coaches. And so we will tell you who the investors are. You'll get an email knowing who the investors are, and you'll want to contact them. And that'll be fun when you see who invested in whom.
So correct. All right, so we have 2 teams left, K1 and Rainey. In second place, the check, I gotta make it bigger to read it, is $668,000. Over $250,000. And that is going to go to K1 Semiconductor. All the way down here, boys.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Very close. I don't know if that makes you feel better or worse, but it's very close.
All right. Congratulations, K1 Semiconductor. All right. So obviously we saw the excitement over here with Rainey. The only thing that they didn't do is they weren't running a tally in their head of how much their check's going to be. But I will tell them the amount. Why don't you come up here and collect $825,000 check from the...
And wait, Ratan!
And Ratan, come on.
Ratan, Ratan is the...
Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Scoot in. Yeah, scoot in. No, I'm on the end.
You're on the end?
You got to put them in the middle. Get in with by Ratan.
Okay, good. Okay,
don't bump the thing in the back, it'll fall.
In the middle. There you go.
Here, let's scoot up to the front a little bit. Let's scoot forward just a smidge so they have room back there.
Hold the check. Hold the check. Okay.
We want to take our time and get a good first place photo.
I'm not winning.
You are the winner. You are the reason we're winning.
Just for the photo, can I have your mic?
Almost 10. Congratulations, Team Rainey.
And we should add, this is
Ratan.
A big chunk of it was Ratan, and he also invested on his own in some companies, which you'll hear about. We also want to thank Francine and Greg Purcell, I think we used $300,000 of their money for the prize pool. And as Mark said, it went over 2.2 million, which I think is a record for us and maybe a record for business plan competitions in the country. So
in the world.
In the world, okay. And so we want to thank everybody, the coaches, the judges, and the Polsky staff, and most of all, the student teams who were awesome. So thank you.
As we said, the most competitive MVC we have ever had, as you can see. Congratulations, though, Team Randy, on winning it. And we look forward to next year, which will be the 30th anniversary of the NVC. Anything else? Have a great night.
Okay.
That was great.